Chapter 21-29. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. the huge ice blast ape bear was pushed back, the ice on its fist melting and covered in golden flames, leaving charred marks. The golden flames on little Xing Xing's body seemed to be able to suppress all ice, causing the ice blast ape bear to suffer. Let's end this quickly. Du Xiaofu shouted softly. By the time the last word left his mouth, his figure had already appeared in front of the huge ice blast ape bear like a ghost. Lightning flashed in his hand, and in the midst of the thunder and lightning, he threw a punch, bringing with it the power of thunder and lightning. Boom! Boom! Golden light surged, and her golden clothes fluttered. Du Xiaoyao appeared in front of the ice blast ape bear and threw out a punch. The fist carried with it a faint glow, as if the world had just been created. A terrifying aura erupted from the fist, and an inexplicable pressure threatened to explode one's primordial spirit, spreading in all directions and suppressing everything. Little Xing Xing, Du Xiaofu, and Du Xiaoyao joined forces to attack the ice blast ape bear. Every step here was dangerous, and fighting alone would consume too much energy. The three of them had already achieved perfect teamwork. Not long after, the ice blast ape bear was suppressed by little Xing Xing, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Xiaofu's combined attacks. In the end, it was burned to ashes by the golden flames on little Xing Xing's body. The vast land around them showed signs of decay in the scorching heat. The icebergs melted and the snow melted. The two elders from the Fangji family were dumbfounded. That frostburst ape bear was very close to the Saint Plain, but it was easily defeated by Du Xiaofu and the other two. Moreover, the three of them didn't even use all of their trump cards. If the three of them joined forces, they would definitely be able to put up a fight against a true Saint Realm expert. This place is too eerie. Dongli Qingqing suddenly spoke, looking at the land and mountains that had been melted by the great battle. At this moment, an endless stream of icy air began to seep out of the void, and a snowstorm the size of goose feathers floated in the sky. The land was once again covered in snow, and the messy mountain peaks slowly froze into glaciers. Everything seemed to be returning to its original state. Let's leave this place quickly. Du Xiaofu's expression turned serious as he led the group on their way. Stepping on the snow, they flew at a low altitude. Everyone displayed their figures and flew across the snowy land like rainbows. Walala! The sky fluctuated, and white snow drifted down like goose feathers. It was enough to obscure one's line of sight. The icy chi became denser and denser, obstructing the group's advance and slowing them down. Awoo! From the goose feather-like white snow, there was a figure that was no less than 10 feet tall. Its entire body was snow-white, and it was covered in snow-white fur. It looked like a human and an ape, and it roared like a beast, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. These several zhang tall figures seemed to be able to soar into the heavens and dive into the earth amidst the white snow. They pounced towards Du Xiaofu and the others. What the hell is this? Kill! Little Xing Xing threw out a punch and smashed a figure into smithereens. This is a snow monster. Lian Qingrong told everyone that there were records of such snow monsters in the ancient books left behind by the lineage of the great snow mountain. With a serious expression, Lian Qingrong continued to remind everyone, these snow monsters are very strange. They will come out in groups, and I'm afraid there will be an endless number of them. The more we kill, the more there will be. Whoa! Just as Lian Qingrong said, dense snow monsters pounced out of the snow. They were everywhere and densely covered the ground, leaving no way for everyone to escape. They roared and pounced at everyone. Another problem. Du Xiaofu frowned. These snow monsters were not as strong as the ice blast ape bear, but every one of them was at the honorable realm. Some of the stronger ones were at the domain realm. Occasionally, there would even be a few powerful beings who were not at the peak of the main domain realm. They could not be killed, and this was quite troublesome. Rumble! Du Tingxian, Dongli Ruashu, Dongli Qingqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Xingxing attacked and shattered a large number of snow monsters. However, the snow monsters were endless, and they could not kill all of them along the way. The snow monsters had already blocked their path, and there was no way for them to retreat. Hualazi, do you have any ideas? Du Xiaofu asked Hualazi. If this continued, even if the snow monsters could not hurt them, they would be exhausted to death. This is a path that we must pass. Only by passing through here can we reach the main tomb of the eternal tomb, Hualazi said to Du Xiaofu. Then he seemed to have thought of something. His round face appeared, and his figure condensed in Du Xiaofu's Naiwen palace. His expression turned serious, and he said, I remember now. There seems to be a human who is not weak guarding the entrance to the main tomb. If he is also affected by the demon god, then it will be troublesome. Then what do we do now? You are the one who led the way. Du Xiaofu was depressed when he heard that. Hualazi's guidance had caused them a lot of trouble. There are a total of 13 entrances to the main tomb, and each entrance is guarded by a powerful cultivator. If all of them are affected by the demon god, then none of the paths will be easy. Hualazi sighed and continued to speak to Du Xiaofu. Right now, you can only enter this place. As long as you pass through this place, the danger will be solved. I have no other choice. Then let's go. Du Xiaofu's expression was extremely gloomy. As the sound of his voice faded, golden light flashed behind him as the golden wings of the great rock spread out. A tyrannical aura swept through the air, crushing all the snow monsters that pounced towards him before they could even get close to him. The weaker snow monsters were all crushed into pieces before they could even get close. Kill! Du Xiaofu's rock's golden wings flapped. The purple flame demonic phoenix and the golden rock's beast abilities were used alternately, and a large number of snow monsters were killed. Kill! Seeing this, everyone attacked at the same time. They followed closely behind Du Xiaofu and attacked with all their might. Numerous figures burst out without holding back. They charged into the snow monsters with an unstoppable force, opening up a path for them. Facing Du Xiaofu and the others, a large number of snow monsters exploded and turned into snowflakes. They opened up a path for them. However, there were too many snow monsters. They were densely packed together, and it was impossible to kill them all. Cold chi swept across, and demonic chi filled the air. Snow monsters rushed out from the front without fear of death, blocking everyone's path. Du Xiaofu and the others could only force their way through. Most of the snow monsters were only at the honorable realm, and they were not worth mentioning to any of them. However, there were too many of them. When they gathered together, they formed an extremely terrifying aura. The cold ice froze the void, and the demonic chi was frightening. The further they went, the stronger the snow monsters were. Everyone had to use all their strength to deal with them. No one dared to be careless, and they continued to exhaust their strength. We can't go on like this. Du Tingxian was surrounded by lightning, and his body was also covered with a lightning armor. The consumption of his strength was too great, and it would be extremely dangerous if they continued. Once the dark chi in everyone's body was exhausted, they would be in big trouble. We can only end this if we break through. Du Xiaofu frowned. This place was strange, and they had no other choice but to break through. Rumble! The void rumbled, and everyone used all their strength to force their way through. After more than an hour, 2 huge ice mountains stood tall, like 2 dragons with their heads held high. They rushed into the depths of the clouds, and cold chi could be seen spreading in the sky. That seems to be the end. Du Xiaoyao looked up, and his golden spiritual eyes shone. In front of the ice mountains was the end of the snow monsters. Hearing this, everyone looked from afar, and they saw hope. Kill! Everyone gave it their all and no longer held back. With an unstoppable momentum, they destroyed all the snow monsters along the way and rushed straight to the ice peak. The closer they got to the end, the stronger the snow monsters became. In the end, many snow monsters were close to the peak of the Master Realm. There were so many of them that even Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao had to be careful. Du Xiaofu could not help but feel fortunate that he had not allowed anyone else from the desolate country to enter. There were many sovereigns in the desolate country, but they had not truly matured to the point where they could stand on their own. According to Master Huolei, the path to the main tomb would not be simple if they entered the Tomb of Eternity. Under such danger, there probably would not be many cultivators below the Master Realm who could successfully make it through. The desolate country would not be able to bear the losses then. Kill. Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao were the strongest. They destroyed a large number of the strongest snow monsters, and they gradually approached the huge ice mountains. Bang! A snow monster that was comparable to a half-saint was destroyed by Du Xiaofu's lightning. It flapped its wings and shattered the space there. It shot out and appeared before them. The surroundings suddenly turned quiet. Du Xiaofu's gaze landed on a small square, and in front of him was the towering ice mountain. It was unknown how long it had been in the eternal tomb, and it exuded an ancient aura. Swish! Swish! Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Dongli Qingqing, and Du Tingxian all charged out once again. As the snow monsters exploded, they landed beside Du Xiaofu. Everyone's faces were pale and exhausted. Roar! Behind them, the densely packed snow monsters roared and bared their fangs and claws, causing the space to rumble. However, for some reason, they did not set foot in the small square before the ice mountains. Have we reached the end? An elder from the Fengji family heaved a sigh of relief. He took a deep breath, and a green light spread out from his body. It carried a kind of life force, and the celestial qi he had consumed was quickly recovering. Dongli Qingqing, Dongli Ruoshu, and another elder from the Fengji family did the same. The green light on their bodies fluctuated as they recovered their celestial qi. Among them, Dongli Qingqing recovered the fastest. Du Tingxian and Lian Qingrong had many pills in their hands. They stuffed them into their mouths. Only then did they look up at the towering ice mountains in front of them. They were shocked. That seems to be the exit. Little Xingxing said in surprise. There was an ancient stone door between the two huge ice mountains. It was not covered by ice, and there were ancient runes carved on it. It seems to be the entrance. Dongli Qingqing's gaze also fell on the ancient stone door. She was surprised. The snow monsters behind them did not dare to step in. They had reached the end. Chapter 2130. I'm afraid we're not done yet. Look over there. Du Xiaoyao shook her head. Her golden spirit eyes gaze landed on an ice platform beside the stone door. There was a figure sitting cross-legged there. An icy aura that was hard to detect with the naked eye lingered around his body, permeating the air. Everyone followed Du Xiaoyao's gaze. The figure sitting cross-legged was old. His eyes were tightly shut, and his silver hair reached his shoulders. The white robe on his body had faded to a grayish-white color over the years. In front of him, there was a snake spear that was 8 feet tall. It was ancient and white like jade and ice, and it was embedded into the ground. The man and the spear had quietly stood there for an unknown amount of time. The more the crowd looked, the more they felt that a terrifying aura was awakening within the man and the spear. It slowly spread out, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. Her clear eyes stared intently at the figure sitting cross-legged and the seemingly ordinary but ancient snake spear. Her clear eyes seemed to be thinking about something. Walala! Awoo! Behind the crowd, the densely packed snow monsters that were constantly roaring suddenly began to disperse on their own. They turned into ice and snow that filled the sky, and all of them exploded in a strange and shocking manner. When the last snow monster exploded on its own, at the same time, the old figure sitting cross-legged in front of the ancient stone door opened his eyes. There was a black and blood-red color in his eyes. Creak! The old figure's body wriggled. His bones were like machines that had not moved for a long time, and there was a cracking sound of bones rubbing against each other. He held the snake spear in front of him with one hand and stood up. In an instant, a terrifying icy aura and demonic aura swept through the air at the same time, rushing into the depths of the sky. A saint powerhouse. When the old man stood up, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the rest's eyes rippled at the same time. Their bodies trembled slightly, and the expressions on their faces quietly turned serious. The aura on that figure could not escape their senses. It was the aura of a saint. That was definitely a saint powerhouse. Not good. This expert seems to be affected as well. Dongli Qingqing had a serious look in her eyes. That saint realm expert was obviously affected by a kind of demonization. He's not an ordinary saint realm expert. This is going to be troublesome. Du Xiaofu frowned. He could sense a presence from the old figure that definitely surpassed Qin Yanlong, Long Qianchao, and the others. It was probably on par with the Moon Saint and Xiangu. It might even be slightly stronger. Such an expert had obviously been demonized at this moment, and no one present could do anything about it. Du Xiaofu knew that it would be difficult for him to fight against it. Fire lightning, what do we do now? We're in trouble. When Du Xiaofu felt the old man's aura, he immediately went to find fire lightning. Only fire lightning would be able to resist it. As I expected, he's also affected by the devil god. It's going to be troublesome. Fire Thunder's figure appeared in Du Xiaofu's mud pill palace. He frowned and said to Du Xiaofu seriously, "It's not a big problem for me to help you deal with the trouble in front of you. However, with my current situation, I'm afraid that I can only help once. When we enter the main tomb, I'm afraid that it will be more dangerous. Think about it carefully." This, Du Xiaofu had an impulse to go crazy. Fire Thunder could only help once. This was his biggest trump card. If he used it now, he would have no backup in case something more dangerous happened in the main tomb. Moreover, the Devil King of the Devil Religion, Qin Yanlong, and the others were there. He had to be careful. If we can break through, then we should be able to enter the main tomb directly. Fire Thunder's voice sounded in Du Xiaofu's mind. Du Xiaofu's face was very serious. If everyone had the strength to deal with the Saint Realm expert in front of them, they would not have to be afraid of Qin Yanlong and the others outside. Whoosh! Cold qi and devil qi intertwined. The silver-haired old man looked at Du Xiaofu and the others. His black and blood-red eyes were cold and empty. However, compared to the ice blast ape bear and the snow monsters along the way, there was more emotion in his eyes. What should we do now? Little Star, who was not afraid of anything, looked at the silver-haired old man with a serious look on his young face. He looked very old and experienced. "I'm afraid there's no way out. Let's fight together," Du Xiaoyao said. His tone was relaxed. However, he secretly clenched his fists and frowned slightly. Buzz! Hearing this, Dongli Ruoshu's handsome face also showed a faint wry smile. The green light in his eyes trembled. Suddenly, there were bright talisman patterns in his body that began to flow like liquid. They were dazzling and emitted a divine power from ancient times. Accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, they finally turned into pieces of green armor. The talisman patterns flickered like tree rings. They were filled with an ancient and frightening pressure. The heavenly with meridian divine armor was activated. Dongli Qingqing frowned. The green light fluctuated. She also held the Tai Ching demon subduing bow tightly in her hand. Her aura was like that of a demon awakening. Whoosh! When Dongli Qingqing and Dongli Ruoshu's aura fluctuated, the silver-haired old man's eyes immediately stared at the two of them. A murderous intent shot out from his black and blood-red eyes. A terrifying aura swept out in an instant. In the next moment, his figure had disappeared. Be careful. The moment the silver-haired old man disappeared, Du Xiaofu's face darkened. Whoosh! The speed was too fast. When the silver-haired old man's figure reappeared, he was already in front of Dongli Chingching and Dongli Ruoshu. His blood-red eyes were surging with murderous intent. Dongli Chingching's face changed greatly. She drew the Tai Ching demon-subduing bow and shot an arrow. The heavenly with meridian divine armor on Dongli Ruoshu's body erupted. The void in front of her trembled strangely and quickly. It turned into a huge green light palm print. Its aura was full of vitality, but it made people feel a sense of desolation and destruction from the depths of their souls. It slapped toward the silver-haired old man. Wherever the palm print passed, the space collapsed, revealing a pitch-black spatial hole. The green light diffused, reflecting a terrifying afterglow in the void. With the cultivation and strength of Dongli Ruoshu and Dongli Chingching, at this moment, when they joined forces, even the cultivation of a half-saint expert would have to avoid them. But the silver-haired old man was not moved at all. The 8-feet-long snake spear in his hand burst out bright ice talisman patterns. It streaked across the void, and a vast, icy air swept through the void, freezing everything. Whoosh! Dongli Chingching's arrow and Dongli Ruoshu's handprint were destroyed in an instant. A gust of terrifying icy chi rushed out and engulfed Dongli Chingching and Dongli Ruoshu's bodies in a crushing manner. Puff! Dongli Chingching and Dongli Ruoshu spat out blood from their mouths. Their bodies were shaken and fell heavily on the ground. The ground was unusual. It only shook and was destroyed. There were no cracks or deep pits because of the two. Boom! Almost at the same time, golden light shone brightly. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The green light shone brightly. Golden flames surged to the sky. As Dongli Chingching and Dongli Ruoshu were shaken, other than Lian Qingrong, Du Xiaofu, Little Star, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Tingxian all came together to help. They besieged the silver-haired old man. The silver-haired old man's eyes surged with killing intent. The 8-feet-long snake spear in his hand burst out a sharp light. Frost filled the sky, and the space cracked. Bang, bang, bang! Several figures collided in an instant. The figures flickered and appeared. Light burst out, and talisman patterns intertwined. The void was crumbling inch by inch. The shocking sound of energy colliding resounded in the small square. Puff! In an instant, 2 elders of the Feng Ji family vomited blood and fell. Whoosh! Du Tingshuan's thunder armor was covered with ice and snow. The spear in his hand was shaken, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! For figures flashed low in the sky. Light filled the sky. A large area of the void crumbled inch by inch, and cracks appeared on the indestructible ground. In an instant, 3 figures were shaken off and fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. 3 figures smashed the square. They were Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaofu stood up. There was a faint trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. Dongli Chingching and Dongli Ruoshu stood up. There was blood at the corner of their mouths. They had suffered heavy injuries from just a simple collision. There was a mysterious aura fluctuating in their bodies. They were full of vitality and were recovering from their injuries. Too strong! Dongli Chingching and Dongli Ruoshu did not step forward. They knew that they were no match for the old man. Even Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Xingxing were injured. That silver-haired old man was too strong to deal with. Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao looked at each other with serious expressions. The 3 figures stood in a triangular formation. Roar! Without any hesitation, Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing activated their true forms. The red-boned horse monkey and the mutated dragon stood upright. Golden light shone brightly and raging flames filled the sky. Gee! Around Du Xiaofu, a strange rune soared into the sky at the same time. Golden light bloomed. In an instant, golden feathers formed on the surface of his body. They were like the feathers of a golden-winged rock. Layers of feathers grew out from his body and condensed into a magnificent golden armor that covered his entire body. There was a faint cry of a golden-winged rock. It pierced through the clouds and cracked the stones. An overbearing aura swept through the void. Golden light erupted, radiating resplendent rays of golden light. Clad in golden armor, Du Xiaofu's golden rock wings unfurled behind his back. The two of them were one with the heavens, as if they were connected to his flesh and bones, causing the void to tremble. Du Xiaofu directly activated the azure spirit armor. The rock wings behind him condensed the power of 36 true rock feathers. It was magnificent in the sky and had a vast aura. At this moment, the three of them were prepared for battle and utilized their full strength. With the current state of little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Xiaofu, even a true Saint Realm expert would absolutely not dare be careless when facing them. Qi. However, the silver-haired old man did not stop. There was only killing intent in his black and blood-red eyes. The brilliant and cold snake spear in his hand spread out ancient runes. He stabbed it straight at Du Xiaoyao. Chapter 2131. Roar! Rumble! Du Xiaoyao's golden spirit eyes looked down. With a roar that shook the heavens and earth, his innate spirit eyes looked down on everything in the world. In the void above, heavenly music continued. The power of Anaction Nirvana was activated, and a divine ring appeared in the sky. Suddenly, he punched out, and the void sank. Qi. The snake spear pierced through the air, piercing through the void and piercing Du Xiaoyao's fist. A wisp of blood shot out from Du Xiaoyao's fist, and the power of Anaction Nirvana dimmed. Boom! At this moment, Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse, monkey body, transformed into a huge 5-fingered mountain. Dense spiritual energy spread out in an instant, connecting with the energy of heaven and earth. A terrifying power spread out, blocking the snake spear. Towering sparks shot out, and talisman patterns intertwined like a rising sun. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the space. Little Xingxing came to his rescue, and his phoenix wings expanded to 100 feet. 7 colored flames filled the sky, and it could affect the cold ice in the void. Starlight flowed on the surface of his body, and his dragon claws tore through the void. The divine ring behind him appeared in the sky, and the void boiled and collapsed inch by inch. Roar! Du Xiaofu's figure floated like a god, and the purple gold heavenly fault in his hand erupted. Birds and turtles cried, dragons and tigers roared, and the sword light overflowed the sky and slashed down. With little Xingxing and Du Xiaofu attacking with all their strength, the silver-haired old man instinctively didn't dare to be indifferent. The snake spear let out a rumbling sound and was pulled back from the golden, 5-fingered mountain. His hand seals condensed, and a monstrous cold air appeared in the void and gathered in an instant, turning into a huge spinning ball of ice. When the ball of ice appeared, the void trembled, and a bone-chilling cold air filled the sky. A terrifying energy wave spread out from it, and the surrounding space collapsed inch by inch, revealing huge circles of pitch-black spatial cracks. The spatial rifts were like circle after circle of black ribbons that floated up into appearance from the void, and it caused one to feel as if one's soul core was about to be frozen and devoured with a single glance, causing one to be horrified. Looking at the terrifying ice ball, Dongli Ruoshu, Du Tingxian, Dongli Qingqing, and the others' gazes were solemn to the extreme, and their minds were tense. That terrifying icy qi was accompanied by terrifying demonic qi. They could only retreat rapidly, unable to touch it at all. Frost meteor. On the square, Lian Qingrong, who had been in deep thought, suddenly had waves of shock in her eyes and her body trembled. That was the lost unique skill of the great snow mountain, icy meteor. Bang, bang, bang. The ball of ice spun as a monstrous icy aura swept out in all directions. It suddenly came into contact with Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing's attacks. With a terrifying sonic boom, terrifying energy swept through the air like a tidal wave. Chi la la! 2 figures and a 5-fingered mountain were pushed back from 2 different directions, and they landed heavily on the square, creating a huge pit in the indestructible square. The golden 5-fingered mountain fell, and amidst the fluctuation of the golden talisman, Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse monkey body recovered, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Little Xingxing's huge dragon body was covered with ink-black talisman inscriptions, as if there was a black tortoise pattern on his back. He emitted a supreme aura as his body fell to the ground, and his qi and blood were in turmoil. Du Xiaofu got up with blood at the corner of his mouth. The golden rock wings on his back and the azure spirit armor on his body were dim, and his qi and blood were in turmoil. That terrifying icy energy was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the azure spirit armor, the immortal Shin body, and the true rock realm physical body, Du Xiaofu reckoned that he would have been in grave danger just now. Even so, he still suffered heavy injuries. Die. Seeing Du Xiaofu and the other 2 retreat, the huge ice ball in the silver-haired old man's hand dissipated. The murderous intent in his black and blood-red eyes didn't subside. The snake spear in his hand exploded with a dazzling cold light, and his figure swooped down from the void, aiming for Du Xiaofu's forehead. This spear was like a flash of lightning, and a terrifying destructive power made Du Xiaofu's hair stand on end. Although he still had many trump cards that he hadn't used, Du Xiaofu knew that with such a huge gap in cultivation level, no matter how many trump cards he had, he couldn't overcome the huge gap in cultivation level. He was powerless. Fire Lightning Seed, I can only leave this guide to you. Du Xiaofu didn't hesitate anymore. Even if the danger in the main tomb of the Eternal Tomb was greater, he had already met an expert that he couldn't resist. Together with Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao wasn't a match for him. If he couldn't pass this stage, then he wouldn't be able to enter the main tomb. Whoosh! Just as the destructive blow swooped down from the void, a white-robed figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu like a bolt of lightning. The person who came was wearing a white battle robe that was covered in snow-like runes. Dazzling runes spread out from her body, freezing the void around the square. It was the successor of the great snow mountain, Snow Spirit Battle Emperor, Lian Qingrong. The successor of the great snow mountain, Lian Qingrong, greets the ancestor. Greetings! At the same time, the dazzling white ice runes around Lian Qingrong exploded, and frost fell from the sky, as if a glacier was about to fall from the void. Everywhere was covered in white, and the void of the square fluctuated. The terrifying spear light magnified in Du Xiaofu and Lian Qingrong's eyes at the same time, and that destructive power made their primordial spirits tremble. In Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace, Huoleizi's eyes also fluctuated, and a red and blue electric arc flame began to fluctuate. However, at this moment, just as the destructive strike was less than 10 feet away from Du Xiaofu, it gradually stopped in front of Lian Qingrong, and the cold air began to dissipate, and the monstrous aura of the snake spear dissipated. The silver-haired old man stopped in the void with the long spear in his hand. On his aged face, the black and red light in his emotionless and indifferent eyes fluctuated. A wave of ice and snow surged out from the depths of his eyes, causing the black and red light to gradually fade away. This sudden and shocking change made Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, Xiaoxin, Du Tingxian, Dongli Qingqing, and the others all dumbfounded, and they were so scared for Lian Qingrong that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. I forgot, this guy seems to have founded the Great Snow Mountain. In Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace, Huoleizi's voice came out, as if he was relieved of a heavy burden. In the low sky, the silver-haired old man's eyes recovered a touch of clarity, but the expression on his old face was still very confused, as if he was thinking hard about something. His eyes were intertwined with the black and red devil chi, and the aura of his body fluctuated. This movement made Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and little Xingxing not dare to do anything rashly. They were very careful and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In the silver-haired old man's eyes, the black and red devil chi and the ice and snow intertwined for a moment, and he looked at the strange phenomenon caused by Lian Qingrong, as if there was a strange connection, and a familiar aura rose from his heart. Finally, the ice and snow shot out from his eyes, and a slightly deep voice came out from his mouth, and he asked, "Are you the descendant of the great snow mountain?" Disciple Lian Qingrong, the last descendant of the great snow mountain. Lian Qingrong's expression was dignified, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his legs were a little weak. Just now, he just wanted to take a gamble. If he had made a mistake, he was afraid that at this moment he would have died. The last descendant of the great snow mountain, sigh, the silver-haired old man sighed, and a touch of sadness appeared on his old face. He then opened his mouth and said, "I am the master of the snow palace, and my name is Beiluin Bingchen." The master of the snow palace. You are the snow ancestor. Lian Qingrong's body trembled, and his voice was full of shock. He raised his head and looked at the silver-haired old man in front of him, and the shock on his handsome face was replaced by surprise. He was excited, and his eyes fluctuated violently. He immediately bowed and said, "Junior greets the snow ancestor." What's going on? Such a scene made everyone dumbfounded, and they felt that it was unbelievable. The master of the snow palace, Beiluin Bingchen, is quite extraordinary. His heavenly talent is amazing, and he created the great snow mountain. The 9 great families, the dragons, and the phoenixes do not dare to provoke him. Hua Lezi said in Du Xiaofu's Naiwen palace. His eyes were slightly fluctuating, and he said, "It seems that although the heavenly ice saint has been affected, he still has the last bit of his heart and has not been completely corrupted by the demon god. However, the situation is still not optimistic, so we must be careful." The founder of the great snow mountain, Du Xiaofu, was still in deep shock. The silver-haired old man in front of him, Beiluin Bingchen, was actually the founder of the great snow mountain, and the founder of the great snow mountain. No wonder he was so strong. Stand up. While Du Xiaofu was still in shock, the master of the snow palace, Beiluin Bingchen, said to Lian Qingrong. His eyes swept over Du Xiaofu, Little Star, and Du Xiaoyao, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. He then said slowly, "Since you are able to come here, it seems that the seal outside has weakened. You must want to enter the main tomb, right? Reporting to the snow ancestor, we have come here to enter the main tomb. The great calamity of the world is coming again. Please help us." Lian Qingrong stood up and said to Beiluin Bingchen, "The true great calamity will begin from here, and it will descend upon the world again. I'm afraid that you will not be able to effect anything by coming here. It will be extremely dangerous inside." Beiluin Bingchen sighed, and a faint demonic qi rose from his body. It was frozen in the ice and finally dissipated in the void. He glanced at everyone and said slowly, "Well, nothing can stop it anymore. Follow me inside, but be careful of the demonic qi inside. It can corrode your heart. The demonic qi in my body is only temporarily suppressed. If you feel that something is wrong, stay away from me." As soon as he finished speaking, the snake spear in his hand disappeared. His gray robe fluttered, and he walked towards the ancient stone door. "Thank you, snow ancestor." Lian Qingrong nodded, her eyes filled with excitement. After entering the heavenly devil battlefield, she was also looking forward to seeing the experts of the great snow mountain, but she did not expect that the snow ancestor was still alive. The great snow mountain would rise again. "Let's go, everyone be careful." After Beiluin Bingchen entered the ancient stone door, Du Xiaofu stuffed a few precious herbs into his mouth, and then he put away his green spirit armor and golden rock wings and followed him inside. Chapter 2132. Everyone silently followed behind him. Behind the ancient stone door was a tunnel-like passage. Long stone steps extended to the end, and at the end there was a huge space. Light flickered in the distance, emitting an ancient aura. Woo-woo! There was a whining sound that seemed to come from the nine hells, making people's hair stand on end. Beiluin Bingchen did not look back. She walked forward step by step. Lien Qingrong did not hesitate and followed behind. Du Xiaofu did not hesitate either. Since there was no way out, he followed. In these few minutes, the light in front of them became brighter and brighter, and the space they could see became wider. The demonic qi that permeated the entire space also became denser. Finally, a vast space appeared in front of Du Xiaofu and the others. This space was too big. It was as vast as the starry sky. It was so vast that there was no end to it. At the end of their line of sight, there was only darkness. In the center of this vast space, there were a total of 13 ancient altars floating in the air. They were like 13 small stars. Looking from afar, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on each altar. They were like old monks in meditation, and there was no fluctuation of aura from them. Woo, woo, demonic qi lingered in the air. On each of the 13 altars, there was a huge ancient chain. It was like 9 huge dragon bodies. It stretched out and intertwined in the center of the 13 altars. At the center of the 13 altars, there was a swirling vortex. Monstrous demonic qi gushed out from the vortex, emitting ghostly wails. It was like the entrance to the 9 serenities, the gate to hell. Demonic qi poured out, ghostly wails and ghostly wails. Streaks of jet-black demonic qi danced wildly like black lightning. An extremely terrifying aura spread out, filling the vast space. However, at the entrance of the vortex, there were bright talisman runes shining. They covered the vortex like a huge net of light. No matter how violently the black demonic qi lightning surged, it could not break through the net of light. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and looked at the huge vortex. His heart trembled violently. The spiritual lightning in his primordial spirit rumbled for no reason. The purple lightning profound cauldron in the god's watchtower also rumbled and trembled for no reason. Whoosh, whoosh! As his figure landed, Du Xiaofu also felt many gazes from all directions. Du Xiaofu looked in the direction of those gazes and saw many familiar figures. Grandfather Jialo Badass God, Jialo Juiyu and the Great Elder, the Second Elder. Third, the Moon Saint, Xiangu, Saint Feng Feng Qi, Feng Feng Qi Saint Feng and Feng Fin. There was Dong Feng Qingmu, and Dark Demon. Not far away, Du Xiaofu also saw many enemies. Legalism Qi Nianlong, dragons Long Qianchao, and others also appeared in the void. There were also familiar figures like Xiang Wushuang, Hong Yue, and the Violet Lotus Fairy. There were also some powerful existences who were definitely at the Saint Realm. They were ancient existences who had been hiding in the world. The most terrifying aura came from afar. That place was covered by demonic qi, and there were thousands of evil spirits and demonic beasts. In the front were the great demon, the 7 demon emperors, the 8 demon emperors, Moksha, Jialo Jiahong, and others. Du Xiaofu frowned, and his eyes turned solemn. When he entered the eternal tomb, there were only a few hundred evil spirits and demonic beasts following the devil religion. Now that they had entered the main tomb, not only were there no casualties, but there were more and more of them. This was too strange. Woo! Woo! The cries of ghosts and howls of gods came from the devil religion. Many of the devil emissaries were forming hand seals, murmuring some kind of incantation. The evil spirits and demonic beasts were scattered, and there was some kind of profound meaning where they stood. They were invisibly connected, and demonic qi surged. Beiluin Bingchen, the master of the Snow Palace, stepped into this space. She looked up at the whirlpool in the 13 altars, and for some reason, the black and red demonic qi in her eyes surged again, attacking the light of ice and snow. Ancestor Snow, Lianqing's face was solemn. Ancestor Snow was clearly still being corroded by the demonic qi. If she lost her mind again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled and he looked away. The primordial spirit in his Naiwen palace immediately asked Master Hua Lei if there was any way to help Beiluan Bingchen. There is no way. The demonic qi has been in her body for a long time. Her cultivation is not bad, and there should be something special about her body. That is why she was able to keep her mind. But what will happen in the end? She can only rely on herself. Master Hua Lei told Du Xiaofu. His figure appeared in the red and blue flames. His round face was unprecedentedly embarrassed. He seemed to feel something and continued to say to Du Xiaofu, "This is the main tomb. The last seal has been loosened. I'm afraid nothing can be stopped." Whoosh, whoosh, Jello Batian, Moon Saint, Xian Gu, Feng Qi Saint, Qing Feng Taoist, and the other strong cultivators all rushed over and landed beside Du Xiaofu. Their eyes were fixed on Beiluan Bingchen. The demonic qi and the ice qi were in a stalemate. The momentum was so great that it made their hearts jump, and it attracted their attention. At this time, Jello Batian, Xian Gu, and the others all looked more or less embarrassed. They were all injured. It seemed that they had gone through a lot of battles in the main tomb. Rock Emperor, Mo Tianshao, Dongfeng Qingmu, another demon, arrived at Du Xiaofu's side and saluted. "Xiaofu, what is going on?" Jello Batian asked. He looked at Beiluan Bingchen and felt the demonic qi. Along the way, everyone had come into contact with it. The demonic qi here could affect living things. Du Xiaofu told everyone the identity of Beiluan Bingchen, the Lord of the Snow Palace, and explained the situation without hiding anything. The founder of the Great Snow Mountain is still alive. Moon Saint, Xian Gu, and the others were shocked when they learned of Beiluan Bingchen's identity. The demonic qi has entered her body. If she completely turns into a demon, the consequences will be worrying. Qing Feng Taoist's eyes narrowed. With Beiluan Bingchen's cultivation, if she completely turned into a demon, there would not be many saints present who could resist her. "Senior, is there anything we can do for you?" Du Xiaofu frowned. He raised his head and saluted Beiluan Bingchen, feeling nervous. She was the founder of the Great Snow Mountain. If she was controlled by the demonic qi again, it would be troublesome. The demonic qi here is dense. "I am trying to suppress it," Beiluan Bingchen said. The black and red light in her eyes intertwined with the light of ice and snow. Her aura was terrifying. She glanced at Moon Saint, Xian Gu, Jello Batian, Xian Gu, and the others and said, "If I completely turn into a demon in the end, you don't have to hold back. Don't let me leave this place." As soon as she finished speaking, Beiluan Bingchen sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with her hands. Cold qi gushed out from the surface of her body. Mysterious runes flickered, covering her body with a thick layer of ice, as if she had turned into an ice sculpture. Hearing Beiluan Bingchen's words, Saint Feng Qi, Qing Feng Taoist, and the others all looked at her with awe and seriousness. "Ancestor Snow, please hold on," Lian Qingrong said. She stood to the side with a serious expression. Du Xiaofu wanted to help, but even Huolei Zi couldn't do anything. They could only pray that the Snow Palace Master would succeed. Taking a deep breath, Du Xiaofu finally saluted Jello Batian, Moon Saint, Xian Gu, and the others. Then he asked seniors, "How is the situation now?" "Most of those who can enter have already entered. I wonder how many have died." Sai Meng Qianhe shook his head slightly. He had seen countless beings die on the way here. Du Xiaofu didn't find it strange. The 9 great clans and the other major forces didn't allow disciples who weren't strong enough to enter the main tomb. But there were many beings who entered in search of opportunities. The Tomb of Eternity was filled with danger. It was almost impossible for cultivators below the master domain to enter the main tomb. Judging from the number of people in the main tomb, Those who would be considered extraordinary in the outside world had probably all died. Extremely important figures of the devil religion should be suppressed there. They want to open the seal. Jalobatian looked at the demonic chi vortex in the center of the 13 altars and said with a serious expression, "We can't let the devil religion succeed." Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with lightning. No matter what was suppressed there, he couldn't let the devil religion succeed. He said to Jalobatian, Moon Saint, Xiangu, Qingfeng Taoist, and the others, "If we work together, we might have a chance to stop the devil religion." Du Xiaofu estimated that the great demon was the strongest, but he still had Huolei as a trump card. If he worked with Qingfeng, Meng Qianhe, and the others, it wouldn't be impossible to stop the demon emperors of the devil religion. Child, everything is more complicated than you think. There are too many secrets in the world that you still don't know. Jalobatian looked at Du Xiaofu helplessly and said, "Do you see those 13 altars? There are the ancestors of the 9 great clans, the dragons, the phoenixes, and the golden-winged rocks. They stopped the devil religion and saved the primordial spirit of the demon god. Those ancestors will continue to suppress the altars until they are exhausted." Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled when he heard that. The figures on the 13 altars that looked like meditating old monks were actually the ancestors of the 9 great clans, the dragons, the phoenixes, and even the golden-winged rocks. Jalobatian paused for a moment before continuing. "This world has been sealed, and the energy of heaven and earth is being consumed. The cultivation of Saint Realm cultivators is degenerating. If this continues, sooner or later, this entire world will decline and turn into a wasteland." Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He had learned everything from Huolei. Meng Qianhe looked at the 13 figures sitting cross-legged on the 13 altars from afar. Light flickered in his eyes as he said softly, "If the tomb of eternity is broken, perhaps those 13 ancestors will be able to awaken." Chapter 2133. The Mo family's divine ancestor, Huishuanhu, hesitated for a moment before he said to Du Xiaofu, "There is a rumor among the great families that if their ancestors are able to walk out of the heavenly devil battlefield, then even if the great calamity comes again, the great families and great forces will be able to protect themselves and stay out of trouble." Du Xiaofu's expression changed when he heard this. It was no wonder that the 9 great families, dragons, and phoenixes didn't show any intention of taking action, even though they knew that the devil religion was related to the devil calamity. It turned out that even if the great calamity came again, those great forces would be able to stay out of trouble. Du Xiaofu still remembered that Qi Yeshi had mentioned not long ago that when the great calamity came again, the great forces might be able to protect themselves. Moreover, Saint Realm cultivators would degenerate sooner or later, so the great forces experts would be even less likely to stop the devil religion. Woo-woo! As Huishuanhu's voice fell, a vast and terrifying devil chi swept out from the devil religion's formation. The figures of the 5 great devil envoys swept out in picturesque disorder. Many devil envoys stood together, accompanied by numerous evil spirits and demonic beasts, forming a terrifying aura that filled the vast void. This terrifying aura caused the expressions of the Saint Realm cultivators present to change. Boom! The devil chi gathered and condensed into a monstrous devil chi light pillar. Like a bolt of lightning, it charged towards the 10,000 zhang tall devil chi vortex at the center of the 13 altars. The monstrous devil chi rushed into the void with a huge black shadow. In an instant, it surged forward and swept straight towards the 10,000 zhang tall vortex. Rumble. As the devil chi light pillar entered, the 10,000 zhang tall vortex suddenly trembled violently. A terrifying black light spread out from within, causing the entire vast space to darken. Du Xiaofu looked over, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that something was climbing out of the 10,000 zhang tall vortex. The cries of ghosts and howls of gods became even more intense as monstrous devil chi rushed out. Faintly discernible, 5 black shadows appeared in the 10,000 zhang tall vortex. 5 terrifying auras were awakening. Could it be the remaining primordial spirit of the grand shaman demon emperor? Du Xiaofu's heart sank. The aura was too strong. The devil religion had already sent out 4 devil emperors. According to the information he received, the remaining 5 devil emperors had been suppressed in the tomb of eternity. It was very likely that the 5 devil emperors' yuan spirits were suppressed in the tomb of eternity. Now that the devil religion had fused and recovered the 4 devil emperors, they were a terrifying force. Especially with the powerful great devil, they could suppress any force in the world. If the 5 devilish emperors were to be added to the equation, then the devil religion would become an extremely terrifying force. Du Xiaofu felt that even if the so-called demon god did not appear, this terrifying force would be enough to turn the 3 continents of Kyushu into a demonic domain. No one would be able to stop them. Hee boss, old 7, old 8, old 9, you guys are here. Within the vortex, demonic light fluctuated, and a dark voice echoed in the void. It's the devil emperors of the devil religion. Dongli Qingqing held the Tai Ching demon, subduing Bao in her hand, her eyes full of vigilance. Buzz. At the same time on the 13 altars, the 13 huge chains that were connected to each other began to glow. The runes intertwined with each other like 13 huge thunderbolts. Wind and thunder rumbled as a terrifying force poured out and poured into the vortex. Hee old 2, old 3, old 4, old 5, old 6, it's your turn. The great devil emperor looked at the 13 glowing chains on the 13 altars with a sneer on his face. His white teeth gave off a sinister feeling. Demonic chi rose from his hand, spreading in the void in an instant, sweeping in all directions. Whoosh! In an instant, the void distorted, and a heart-palpitating demonic chi spread out. As the demonic chi spread, 5 figures of different heights stepped out from the demonic chi and appeared in front of everyone. The 5 figures were wrapped in demonic chi. They were old and young, and their auras were astonishing. The physical bodies of 5 devil emperors. The moon saint frowned. Her eyes flashed with the shadow of the moon and starlight. We can't trap it. The 5 figures emerged from the demonic chi, looking at the vortex of demonic chi, and in different voices were heard. As his voice fell, the 5 figures condensed hand seals in their hands. Dazzling, dark talisman runes swept out from their bodies. 5 pairs of eyes revealed a ghastly white color, giving people an extremely frightening feeling. Rumble! As the 5 moved, the vortex seemed to be pulled by some invisible force, and a terrifying rumbling sound was heard. It seemed like something was about to crack, and the light of the giant chains began to dim, and it was on the verge of collapsing. Everyone, the great calamity is coming again. Maybe we can stay out of it, but I believe that it will be much more terrifying than we imagined. When the time comes, I'm afraid no one can stay out of it. At least we can kill a few of the physical bodies of the devil emperors. When the primordial spirits of those devil emperors break free and merge into one, and recover to their peak, it will be too late by then. The moon saint said. She was divining the future, but it was a blur. She had made up her mind, and at least she had to try to stop it. Rumble. With that, moon saint shot out. Moonlight suddenly surged in the vast space, and a river of stars appeared. A hand of starlight that was several thousand meters long suddenly took shape. It spun with the stars and blasted towards the demon emperors up ahead. Let's do it. If we work together, we'll at least have a chance to get rid of a few devil emperors. Xiangu shot out, and ink-black light gushed out, following the moon saint. Our clan's cultivators killed devil emperors before. So what if we kill another one today? Jalobatian's robe billowed, and golden light gushed out of his eyes. His figure shot out like a rock spreading its wings, and his overbearing aura spread out in an instant. The Taoist Saint Qingfeng, the Mahist Saint Hu Xuanhu, the Confucian Saint Meng Qianhe, the agricultural Saint Jiang Yuechan, and the Phoenix Saint Feng Qi of the Phoenix clan looked at each other, and the 5 figures followed closely behind. Their auras shook the space. Kiki, you've overestimated yourselves. The 9th Devil Emperor, the 8th Devil Emperor, and the 7th Devil Emperor laughed sinisterly, and 3 bursts of demonic qi shot out from their bodies. The great Devil Emperor stared at the Moon Saint, and he disappeared from where he was in an instant. When the great Devil Emperor reappeared, he was already in front of the Moon Saint. Demonic qi gushed out like a black sun, and the eyes of the black figure were like black holes in the space. He threw a palm attack at the Moon Saint. Rumble! The attack of a Saint Plane cultivator arrived in an instant, and the collision made it difficult to see what was going on. Demonic qi filled the sky, and runes intertwined with each other. Large swaths of the space were shattered in an instant. The destructive energy swept out, and the 7th Devil Emperor, the 8th Devil Emperor, and the 9th Devil Emperor were all knocked back. Chapter 2134. Jialo Batian, Fengqi Saint Xiangu, and the others stood together. They had twice the number of people compared to the 9 Demon Emperor and his 2 companions. Together, they managed to push the 3 Demon Emperors back. However, they only managed to push them back. They didn't gain much of an advantage. Thump! Moon Saint's beautiful figure flew back. She only managed to stabilize her body after flying for 100 meters. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Moon Saint had been severely injured by the Great Demon before. Although the Great Demon had been severely injured when he crossed the 13 arched bridges, Moon Saint was still no match for him. Seeing the Devil Religion's Demon Emperors being pushed back, Feng Fenchen, Mo Tianshao, Jialo Juyu, and the other experts of the major families felt their blood boil. Looking at the battle that was about to break out, the surrounding creatures were also surprised. Many of their eyes were secretly stirred. In the crowd, Qin Yanlong, Long Chenchao, and the others wore gloomy expressions. A fight between clams and cranes was what they wanted to see the most. Kiki, the 9 Demon Emperor, and the other 2 Demon Emperors were pushed back, but they didn't care at all. Their eyes swept across Moon Saint, Jialo Batian, Xiangu, and the others. The 9 Demon Emperors said, "Do you really want to stop them? If the eternal tomb doesn't break, you will still be trapped inside. The outside is still a prison for you. At least we will kill you all. It will be considered as doing something for the common people. Otherwise we will feel uneasy." Jialo Batian laughed loudly. His golden robe fluttered in the wind, and golden light filled the sky. "Do you think you have the advantage because you have more people? You are too naive. Kiki, unfortunately you are not enough." The 8 Demon Emperor sneered. His dark brown eyes were like a bottomless abyss. Demonic qi surged within them. Rumble! As soon as the 8 Demon Emperor's voice fell, for terrifying auras suddenly surged from the Devil Religion's formation behind him. Evil wind howled, and demonic qi filled the sky. Everyone's eyes trembled. They felt that the 4 auras were absolutely terrifying. In an instant, 4 figures swept out from the Devil Religion's formation. As the 4 figures swept out, a figure turned into a monstrous bird. Its wings covered half of the sky. A gigantic bull appeared in the sky. It was several hundred meters in size, and its roar shattered the void. There were also 2 figures whose bodies glowed brightly. One of them wielded a sword, while the other brandished a saber. Wherever they passed, the void distorted, revealing signs of collapse. The 4 terrifying auras were all above the Saint Realm. They were not ordinary Saint Realm cultivators. They were not much weaker than Beiluin Bingchen, the palace master of Snow Palace. The auras of the 2 men and 2 beasts were vast, but they had one thing in common. Their eyes were suffused with black and red light, and there was demonic aura emitting from their bodies. The 4 terrifying experts have all been affected by the demonic qi. Du Xiaofu's expression changed drastically when he saw the 4 auras 2 humans and 2 beasts. Judging from the 4 auras, they were far more powerful than ordinary Saint Realm cultivators. They were probably the ancient powerhouses who had stayed in the Eternal Tomb. The 4 terrifying, strong cultivators had obviously been corroded by the demon Qi. Their situation was similar to that of the leader of the Snow Palace, but they were far more severely affected. The leader of the Snow Palace had been able to maintain his last bit of conscience, but the 4 ancient powerhouses had probably been completely corroded. Not good. They are the ancient powerhouses who have been affected. Moon Saint, Jialo Batian, Taoist Qingfeng, and the others all turned pale when they realized that there are 4 such terrifying experts hidden in the devil religion. Moo! Squeak! The demonic bull roared. Its black and red eyes were frightening as it stomped on the void. The ferocious bird flapped its wings, and the demonic Qi was torrential. It tore through the void, frightening all the cultivators present. The remaining 2 powerhouses, Saber and Sword Light, swept out, cutting through the void. Their auras were vast and unparalleled. The 4 of them instantly rushed toward Jalobatian, Xiangu, and the others. Fight! There was no way out. Jalobatian roared. His robe billowed and golden light shot out. Golden runes swept out, and he turned into a golden winged rock as he swept out. Golden light filled the sky like a rising sun. Jalobatian's pair of golden rock wings covered the sky, resisting the ancient bird clan's experts who had been corroded by the demonic Qi. Xiangu took action, turning into a giant tortoise. In an instant, thousands of dazzling ink-black runes swept out, turning into a rain of light, resisting the demonic bull. Fengqi Saint and Taoist Qingfeng also took action, resisting the 2 ancient powerhouses who had been corroded by the demonic Qi. Kiki, the 7th Demon Emperor, the 8th Demon Emperor, and the 9th Demon Emperor sneered and rushed toward Hu Xuanhu, Meng Qianhe, and Jiang Yuechan. You're overestimating yourself. The 7th Demon Emperor's voice was clear and crisp. His graceful and seductive body turned into a giant dark phoenix that was more than 1,000 feet long. Black flames billowed, and when he flapped his wings, it formed a storm. The black flames swept out like waves, burning together with the demonic Qi, destroying everything. Boom! Boom! The 8th Demon Emperor's body expanded, revealing his giant black scorpion body. His giant tail glowed with a chilling light, like a giant pole standing in the depths of the void. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread all around, piercing through space like black lightning from the depths of the void. Kiki! The 9th Demon Emperor laughed strangely. His black armor erupted with demonic Qi, and his aura was monstrous. Little girl, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The great Demon Emperor was like a black sun in the sky, and a pitch-black demonic Qi beam swept out, heading straight for the Moon Saint. Rumble! In an instant, more than a dozen Saint Realm experts exploded. If it were in the outside world, it would be enough to shatter mountains and rivers, sever heaven and earth, and cause a great catastrophe. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the chaotic and terrifying battlefield in the distance. It was not something he could interfere with. In terms of numbers, the devil religion's Saint Realm experts were no different from the Moon Saint and Jalobatian. However, Du Xiaofu knew very well that the devil religion's demon emperors and ancient experts who had been corroded by the demonic Qi were obviously stronger than the likes of Taoist Qingfeng and Saint Fengqi. It would not be long before the devil religion gained the upper hand. Most importantly, it would be too late to stop the 5 demon emperors when their primordial spirits broke free and merged with their bodies. Attack! Kill those demon emperors! In just a moment of thought, Du Xiaofu immediately made a decision. At this moment, the Saint Realm experts were all attacking. The primordial spirits of the 5 demon emperors were still trapped, and their bodies and primordial spirits had yet to truly merge. Du Xiaofu knew that he could not interfere in a battle at the Saint Realm level, but he was not afraid of the 5 demon emperors' primordial spirits. As soon as his voice fell, Du Xiaofu's figure had already soared into the sky. Golden light erupted from his back, and the golden rock wings and azure spirit armor were directly activated. The faint cry of the rock pierced through the clouds and cracked stones. His domineering aura swept through the void as if he had turned into a humanoid rock. Chapter 2135. Kill. Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing followed, closely behind. Their auras were vast, and their radiance overflowed into the sky. Their target was the same as Du Xiaofu, the 5 devil emperors that were communicating with the vortex. We meet again. As such a voice resounded, Moksha's figure blocked in front of Du Xiaofu, and the ancient armor on his body fluctuated with devil qi. Loser, you're already no match for me, yet you still dare to stop me. Du Xiaofu bellowed, exuding an aura of invincibility. The golden rock wings on his back flapped, as if they were shaking the 9 heavens. Golden talisman runes erupted, crossing the void. The sky-shaking wings directly slapped towards Mo Sha. Do you really think I couldn't do anything to you that day? Moksha's face sank. Cold light surged, and the devil qi in the surroundings condensed. It was as if numerous devil stars had been summoned, and they crushed the void, forming a vast space of devil stars that crushed down on Du Xiaofu. The scene was shocking, and it could crush everything. Break! Du Xiaofu's rock struck the sky and shattered the devil stars. He attacked with all his strength, and he wanted to end the battle quickly. His true target was the devil emperor's bodies. Once the devil emperor's bodies merged with their origin spirits, it would be difficult to have a better opportunity to kill them. Back off! Along with the instant collision between Du Xiaofu and Moksha, 2 figures appeared from the void and appeared in front of Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing. They were precisely Jialo Jueliao and Mo Lingzi. Let's see if you have the ability to stop me. Du Xiaoyao instantly transformed into the red-boned horse monkey, overbearing and arrogant. His fist pushed out in all directions, suppressing all life, and blasted towards Jialo Jueliao. Screech! The cry of a rock resounded, and an enormous black and gold devil rock soared through the sky. An abyss-like vacuum was set off in the surrounding space, and black light that caused one's heart to palpitate gushed out. It flapped its wings and suddenly collided with the red-boned horse monkey. Rumble! Rumble! The terrifying collision of these 2 colossi created a muffled explosion that was deafening to the ears. A large expanse of space collapsed. Du Xiaoyao and Jialo Jueju attacked with their full strength. This wasn't the first time they had fought. They had fought in the divine domain and were well aware of each other's strength. There was no need for any probing. It was a competition of who had improved faster over the years. Boom! Mo Lingzi threw a punch at little Xingxing. Lightning exploded. Purple thunderclouds surged, and lightning flashed all around. Scram! Facing Mo Lingzi, little Xingxing's immature voice revealed a kind of unparalleled power. Their tiny jade-like fists directly collided, and golden flames erupted, fearless of the lightning. Chi-la-la! The void exploded, and Mo Lingzi was directly sent flying, while little Xingxing's figure only swayed slightly. Buzz, buzz! Above the void, Dongli Qingqing's graceful figure appeared like a deity. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and green light filled the air. The runes on the Tai Ching demon subduing bow flickered in her hand, and the dazzling green light spread out like the sun. It was like the aura of a fiend god was spreading in all directions. The terrifying aura was like an ancient fiend god awakening from a deep slumber, causing a phenomenon in the void and thunder to resound. Swish, 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 everything happened as fast as lightning. Dongli Qingqing didn't have any delay. Her hair fluttered behind her head as she pulled the bow and released it. 5 energy light arrows were shot out in succession. The green light was resplendent, and wherever they passed, a large expanse of space was directly distorted. Then the space collapsed and pitch-black spatial cracks cracked as they pierced towards the bodies of the 5 fiend god emperors. Boom! A figure appeared, accompanied by rolling dark clouds. Following the appearance of this figure, the void began to tremble violently. The fiend god emperor's demonic aura covered the sky, and black fog surged to the sky. Blood light flashed from his eyes like 2 blood moons. It was especially frightening in the midst of the black fog and fiend god emperor's demonic aura. He was the earth demon envoy. He didn't join forces with the other demon envoys, fiend god beasts, and evil spirits to help the 5 fiend god emperors escape. Demonic clouds rolled around his body, and as the void trembled, a sharp claw mark rapidly expanded in the void, as though it was going to cover this part of the void. It tore apart 5 abyss-like, pitch-black spatial cracks, drowning everything in its path, and directly blocked Dongli Qingqing's 5 arrows. Boom! 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 Aho! At the same time, the fire demon envoy, lightning demon envoy, ice demon envoy, and wind demon envoy, as well as the pair of demonic beasts, the evil spirit expert and the devil sex expert, all erupted with their strength, crushing the enemy. Boom! Rumble, Du Tingxian, Jialo Juyu, Nether Demon, Dongli Ruashu, Dongfang Qingmu, Feng Fenchen, Qi Xingqin, Patriarch Mengwen, and the other experts of the Fang clan, the Great Golden Winged Rocks, the Confucian School, the Taoist School, the School of Agriculture, the Mahes School, and the Phoenix clan all rushed over and instantly attacked. Qi Xingqin, Patriarch Mengwen, and the others resisted the Earth Demon Envoy, Thunder Demon Envoy, and the others. Du Tingxian, Dongli Ruashu, and the others were instantly surrounded, and the battle instantly erupted. There were many experts of the Confucian School, the Mahes School, the Phoenix clan, and the Great Golden Winged Rocks, but there were only a few dozen of them altogether. They couldn't compare to the thousands of fiend god beasts and evil spirits of the devil religion. Fortunately, not all of those evil spirits and fiend god beasts had the strength of a master regent or a half-sage. In the void, the 5 fiend god emperors' true bodies didn't move at all. The battle in the void seemed to have nothing to do with them. They were invisibly connected to the vortex and attacked the seal. The 13 giant chains glowed and intertwined with the mysterious runes covering the vortex to suppress the 5 fiend god emperors' primordial spirits. However, at this moment, the light on the 13 giant chains began to dim, and the seal covering the vortex also began to show signs of cracking under the terrifying impact of the fiend god Qi. The mysterious runes on the seal were also being eroded by the fiend god Qi. Bam, 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 the entire vast void rumbled and exploded continuously. The battle between a group of sage stage experts was the most shocking. Dazzling runes and waves of destructive energy were everywhere. The void constantly shattered and turned into a vacuum before slowly recovering. The battle between Du Xiaofu and Moksha wasn't much different from the battle between sage stage experts. Golden light burst forth and spiritual lightning descended. It was incomparably intense. What surprised Du Xiaofu was that Moksha seemed to have improved a lot. Compared to the last time they fought, Moksha was much stronger. Moksha was surrounded by fiend god Qi. His eyes were deep and dark. Many shadows of beast energy gathered around him. He roared and pounced on Du Xiaofu. Although Moksha had improved a lot, Du Xiaofu was still fearless. Du Xiaofu was no longer afraid of anyone below the saint stage. He flapped his golden wings and the dazzling azure spirit armor on his body. He was like a human-shaped rock, peerless and ferocious. He destroyed all the beast energy. The void exploded. Du Xiaofu only activated the beast energy of the golden winged rock and carried the supreme will of the golden winged rock. The azure spirit armor and the golden winged rock's golden wings were natural. He was able to suppress Moksha. Moksha was secretly shocked. Since the last time he was suppressed by Du Xiaofu, he had the help of the Fiend God Emperor and the others. He had also obtained opportunities and made great progress. However, he didn't expect that the distance between him and his old enemy, Du Xiaofu, was getting farther and farther. Gee! A golden-purple thunder rock flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Its energy swept out like a vast ocean. Bang, bang! Moksha tried his best to block, but he was still forced back. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. Even the bones in his body cracked. He was seriously injured. The golden wings of the great Peng soared into the sky, and the free and unfettered steps drifted like a deity. Du Xiaofu's figure swooped down, and the hand seals in his hands did not delay at all. After images quickly condensed in his hands, condensing into seals. The profound qi in the god's gate in his body also surged like huge waves in a vast ocean, surging out along his acupoints and meridians. In an instant, Du Xiaofu condensed 4 seals. They instantly overlapped and covered his palms. They were as resplendent as the sun in the sky. The light flickered like lightning. The 4 seals overlapped. This was the mysterious yellow 4-division seal, which was also the mysterious yellow emperor seal. It was enough to suppress all living things and move mountains and seas. Awoo! The mysterious yellow 4 divisions seal condensed. The light was gorgeous, and a powerful pressure spread out from it. There were faint roars of dragons and tigers, and the cries of birds and turtles, causing the ancient space to tremble endlessly. Mysterious yellow emperor's seal. Calm the world, suppress all living things. Boom! These words were shouted out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. He wanted to take the other party's life while it was down and end the battle quickly. The mysterious yellow emperor seal carried a glaring tail of light amidst the Sanskrit sound as it instantly slammed towards Mo Shah. Feeling the energy fluctuations contained in this palm, which covered the void and was unavoidable, Moksha's expression changed greatly. The devil lightning on his body condensed in an instant. It gathered the devil energy and condensed into a palm print. He clenched his teeth and met it head-on. Boom! Boom! The 2 handprints collided with each other, and an earth-shattering, muffled sound of energy resounded in the sealed space. The runes burst forth, and dazzling rays of light burst forth. Demonic lightning wreaked havoc, and it seemed as if 2 meteorites were colliding with each other. Terrifying energy, ripples, swept out in all directions like huge waves. In the middle of the void where the 2 palm prints collided, a huge black hole collapsed. There were the roars of dragons and tigers, and the cries of birds and turtles. Awoo! An azure dragon, an illusory white tiger, an illusory phoenix, and an illusory black tortoise appeared. They roared like thunder, and their awe-inspiring pressure caused the heavens and the earth to boil. All the beasts were horrified and trembled. Pucci, Moksha's figure, vomited blood and retreated. His face was pale, and the armor on his body dimmed. His body shook violently, and he was once again blasted out blood. You are no longer my opponent. Go. Du Xiaofu's eyes were like golden suns. They were fierce and domineering. Moksha looked coldly at Du Xiaofu and did not speak. Devil energy gushed out from his eyes. He shook his arm, and a purple arc of lightning suddenly appeared in his right palm. Boom! Boom! When the purple arc of lightning appeared, a strange aura suddenly spread out in the void. The space began to tremble violently. An extremely dangerous aura suddenly spread out in midair. All the living beings present felt an absolute sense of fear. Suddenly, many of the living beings present looked over. The void was trembling. In front of Moksha, purple arcs of lightning were resplendent. A 3-legged cauldron, which was hundreds of meters in size, was rotating. Divine lightning cauldron. That's the divine lightning cauldron. Boom! Looking at the 3-legged cauldron, everyone's expression changed. Long Qianchao, Qin Yunlong, and the others' expressions changed at the same time. Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched slightly. The purple lightning, profound cauldron in his body was attracted and rumbled. You are finally willing to use the divine lightning cauldron. You know I have one too. Du Xiaofu's eyes curved into a smile. When his voice fell, a bright stream of light flew out from his palm. It coiled in front of him and turned into an identical, three-legged cauldron. Buzz, the cauldron rotated, and the surrounding space was distorted. The purple thunderclouds in the sky rolled endlessly. The entire sky changed color. The thunderclouds were dense, and the entire void seemed to have entered the darkness before dawn. Rumble. Boom. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Terrifying purple lightning covered the sky and earth. A monstrous, destructive aura spread out from the purple thunderclouds. The surrounding space, along with the buzz sound, cracked inch by inch. Two divine lightning cauldrons appeared at the same time. Boom! Under the terrifying, destructive power of thunder, the living beings present were stunned. They all felt a chill spread from the bottom of their hearts. Two divine lightning cauldrons appeared at the same time. Before the destructive power of thunder, their souls trembled. Looking at the purple lightning profound cauldron in front of Moksha, Du Xiaofu's eyes secretly flickered. The devil religion had 8 of the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons. He only had one. If he could take the opportunity to obtain the one in Moksha's hands, he might have a higher chance of winning in the future. You want to seize this divine lightning cauldron? Moksha looked at Du Xiaofu as if he could see through Du Xiaofu's thoughts. The divine lightning cauldron does not belong to the devil religion, Du Xiaofu admitted generously. Is that so? Moksha wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes darkened slightly as he stared at Du Xiaofu. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his left arm. From the palm of his left hand, 2 streaks of purple gold flowing light shot into the sky in an instant, along with 2 purple thunderclouds. Arcs of lightning converged into purple thunderbolts and suddenly rushed out. The dazzling purple light poured down. Rumble! In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In front of Moksha, 2 more 3-legged divine lightning cauldrons appeared. The 3 cauldrons stood upright, and the destructive power of thunder swept through the void, making the Saint Realm experts who were fighting fiercely tremble. 3 divine lightning cauldrons. The 3 divine lightning cauldrons occupied the place. The creatures who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. The mighty destructive power of thunder made the creatures' hair stand on end and their souls tremble. 3 purple lightning cauldrons. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was equally shocked. Moksha had brought 3 purple lightning cauldrons. In the previous battle, the former had clearly been holding back. Looks like you won't get what you want. Let's fight. He stared at Du Xiaofu. Purple electric arcs wrapped around him. Thunderclouds entrenched him, and 3 purple lightning profound cauldrons entrenched himself in the air. Moksha had brought 3 divine lightning cauldrons. Last time, even when he was defeated, he did not use them. It was for the sake of the plan in the Eternal Tomb. The devil religion wanted to completely obtain the 9 divine lightning cauldrons. In the past, he tolerated 1 divine lightning cauldron outside because he was waiting for the right time. Now the time had come. Rumble! As soon as Moksha's voice fell, the 3 purple lightning cauldrons were activated. Countless purple lightning bolts fell from the sky, densely covering the surrounding space. With unparalleled destructive power, they wrapped around Du Xiaofu. In the distance, Qin Yunlong, Long Qianchao, and Xiang Wushuang's primordial lightning elephant, sacred ancestor elephant Changsheng, and an old man beside Honyue felt his heart tremble. The power of the 3 divine lightning cauldrons was enough to make them tremble. Chapter 2136. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. The divine thunder cauldron left behind by that supreme master is too powerful. Violet Lotus, Fairy muttered. She knew that she was powerless against the thunder might that was sweeping towards her from afar. Xiang Wushuang raised his head slightly and looked into the distance. Even someone as arrogant as him was trembling in fear. In the blink of an eye, the purple lightning surged like raging waves and swept towards Du Xiaofu. The destructive power of the lightning caused one's hair to stand on end and their hairs to stand on end. At this moment, all the living beings present couldn't help but inhale a breath of cold air. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly in the purple lightning surging. The azure armor on his body rippled with purple lightning arcs, showing no signs of fear. Since the last collision between the two purple thunder cauldrons, Du Xiaofu knew that Moksha had yet to truly control the purple thunder cauldrons. His immortal Xian body was only half complete. He was still unable to truly control the purple thunder cauldrons and achieve the true immortal Xian body. With the indestructible Xian body, Du Xiaofu was able to truly control the purple thunder profound cauldrons. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could feel that even with the 3 purple thunder profound cauldrons surrounding him, Amo Sha had yet to truly control them. He was only using the power of the 3 purple thunder profound cauldrons to suppress him. Rumble. Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened as he activated the purple thunder cauldrons. Purple gold profound lightning that blotted out the sky and earth exploded, condensing into purple lightning pillars. The entire void was filled with the sharp sound of thunder. The purple lightning collided, causing the void to collapse. The surroundings turned into a sea of purple lightning that connected with Du Xiaofu and Moksha. The sea of purple lightning spread out, bathing Moksha and Du Xiaofu. The 4 purple gold, profound, lightning revolved and roared. The 3 purple thunder cauldrons formed a triangle and bombarded the purple thunder cauldron controlled by Du Xiaofu, releasing the brightest purple lightning. Many purple thunderbolts also struck Du Xiaofu and Moksha. Bathed in purple lightning, Moksha's armor emitted thunderous sounds as it absorbed the power of lightning. Du Xiaofu's body was covered with purple thunderbolts. In the sea of purple thunderbolts, he was even more unimpeded. Purple electric arcs burst out from the green spirit armor and swallowed the purple thunderbolts directly. Pieces of purple thunderbolts fell on Du Xiaofu's body like raindrops falling on the surface of a lake. They could cause ripples, but they were also swallowed directly. Obviously, there was a huge difference between him and Moksha. Cuckoo! This is too shocking. The surrounding creatures' throats were dry. They sucked in cold breaths of air, dumbstruck. Under the suppression of the 3 purple thunder profound cauldrons, Du Xiaofu's purple thunder profound cauldron was also suppressed. The purple gold profound thunder in the 3 purple thunder profound cauldrons poured out, turning into 3 huge purple thunderbolts that were 1,000 feet long. They struck the purple thunder profound cauldron that Du Xiaofu was flying in a triangular formation. Just as I expected. Du Xiaofu was still fearless, and a wisp of a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. With a command in his heart, the violet lightning profound cauldron under his control revolved, and it instantly continued to expand by 3 kilometers, while ceaselessly emitting rumbling sounds of lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the void trembled violently again. The purple electric arcs on the purple thunder profound cauldron, controlled by Du Xiaofu, intensified. The surrounding purple thunder source rolled, and the vast destructive power of the thunderbolts multiplied in an instant. At the same time, a terrifying devouring power swept out from the purple thunder cauldron controlled by Du Xiaofu. It devoured the 3 purple lightning light pillars on the 3 purple thunder cauldrons controlled by Mo Sha. It was like a bottomless pit, madly devouring everything on its own. Moksha's sneering face was instantly replaced by surprise. He did not expect that the 3 purple thunder profound cauldrons he controlled could not suppress Du Xiaofu's 1 purple thunder profound cauldron. Moksha used all his strength to activate the 3 purple thunder profound cauldrons, trying to break free from the devouring power of Du Xiaofu's purple thunder profound cauldron. However, he found that under the powerful devouring power, the 3 purple thunder profound cauldrons were no longer under his control and could not break free. Moksha was even shocked to find that the 3 purple thunder profound cauldrons he controlled were not only unable to suppress Du Xiaofu's purple thunder profound cauldron, but they were also getting closer to it as if they would break free from his control at any time. The 4 purple thunder profound cauldrons rumbled in the void. The void had completely turned into a sea of purple thunderbolts. Electric arcs overflowed and the void trembled. Endless thunderbolts burst out like endless thunderbolts that shook one's soul. Puff! In the void far away, Mo Lingzi was vomiting blood. The thunder martial vein on his body had dimmed. His body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Golden flames flickered in little Xingxing's eyes. His little body turned into a bolt of lightning and rapidly chased after Mo Lingzi, wanting to take the opportunity to kill him. Boom! Suddenly, a figure wrapped in thunder and lightning crossed the void. A thunderbolt finger mark pierced through the void and aimed at the back of little Xingxing's head. In the void, little Xingxing's figure dodged the thunderbolt finger mark at an unbelievable angle. However, his figure was also hindered, so he didn't pursue Mo Lingzi. Sensing the aura of the finger mark, he immediately turned around. The one who launched the sneak attack was a short-haired, middle-aged man shrouded in demonic aura. Lightning flashed around him, and his eyes were like lightning, causing one's soul to tremble. "It's you." When little Xingxing saw this person, the coldness in his eyes intensified. Not long ago, he had seen this person outside the eternal tomb. He was the Thunder Devil Envoy of the Devil Religion and had even fought with him. Just now, this person was still fighting with Qixing, Po of the Yin-Yang school. Kill! Without stopping, little Xingxing's little figure had already rushed up to the sky when he saw the Thunder Devil Envoy. The golden flames in front of his little fist burned the void and blasted towards the former. "Little mixed blood dragon, I'll end you this time." The Thunder Devil Envoy's thunderbolt eyes surged with killing intent. As his voice spread out, a rumbling sound accompanied by a monstrous demonic aura surging. Lightning flashed and blasted towards little Xingxing. Rumble. This collision caused a dull sound to spread out. The space where the 2 fists collided shattered inch by inch. Golden flames and lightning swept out in all directions. Roar, a dragon's roar resounded, and destructive energy swept out. Little Xingxing transformed back into his true form. His entire body was golden, and his 100 feet long phoenix wings were covered with 7 colored flames. Starlight flowed on his dragon scales, and his supreme being aura swept across the firmament. The Thunder Devil Envoy's eyes darkened. He didn't dare to be careless. His hand seals were rapidly formed, and monstrous demonic aura and lightning swept out like a violent storm. The demonic aura was monstrous, and lightning bolts wreaked havoc as they blasted towards little Xingxing. Just a half-step sage. Kill! Little Xingxing's huge dragon body stretched across the void. He wasn't afraid of the demonic aura and lightning waves at all. He directly traversed through the void, shattering the void. A divine ring appeared behind him, and the nirvana power rumbled. Du Xiaoyao's redbone horse, monkey body, and the Jialo demonic rock body were still fiercely clashing. Both of them had activated their nirvana power. One of them could sweep across the 4 directions and suppress all living things. The other, demonic rock, struck the firmament, and the 9 underworld demonic lightning poured out in all directions. The 2 terrifying young supremes were locked in a stalemate, but it was different for the others. Under the siege of the Wind Devil Envoy, the Fire Devil Envoy, the Ice Devil Envoy, and the evil spirits and demonic beasts, although Du Tingxian, Dongli Qingqing, Dongli Ruoshu, Dongfang Qingmu, Nether Demon, Jialo Juyu, and the others were gradually suppressed. They were at a disadvantage, and some of them began to vomit blood. In the distance, among the Buddhists, there was a Saint Realm cultivator standing in the void. Beside him was Han Luan, and there was even Jiuxing. "First Elder, are you going to fight?" Jiuxing asked. Her eyes were filled with divine light. Her face was still as delicate as jade, and there were 9 Buddhist scars on her head, like 9 mysterious runes. She was originally wearing a scarlet brocade robe, but now she was wearing a scarlet 7-robe kasaya. Her temperament was still outstanding, and she exuded an aura of supremacy. But this aura was restrained under the influence of the Buddhists. Amitabha, the Buddhist Saint Realm cultivator, the first elder, chanted. His expression was inscrutable. Not far away, in the demon world, Hongyue's beautiful eyes flashed. She said to the Saint Realm cultivator next to her, "Sacred Elder, we have to help. That demon king, Du Xiaofu, once helped me. Let's wait and see." "It's not that simple." The Saint Realm cultivator from the demon world was hale and hearty, and his aura was powerful. He was definitely a terrifying existence. "Ancestor, I'm afraid those people won't be able to fight against the devil religion." Not far away, Xiang Wushuang looked at the battlefield. He was shocked by the 4 purple thunder cauldrons, and his expression was complicated. The devil religion is those demons. They won't be able to hold on for much longer. Xiang Changxing's expression was complicated. He was watching the battle between the saints. Others couldn't see the chaotic void, but he could. Jialo Batian, Moon Saint, Xiangu, and the others were strong, but they were losing ground in front of the demon emperors and ancient saints. They wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. At the top of the void, the bodies of the 5 demon emperors were connected to the vortex. Demonic chi filled the sky, and the light of the 13 chains grew dimmer and dimmer. They were corroded by the demonic chi and showed signs of cracking and collapsing. "Kiki, can't hold us anymore." In the bottomless abyss, there were layers of demon shadows, and the sinister laughter became more and more piercing. "This is bad." Du Xiaofu and Moksha were in a stalemate, but they were also aware of the situation around them. "Hua Lazy, we can't let the 5 demon emperors' primordial spirits escape and merge." Du Xiaofu said to Hua Lazy in his mud pill palace. At this time, only Hua Lazy could help. It's not the best time yet. Hua Lazy's illusory figure appeared in Du Xiaofu's mud pill palace. A complicated look flashed in his eyes, and then he said, "I feel that the devil religion's divine thunder cauldrons aren't as good as yours. Maybe you can seize the opportunity to control them." "It's not easy to control them." Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Hua Lazy. "Although Moksha didn't completely control the purple thunder cauldrons, it won't be easy for him to seize them." "That's the only way." Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened, and he made a decision. Chapter 2137. Du Xiaofu's brows flashed with silver gold lightning as he transformed into a red-bone horse monkey. Boom! This was Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. Lightning flashed in his eyes as he stared at one of the purple thunder profound cauldrons controlled by Moksha. His primordial spirit transformed into lightning and entered the purple thunder profound cauldron. The destructive purple gold profound lightning was the nemesis of any primordial spirit, but it did not seem to have much effect on Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. Mo Sha's expression changed continuously. He couldn't stop it at all. At that moment, the 3 purple thunder profound cauldrons were being suppressed by the purple thunder profound cauldron controlled by Du Xiaofu. He couldn't escape at all. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit appeared in the purple thunder profound cauldron controlled by Moksha. His mind was released into the purple thunder profound cauldron. "How dare your primordial spirit enter? You are courting death." Within the purple lightning profound cauldron, Mo Sha's voice reverberated. In an instant, the surroundings of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit turned into a sea of purple lightning. Purple lightning clouds covered the sky, and monstrous purple, gold, profound lightning arcs condensed into thunderbolts that swept towards Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. The terrifying purple-gold lightning struck down like a torrential downpour. The ear-piercing sound of thunder echoed throughout the city. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was not afraid. When he had achieved the indestructible Xian body in the purple thunder profound cauldron, his primordial spirit had also been refined by the purple-gold profound lightning and adapted to it. Moreover, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was not ordinarily strong. Of course, Du Xiaofu did not dare to be careless. Under the purple-gold profound lightning, his primordial spirit would be destroyed if he was not careful. The purple-gold profound lightning in the purple thunder profound cauldron was not controlled by him. However, Du Xiaofu knew that with Moksha's cultivation level and control of the purple thunder profound cauldron, it was not a fatal threat to his primordial spirit. Inside, as the purple-gold Xian lightning rained down, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit's crimson monkey body gazed into the depths of the sea of purple lightning arcs. He crossed the purple-gold Xian lightning and headed towards the depths. Before long, Du Xiaofu's soul appeared in a space filled with purplish-gold Xian lightning. The purplish-gold Xian lightning around him had been destroyed. However, crossing the sea of purplish-gold profound lightning had drained Du Xiaofu's soul significantly. The electric arcs that wrapped around his body showed signs of cracking and dimming. Qi, a streak of resplendent light, pierced through space and arrived before Du Xiaofu's soul in an instant. Humph! Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse monkey body snorted and did not show any surprise. He waved his palm and a silver-gold thunderbolt surged, drowning the resplendent light. He clenched his palm into a fist and punched towards the void. Silver-gold electric arcs swept out like a storm, shattering the space inch by inch. Whoosh! The void collapsed as silver-gold electric ripples swept out in all directions. A black and white figure flashed out like lightning. In an unbelievable moment, a fist that carried a terrifying power that could destroy one's soul arrived. Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse, monkey's primordial spirit body, had a cold smile on his face. Without hesitation, he punched out with the might of a supreme being. Bang! There was a muffled sound in the void. The place where the two fists collided exploded like thunder. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Du Xiaofu's body only swayed slightly, but the figure was sent flying. It took a long time for him to stabilize his body. The figure appeared and was slightly illusory. It was Moksha, looking at Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse, monkey's primordial spirit body. The slightly illusory Moksha's face was extremely gloomy. He was secretly shocked. The former's terrifying primordial spirit was too powerful, and it even carried the power of the pulse soul. It was unbelievable. You want to seize it? You're not enough, Moksha said with a gloomy face. He knew that Du Xiaofu's goal was to seize the opportunity to seize the divine thunder cauldron. His goal was the same, to seize Du Xiaofu's divine thunder cauldron. However, Du Xiaofu had turned the tables. His 3 purple thunder profound cauldrons were actually unable to suppress Du Xiaofu's purple thunder profound cauldron. It wasn't easy at first, but you haven't completely controlled this divine thunder cauldron. Moreover, you're only a strand of primordial spirit power. You're not my opponent at all. As Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse monkey's voice fell, silver-gold electric arcs erupted from his body and swept towards Moksha. The figure of Moksha in the void was only a strand of Moksha's primordial spirit power that controlled the purple thunder profound cauldron. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit body had entered the void without any fear. As Du Xiaofu had said, Moksha was also well aware that how could his strand of primordial spirit power be a match for Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit body. Even if their primordial spirits were to clash head-on, Moksha was also very clear that his primordial spirit power was not as strong as Du Xiaofu's. However, Moksha could not retreat. There was no way out. If his primordial spirit power retreated, the divine thunder cauldron would fall into Du Xiaofu's hands. Chi! The slightly illusory figure turned into a flash of lightning and swept into the depths of the void. It was the internal space of the divine thunder cauldron. Moksha wanted to hide his strand of primordial spirit power in the divine thunder cauldron and use the divine thunder cauldron's own power to resist Du Xiaofu. You can't escape. Du Xiaofu's voice rang out. This was the purple thunder cauldron that Moksha controlled. But Moksha had not truly controlled it. Du Xiaofu himself had truly controlled a purple thunder cauldron, and his primordial spirit had been forged by the purple gold Xian thunder. Therefore, Du Xiaofu did not encounter much resistance in the purple thunder cauldron that was controlled by Moksha. Monstrous silver gold electric arcs swept all the way and spread in the void. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit body turned into a huge silver gold thunder tree. Silver electric arcs flashed violently like the roots of the tree. With a terrifying power that could devour primordial spirits, it wrapped around Moksha's primordial spirit at an incredible speed. The terrifying power of the primordial spirit swept out, crazily, like a stormy sea. The aura of the silver sieve soul devouring thunder was surging and could devour any primordial spirit. Moksha's primordial spirit was not ordinary. It also contained demonic thunder and was integrated into one. However, Du Xiaofu's silver sieve soul devouring thunder was too strong. It was the nemesis of primordial spirits. Moreover, it contained more than just the silver sieve soul devouring thunder. Not long after, a wisp of Moksha's primordial spirit was devoured by the silver gold thunder tree. Puff! At the same time, in the void where the fierce battle was taking place outside the purple gold Xian thunder, Moksha opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. A wisp of his primordial spirit had been devoured. This was a serious injury and was not ordinary. Bastard! Moksha's face was gloomy and his face alternated between green and red. At the last moment, a wisp of primordial spirit power had destroyed the imprint on its own. His primordial spirit was forcibly devoured. He did not want his primordial spirit to be spied on by Du Xiaofu. Rumble! In the distance, in the battle between the Saint Realm experts, the void was shattered and restored and shattered again. Moo! Moo! Ji! Moo! A huge demonic bull roared. Its black and red eyes were terrifying. It trampled the void and forced Xian Gu's body to retreat and vomit blood. The light on his body dimmed and cracks appeared on his turtle shell. If it were not for Xian Gu's strong defense, the consequences would have been more serious. He would not have been able to hold on. However, even with his strong defense, Xian Gu's current state did not seem to be able to hold on for much longer. The ferocious bird flapped its wings and demonic qi surged, tearing the void apart. Jialo Batian flapped his wings and soared into the sky, but he was also suppressed. His situation was not much better than Xian Gu's. Whether it was Jialo Batian or Xian Gu, their situation was very serious. If it were other Saint Realm experts, they would have been powerless to resist. Just like Saint Feng Qi and Taoist Qing Feng, the two ancient experts who had been corroded by demonic qi had been wounded by the blade radiance and sword radiance, their flesh lacerated. Taoist Qing Feng had activated a saint weapon sword. Its power was extremely terrifying, but he was no match for it. Ji, the 7th Demon Emperor, the 8th Demon Emperor, and the 9th Demon Emperor emitted demonic qi. Hu Xuanhu, Meng Qianhe, and Jiang Yuechan, the divine ancestor of the School of Agriculture, were also forced to retreat. The three of them vomited blood and were severely injured. They could not hold on for much longer. Little girl, you're still too weak. Ji. The great demon soared into the sky, his demonic chi surging like a black sun in the sky. A palm print shattered the Milky Way and cut off the stars. Puff! Moon Saint vomited blood and retreated. Her hair was disheveled and her face was pale, but it added to her charm. Die! Seeing that Moon Saint could not hold on for much longer, the great demon wrapped in demonic chi and his huge eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to chase after Moon Saint. However, the great demon seemed to have sensed something all of a sudden. His eyes instantly looked to the side and stared at the battlefield where Moksha and Du Xiaofu were fighting. Purple thunder clouds covered the place. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The destructive thunder might surged in the vast void. Humph! The great demon sensed that something was wrong with one of Moksha's purple thunder cauldrons. He gave up on Moon Saint and snorted coldly. His demonic chi fluctuated in an instant, turning into a huge demonic shadow in the void. Demonic clouds spread out in a frenzy in the void. Waves of demonic chi swept out like raging waves. The demonic shadow was so huge that it was like a giant standing in the void. It was able to shock the primordial spirits of all living beings. A heart-palpitating aura suddenly spread out. Just this aura alone was enough to make the surrounding saint stage cultivators change their expressions. This terrifying demonic chi caused the saint realm cultivators to feel a sense of horror in their hearts, causing them to shudder inwardly. You're quite talented, but you're just an ant in the end. Get rid of him. These words came out from the mouth of the huge demonic shadow. Demonic clouds surged, and a demonic palm that was like a dark cloud that covered the void pressed downwards. Instantly, the chaotic and intense battle in the void inexplicably quietened down. The huge demonic cloud palm distorted space and blocked out all sound. Only the seemingly solid demonic chi covered Du Xiaofu at a terrifying speed. It also covered Du Xiaofu's huge, purple, lightning mysterious cauldron. That demonic cloud palm print suppressed Du Xiaofu's purple thunder cauldron. Chapter 2138. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's ears were ringing. The terrifying, destructive, demonic aura collapsed in the void. His body felt like it was about to explode. If it weren't for the azure spirit armor and the immortal Shin body, his entire body would have collapsed. Is this the strength of the strongest demonic god? Du Xiaofu was shocked. This kind of strength was too strong, far beyond the ordinary saint realm. It could destroy everything. In an instant, Du Xiaofu felt like he had no power to resist at all. A chill spread from the depths of his heart. At this moment, a red and blue flame arc rose from Du Xiaofu's body. An invisible wave of pressure spread throughout his body. In an instant, the terrifying pressure around him dissipated. This great demonic god seems to have recovered a lot. Hualaizi's voice came out. The slightly illusory figure in Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace sighed and was about to attack. Not good. Xiaofu, watch out. Xiangu, Moon Saint, Jalobatian, and the other experts sensed it. Their eyes changed greatly and their voices were like thunder. However, even as strong as they were powerless at this moment. Their opponent was stronger than them. Chi-la! Suddenly, an invisible wave of icy chi spread out in the void. It could even freeze the demonic aura. The icy chi became denser and denser in an instant, slowing down the demonic palm of the great demonic god. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a silver-haired old man appeared before Du Xiaofu. On his aged face, ice and snow gushed out from the depths of his eyes. The serpent spear in his hand erupted with resplendent runes of ice and snow, arcing through the void. A vast icy chi swept through the void, freezing everything and piercing through the towering devil palm. Hua la la, the void was collapsing. The demonic aura collapsed, and the vast demonic palm shattered. Deng deng, the silver-haired old man staggered back a step and retreated to Du Xiaofu's side. The vast icy qi that emanated from his body made Du Xiaofu's heart shudder. "Thank you, Senior Beiluin." Du Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised. The newcomer was the Snow Palace Master, Beiluin Bingchen. Beiluin Bingchen's gaze was fixed on the four purple, lightning, profound cauldrons. Her old face was filled with shock. In the distance, the black, sun-like, demonic shadow shrank. Demonic qi fluctuated, and a childlike figure appeared. He looked like a dwarf, and his body was wrapped in strange black scales. Demonic qi filled the air. It was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and shoulder-length black hair. His legs were short, but his arms were long enough to reach below his knees. His shriveled hands were black in color, and strangely he had 12 sharp fingers that looked like ghost claws. "Beiluin Bingchen, you're still alive. It's not easy." The great demon stared at the silver-haired old man, his eyes flickering with coldness. "I'm not that easy to influence." The silver-haired old man was the Snow Palace Master, Beiluin Bingchen. He suppressed the demonic qi, and his eyes regained their clarity. When he glanced around, his expression was solemn. Then he looked at the great demon. "Is that so? How long do you think you can suppress it? It's been so many years. This is a cage. You were forced to come here. Why do you have to work for others? Join us and we'll spare your life." The great demon sneered, his gloomy eyes staring at Beiluin Bingchen. "I hate you bastards. You want to take my life? I'm afraid you're not strong enough." Beiluin Bingchen stared at the great demon, and the snake spear in his hand exploded with ancient and dazzling ice talisman runes. Boom, boom, boom. One of the purple lightning, profound cauldrons roared, no longer suppressing Du Xiaofu's purple lightning, profound cauldron. A silver-gold lightning arc shot out, turning into the body of a red-bone horse monkey. It was Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. The purple lightning, profound cauldron rotated, and thunderclouds covered it. Moksha coughed out blood again, and his expression changed. One of his purple lightning, profound cauldrons was already under the control of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's body and the red-bone horse monkey's primordial spirit stood together. The two purple lightning, profound cauldrons rotated and roared. In an instant, violent purple lightning, profound cauldrons poured out, suppressing the remaining two purple lightning, profound cauldrons in Moksha's hands. The great demon's face was gloomy. He couldn't let anything happen to the purple lightning, profound cauldrons. Kacha! 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 In the sky, the 13 chains connecting the 13 altars to the demonic qi whirlpool finally couldn't withstand the corrosion of the demonic qi. The light dimmed and the chains broke. The 13 altars trembled and the void resounded. In the sky, the 5 demon emperors sneered and their demonic qi filled the sky. Inside the demonic qi whirlpool, ghostly cries and howls of the gods could be heard. The talisman engravings above the whirlpool became dimmer and dimmer under the corrosion of the demonic qi. In the end, it was completely destroyed. Ha ha ha! Thunderous laughter came from the demonic qi whirlpool, shaking the void as the demonic qi surged. Not good! The eyes of all the creatures in the sky trembled. Jalobatian, Xian Gu, Daoist Qingfeng, and the others had been paying attention to the demonic qi whirlpool. Seeing this, their pale faces turned grave. Beiluin Bingchen looked up, and frost floated in the air. Her icy eyes stared at the demonic qi whirlpool, and violent fluctuations arose. From the demonic qi whirlpool, the thunderous laughter came closer and closer. 5 demonic qi-light pillars shot out like black lightning, turning into 5 figures in an instant. They were the 5 demon emperors, and 5 terrifying auras swept out. Not good! The 5 demon emperors' primordial spirits have broken out of the seal. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled violently as he looked at the 5 figures rushing out of the demonic qi whirlpool. Those were the Demon Emperor's primordial spirits. Once they merged with the 5 Demon Emperor's primordial spirits, the 5 Demon Emperors would truly awaken. Kill! Belu and Bingchen attacked. The serpent spear in her hand rose like an ice dragon and pounced on the 5 Demon Emperor's primordial spirits. Since she had participated in the ancient war, she knew what it meant when the 5 Demon Emperor's primordial spirits merged with the Demon Emperor's primordial spirits. Back off, you're far from enough. The great Demon Emperor blocked her, not allowing Belu and Bingchen to be affected. The demonic chi that could seize one's soul swept out in an instant, bringing with it the howls of countless creatures. It seemed to carry the world's resentment and baleful aura as it rushed towards Belu and Bingchen. Belu and Bingchen was blocked, but the serpent spear in her hand was like a dragon soaring through the clouds. The cold aura caused frost to float in the air, freezing the demonic chi. The great Demon Emperor slapped his palm, and his body swept across the space. Wherever he passed, the space trembled. The demonic chi was like thick ink floating in the air, deep and dark, causing people to tremble. In the air, the 5 Demon Emperors' primordial spirits and the 5 Demon Emperors' primordial spirits approached each other at lightning speed. They wanted to merge into one and restore the true strength of a Demon Emperor. Chapter 2139. Xian Gu, Jalobatian, and the other saints also felt it, but they were in danger and couldn't stop it. Moon Saint was severely injured and couldn't fight anymore. Rumble! However, the Moon Saint continued to grit his teeth. Starlight shrouded him and rivers of stars appeared. It was as if there were stars falling from the sky, blocking the 5 Demon Emperors' original bodies and souls. Rumble! Little girl, you're just an arrow at the end of its flight, the great demon's voice echoed. He was fighting with Belu and Bingchen, and there was a monstrous demon chi that isolated the river of stars. I can't delay any longer. Fire lightning, help me. Du Xiaofu roared in his heart. No matter what, he couldn't allow the 5 devil emperors to recover. Using the Yuan spirit of the crimson demonic horse monkey, he controlled 2 violet lightning Shin cauldrons to block Mo Sha's 2 violet lightning Shin cauldrons. Du Xiaofu tapped his foot in the air, and his body turned into a streak of golden light. The golden wings of a great rock flapped behind him as he lunged towards the 5 devil emperors, wanting to stop them from recovering. Swish! However, at this moment, the void in front of Du Xiaofu suddenly fluctuated. A terrifying aura swept out, and a mighty pressure descended. Little bastard, no one can save you this time. Die! A cold sneer fell into Du Xiaofu's ears. Qin Yanlong appeared, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He had waited for so long, and finally, this was the perfect opportunity. At this moment, no one would be able to help this brat. In Qin Yanlong's heart, Du Xiaofu was nothing to worry about. After failing to break through to the Saint Realm, the chances of him breaking through in the future were slim. However, Qin Yanlong still didn't want anything bad to happen. It was said that this kid's heart had been dug out, but he was still alive and even reached a level that Qin Yanlong was afraid of. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't give this kid any chance this time. Boom! Qin Yanlong attacked, and the surrounding heaven and earth trembled. A mighty wave swept out as if it was going to explode the surrounding void. This time he wasn't suppressed at all. This was his true strength as a saint martial artist. Little bastard, you won't be able to escape this time. Qin Yanlong's killing intent soared to the heavens as he struck out with his palm. The palm imprint had resplendent runes that illuminated the vast space. It was suffused with a vast aura that seemed to be able to suppress everything as it slammed towards Du Xiaofu. Xiaofu, be careful! Jialo Batian, Dongli Qingqing, Jialo Juyu, and many other experts who were in the midst of battle were shocked. Once again, Qin Yanlong had suddenly made a move. At this moment, no one was able to help. Just now, Belu and Bingchen had helped him resist the great demon. This time, no one would be able to help him. It was also at this moment that Du Xiaofu's figure was forced to stop. In the depths of his eyes that were surging with golden light, a wisp of scarlet-blue electric arc rippled out. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he shook his arm and directly punched out. In the blink of an eye, a tyrannical aura shot out from Du Xiaofu's body into the depths of the void. Bang! Bang! When the fist and the palm collided, a low, muffled explosion was heard at the same time. A large area of the void collapsed, and a wave of energy swept out. In the surrounding void, pitch-black cracks appeared one after another. Qin Yanlong's body was directly shaken. Like a kite with a broken string, he was sent flying far away before he managed to stabilize himself in the void. Puff! The soles of his feet stomped on the air, and the void around him trembled violently. Qin Yanlong completely stabilized his body. In an instant, his expression was replaced by shock and astonishment. A wisp of dark red blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth. Impossible! This is impossible! Qin Yanlong's expression was almost dull. His face was deathly pale, and he stared at Du Xiaofu as if he had seen a ghost. His palm was numb, and there was a burst of pain. The qi and blood in his body were surging, and he couldn't help but spit out blood. Qin Yanlong couldn't believe it. How could this kid have such strength? He had just attacked with the strength of a true Saint Martial Realm expert. Everyone was also stunned. They looked at each other in disbelief. Qin Yanlong, a Saint Martial Realm expert, was actually sent flying by Du Xiaofu with one move. What on earth had happened? Du Xiaofu was in the air, and his figure was still. He looked at Qin Yanlong, who had been sent flying. There was a look of surprise in his eyes, as if he was also shocked by his own strength. Rumble! Oh, whoa! Qin Yanlong couldn't believe the facts in front of him. As he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were frighteningly cold. He pointed at the air and jumped up again. The strength of a Saint Martial Realm expert was released without reservation. In the void around him, the shadow of stars appeared, ferocious beasts roared, and ferocious birds spread their wings. This was a kind of general momentum, the momentum of legalism. It was unparalleled and oppressive. Such a general momentum in the sky contained a huge amount of energy, and it shook the void, creating circles of pitch-black energy ripples and cracks. It was as if a part of the world was collapsing. The eyes of many people present trembled. Xiang Wushuang, Purple Lotus Fairy, Han Yue, Ninefold Spirit, Hung Luin, and the others were all frightened. All of them were well aware of Du Xiaofu's strength. However, Qin Yanlong had used all his strength. Was Du Xiaofu really able to compete with him? Or was it just an unforeseen event? Was it some kind of accident? Under the gaze of many people, the vast momentum collapsed in front of Du Xiaofu in an instant. Terrifying energy descended from above. If it were an ordinary cultivator of the undying and imperishable realm, they would have been crushed to death. The terrifying general momentum and the vision in the sky expanded in Du Xiaofu's eyes. Du Xiaofu's green spirit armor and goldenrock wings could already feel the vast pressure. An invisible general momentum enveloped Du Xiaofu like a heavenly net, and he felt that he couldn't dodge it. He felt that he couldn't escape even if he flapped his wings. The early stage of the Saint Martial Realm. If it was back then, I could have crushed you with my little finger. Such a voice resounded in Du Xiaofu's mind. It was the voice of Hua Lei, old and domineering. At the same time, a scorching red and blue electric arc expanded in Du Xiaofu's body. In an instant, Du Xiaofu felt a feeling he had never felt before. This feeling was as if he had suddenly flown from the ground to the clouds and could overlook everything. Kid, make your move. Although I haven't fully recovered, it's enough to deal with this little early stage Saint Martial Realm expert. It'll be good for you to use my power. However, let's end this quickly. Your body can't withstand my power for long, and it won't do you any good to force it. Hua Leizi's voice resounded in Du Xiaofu's mind. An enormous power also surged in Du Xiaofu's body, causing red and blue electric arc to surge in the depths of his eyes. The space trembled. Under everyone's gazes, Qi Nianlong brought along the collapse of the general momentum and enveloped Du Xiaofu. The terrifying aura swept out, capable of crushing everything. Just when many people felt that Du Xiaofu was doomed, an incomparably domineering aura suddenly burst out with Du Xiaofu as the center. Ji! The golden rock wings on Du Xiaofu's back flapped, and golden light shone brightly. The golden runes condensed into a pair of golden rock wings that were thousands of feet long as they flapped through the air. With this wave of his hand, a strand of dazzling golden light surged explosively. Everywhere it passed, the space and the surroundings that collapsed and pressed down towards Du Xiaofu suddenly froze. Then, under the stunned gazes of many people, a series of shattering sounds rang out, and the surrounding space shattered inch by inch. Chila, a large area of space shattered, and the phenomenon shattered. Chila! Drifting like a god and as fast as lightning, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the stunned Qi Nianlong. He directly slapped out with one hand, and a dazzling golden light, like a golden winged rock, shot out. Qi Nianlong's eyes trembled, and he raised his hand in panic to block with all his strength. Qi la la! The moment the two collided, Qi Nianlong's body was sent flying like a bird with broken wings. The space behind him shattered inch by inch, and he spat out blood. Such a scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded, looking at Qi Nianlong, who was sent flying, and even Jialo Batian and Xiangu, who were in imminent danger. Daoist Qingfeng and the others could not recover from their shock. Jialo Batian and the other Saint Realm cultivators were even more shocked. Even Xiangu and Jialo Batian did not dare to think that they could injure Qi Nianlong so severely in 1 or 2 moves. Rumble! Above the void with Qi Nianlong's short intervention, 5 clusters of demonic clouds shrouded the void, like clouds hanging from the sky, covering everything. This vast void was trembling, and there were faint flashes of lightning. The aura was extremely terrifying. Hua la la! There was rich energy of heaven and earth all around, madly gathering toward the 5 areas where the demonic clouds were dense, like for tornadoes connecting heaven and earth. This is not good. Hua Leizi's voice rang in Du Xiaofu's mind. Du Xiaofu looked at the 5 clusters of demonic clouds, like 5 tornadoes connecting heaven and earth. Those were the 5 demon emperors and primordial spirits that had already merged, but in the end they could not stop it. Qi Nianlong, what are you doing? Long Qianchao's figure appeared in the void, not far from Du Xiaofu. He looked at Qi Nianlong, who had been sent flying, and then at Du Xiaofu with a puzzled expression and a strong chill in his eyes. Then Su Sanyan from the School of Vertical and Horizontal, she from the Heavenly Serpent Clan, and 3 famous saints from the Demon Vulture Clan and the Fiery Demon Lion Clan appeared together. A total of 6 Sage Realm powerhouses immediately surrounded Du Xiaofu. 6 chilling auras were exuding from them. Be careful of that brat. There is a force in his body that does not belong to him. It is very strong. Qi Nianlong walked over. His hair was disheveled, and he looked embarrassed. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu, gloomy and ugly. Qi Nianlong was no fool. Judging from Du Xiaofu's strength after their 2 exchanges, he could already tell that the frightening power within that brat's body definitely did not belong to him. However, that force was too strong, so strong that he did not dare to act rashly. What? Hearing this, Qi Nianlong, Shiyu, and Su Sanyan's eyes flashed coldly. In fact, they had also seen that the brat had shocked them again and again. They did not expect that in the end he still had such a terrifying trump card, and there was a terrifying force in his body that did not belong to him. Chapter 2140. Hualezi, is there any way to stop them? Du Xiaofu asked Hualezi as his gaze fell on the 5 terrifying demon chi tornadoes. There is no other way. The 5 demon emperors have begun to merge. We can stop them for a while, but we can't stop them forever unless we have the strength to kill them completely. But even I couldn't do it at my peak. Huolei Zi's voice was also very serious. We can't stop them after all. Du Xiaofu sighed. Deep in his eyes, scarlet blue electric arcs fluctuated. It looked extremely mysterious. The 5 demon emperors were not stopped in the end. They had begun to merge. This was already the general trend. The devil religion already had 4 demon emperors. Now that 5 more demon emperors had awakened, their strength would increase greatly. It would be a catastrophe for the world. Boom! 6 auras that could distort the void fluctuated. Long Qianchao, Shiyu, Su Sanyan, and the other Saint Realm cultivators surrounded him. There was also Qin Yunlong, who had arrived once again. His eyes flickered with a cold light as he stared intently at Du Xiaofu, as if he wanted to pry into something. Since there is no other way to stop them, I can only deal with you old fogies first. Du Xiaofu looked at Su Sanyan, Long Qianchao, Qin Yunlong, Shiyu, and the others. His gaze slowly swept across them. He slowly clenched his fists, and the aura on his body rose. The power in this kid's body is very strong, but it doesn't belong to him. He won't be able to hold on for long. Qin Yanlong said in a gloomy voice. He had been cultivating for so long and could see that the boy had not yet stepped into the holy martial arts realm. However, the mysterious external force was too strong. The stronger the force, the harder it was for the boy's body to bear. Let's end this quickly. There seemed to be a dragon shadow flickering within Long Qianchao's eyes. He was also very surprised when he sensed the seemingly calm yet surging aura within Du Xiaofu's body. However, the more this was the case, the more determined he was to not let that brat off. In the corner of the crowd, Du Xiaojing stood alone. She looked at her brother, who was surrounded by 6 Saint Realm cultivators. Her black hair fell to her waist, and her dress was slightly open. There were fluctuations in her clear, starry eyes. She was like a suppressed volcano that could erupt at any time. For no reason, there was a natural momentum, and she revealed an arrogant and independent temperament. Du Xiaojing's slender fists were slightly clenched. She seemed to be calm and gentle, but there was a fierce and domineering coldness. Master Huolei, are you confident in dealing with 7? Du Xiaofu asked Master Huolei in his mind. You should ask yourself. You're the one fighting, not me. I'm just lending my power to you. Huolei Zi said to Du Xiaofu. His voice continued. Moreover, you don't have to deal with 7. There's an old guy coming here who can help you. Is that so? Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was slightly happy. He finally heard good news. The old guy that Huolei Zi mentioned was definitely not simple. Since it's come to this, let's fight. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. The acupuncture points and meridians in his body were completely opened. He allowed Huolei Zi's surging power to travel through his body. This kind of power was too strong. An ordinary immortal realm cultivator would not be able to withstand 20 to 30% of it. When Huolei Zi's surging power completely spread through Du Xiaofu's body, it finally entered Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, deep in Du Xiaofu's eyes, golden light and crimson blue flame arcs lingered and merged into one. The azure spirit armor on his body and the golden rock wings on his back were also covered with a layer of indistinct crimson blue flame arcs. His aura also changed, becoming more and more mysterious. Old bastards, you really won't give up until you kill me. Du Xiaofu's mysterious eyes swept across the 7 holy martial realm experts, who were led by Qin Yanlong, Long Qianchao, and Su Sanyan. His indifferent voice was like a muffled thunder that reverberated in the void. He said, So what if you're in the holy martial realm? Today, I'd like to see if you have the ability to take my life. These old geezers were really unwilling to let him off. They intended to push him to the brink of death, and they even didn't hesitate to lend a hand to those demon emperors. This infuriated Du Xiaofu, and killing intent surged in his eyes. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan, and the others' faces were gloomy. They could feel the terrifying aura rising from Du Xiaofu's body. Boom, boom, boom! At the same time, Su Sanyan, Long Qianchao, and the severely injured Qin Yanlong looked at each other. Then a fierce aura burst out from their bodies. The auras of the 7 holy martial realm experts were not hidden at all. They spread out like a storm, shaking the void. The 7 holy martial realm experts stepped into the air and surrounded Du Xiaofu in the air. Their killing intent was overflowing. Boy, I've really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such an extraordinary power in your body. No wonder you're so fearless. However, this power doesn't belong to you. How long can you keep it? Long Qianchao's eyes flashed. With his experience and years of cultivation, he immediately understood what Qin Yanlong was trying to say. You'll know when you try, Du Xiaofu replied. The golden rock wings on his back spread out. In the golden light, there were red and blue flaming electric arcs fluctuating in the void. It was as if lightning was shuttling back and forth. Its aura was astonishing. There's no point in saying more. Let's end this quickly. Once this boy has completely integrated with that power, it'll be even more troublesome, Su Sanyan said. His eyes flashed with a fiery light. The boy still had such a powerful force in his body that he had yet to truly control. Although he did not know what kind of power it was, if he could obtain that power in the end and have the opportunity to refine it, it would definitely be a great opportunity. In this world where he was imprisoned, he would be able to advance further. At least in the future, he would be able to surpass Long Qianchao, Qin Yanlong, and the others by a large margin. Long Qianchao, Shiyu, and the others secretly looked at each other. Although they wanted to end the battle quickly, they also guessed that the powerful force in Du Xiaofu's body would be difficult to control. However, none of them wanted to be the first to attack. After all, the severely injured Qin Yanlong's face was right in front of them. No one wanted to be the first to attack. Under such circumstances, the one who took the lead would definitely be at a disadvantage. Old man, why don't you go first? Du Xiaofu stared at Su Sanyan. With a shake of his hand, golden light and crimson blue electric flames burst out from his hands. His feet tapped the void, and at the same time, the golden wings on his back flapped. His body had already turned into a flash of golden lightning and instantly rushed towards Su Sanyan. Du Xiaofu saw the 7 people's concerns, but he did not have the time to waste with them. The Fire Thunder Seed's power could not be sustained for long. He had to act as soon as possible. Humph! You're just relying on external forces. You overconfident little bastard. How long can you be so fierce? Su Sanyan shouted angrily. Du Xiaofu actually chose to attack him first. Was he picking a soft persimmon? Did he think that he was the weakest among the 7? Su Sanyan's face was gloomy. He waved his hand and formed a handprint. From the void around him, blazing flames surged out in an instant. The burning void distorted and turned into a huge, ferocious fire tiger head. The beast roared like thunder and opened its ferocious mouth in the void to swallow Du Xiaofu. So what if it's external forces? It's enough as long as I can kill you, old man. Although Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold, he rushed forward and raised his rock's chaos-shattering claw. A crimson blue electric flame burst out from the golden light, tearing the void apart and tearing the ferocious fire tiger head into pieces. He clenched his claw into a fist, and golden light burst out. His overbearing fist smashed down, shattering the void. The roar of a dragon and the cry of an elephant could be heard all the way. Su Sanyan's eyes were filled with shock. He had already felt the strength of the mysterious power in Du Xiaofu's body from Qin Yunlong. Now that he felt it personally, he was even more shocked. That power was actually so strong. His eyes were filled with shock and coldness. Su Sanyan's hands instantly formed a handprint. As the handprint was formed, the surrounding space was filled with blazing flames. A bright flame strangely appeared on his fingertips, and a handprint was shot out in an instant. Do it! In an instant, Long Qianchao, Shiyu, and the severely injured Qin Yunlong moved together. Their auras surged violently, shaking the void. 6 merciless and terrifying attacks with undisguised killing intent surrounded Du Xiaofu. Not good. Purple Lotus Fairy, Hong Yue, and the others in the distant sky seemed to have felt the 6 terrifying attacks in the void. However, they could do nothing about it. They knew that they were not strong enough to participate in the battle. Too shameless. It's fine if it's just one of you, but there are so many old fellows bullying the weak. I can't stand it anymore. An old man appeared in the void, and an invisible pressure quietly filled the sky. This old man was not tall, but he had a face full of vicissitudes. The wrinkles on his face seemed to flow with the long river of time. His deep eyes rippled with electric arcs, and a vast force swept across the void, directly blasting towards Long Qianchao and Shiyu. Bullying the weak with numbers? That's not very nice. An invisible and vast aura quietly appeared as a huge wave of energy rushed toward the Saint Realm cultivators of the famed Saint Realm and the demon Vulture clan. Du Xiaofu's fist collided with Su Sanyan's. Above the roar of the dragon and the trumpet of the elephant, an overbearing force rushed into the sky and sent Su Sanyan flying. The rock's golden wings spread behind him and golden light burst out. 36 feathers of the rock swept out like lightning and turned into 36 golden lightning bolts, instantly blocking the remaining saint of the fire-red demon lion clan and Qin Yanlong. Screech! The 36 true rock feathers shone with golden light, and mysterious runes were densely covered. It was as if they had turned into a golden-winged rock, blocking Qin Yunlong and the red fire demon lion clan Saint Realm cultivators. Bang, bang, low muffled sounds continued to spread, and the void was exploding. Mysterious runes intertwined, shining brightly in the sky. Thump, thump! In the shattered void, many people staggered back, and it was extremely chaotic. Chapter 2141. Du Xiaofu hovered in the air, his 36 true rock feathers swirling around him, radiating a dazzling golden light and exuding a domineering aura. After sending Su Sanyan flying and fending off Qin Yanlong and the Fire Demon Lion Clan's Sage Realm experts, Du Xiaofu remained standing in the air, fighting 1 against 3. Numerous figures emerged from the shattered space. The 2 experts who had suddenly attacked were both forced back by the force of the collision. However, Long Qianchao, Shiyu, and the others weren't able to gain much of an advantage either. Xiang Chongsheng, a Sage Realm expert from the Yao Realm. When Du Xiaofu saw the 2 experts who'd suddenly intervened, his expression was one of surprise. They were none other than Xiang Chongsheng and the Sage Realm expert from the Yao Realm. Du Xiaofu hadn't expected them to intervene. Roar! Xiang Wushuang's will to fight soared to the heavens. He moved to assist Du Tingxian, the nether demon, Dongfang Qingmu, and the others who were still trapped. The sacred ancestor has intervened to kill the demons. Violet Lotus Fairy, Rainbow Moon, and the other experts from the Yao Realm flew out to assist the Huang Nation's experts. They charged toward the Devil Religion's experts. In an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, the void began to heat up. A man clad in fiery armor appeared in the air. Next to him was a man in a dark red robe, his head covered by a hood. He raised his head slightly and gazed at the warship in front of him. His dark, icy eyes shone with a piercing light. Boom! They were Yelu Han and Dugofenshin, the fire cloud demon god. They glanced at each other and hesitated for a moment. Then their auras soared into the sky. They also attacked the Devil Religion, assisting the Huang Nation's experts. Roar! Roar! A thunderous roar resounded through the air. Far in the distance, 100-meter-long beast, covered in golden, fur appeared on the battlefield in a flash. Its eyes were as red as cinnabar, and its body was covered in scales. Its claws were like curved hooks, and its teeth were like razor-sharp blades. Its cold light was intimidating, and the smell of blood filled the air. This was Jiangqin's golden growler. Jiangqin seemed to have just arrived. As soon as he saw what was happening, he immediately attacked. Chi-la! The golden growler waved its claws and tore the void apart. When Jiangqin attacked, terrifying crimson smoke burned through the air as he crushed one of the overlords to pieces. Its golden growler. The appearance of such a golden growler in the sky shocked all the creatures present. Chi-la! Jiangqin's claws tore another master realm demonic beast to shreds. He was already nearing Du Xiaofu. He glared at Qin Yanlong, Su Sanyan, and the other saints surrounding Du Xiaofu. His voice was extremely cold. "Do you need my help?" he asked savagely. "No need. Help me take care of the desolate nation's disciples." Du Xiaofu hovered in the air. He knew Jiangqin's strength. Perhaps he really could take on a Saint Realm cultivator. At the very least, dealing with the heavily injured Qin Yunlong shouldn't be a problem. But now Du Xiaofu was more worried about the desolate nation's disciples. All right. Jiangqin didn't say anything else. Crimson smoke surged, and black fiendish energy roiled as he pounced on the group of demons and demonic beasts. Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Du Tingxian, Dongli Qingqing, Jialoju, and the others had originally been surrounded by demons and demonic beasts. Now that Jiangchen, Xiang Wushuang, Violet Lotusberry, and Dugafenchen had joined the fray, things were a little easier. However, this ease didn't change much. There were too many demons and demonic beasts. It was difficult to kill them all. Just the enormous consumption of energy was enough to make it difficult for them to hold on for much longer. Xiang Changsheng, why are you getting involved in this mess? It's not good for your primeval thunder elephant clan. Long Qianchao's expression was unsightly as he glared at Xiang Changsheng. I didn't intend to get involved in this mess, but you're bullying the young with your numbers. That's a little too shameless. Attacking that kid at a time like this is clearly aiding the demons. So, even if I don't want to, I have no choice but to get involved. Is the Yao realm going to get involved as well? The Saint Realm cultivator from the House of Fame stared at the Yao realm cultivator with an unsightly expression. The Yao realm was enough to make any of the 9 great clans wary. The Yao realm and the desolate nation have some ties. I don't care who of the same generation can kill him. But if you bully him with numbers, then you're going against the Yao realm. The Yao realm cultivator's expression was calm, but the light in his eyes made others tremble. He was definitely a master, not to be trifled with. What are you waiting for? Long Qianchao, Hui Wu, you too block Xiang Changsheng and the others. Shiyu, Yu Su, you two come with me. Let's end this quickly and kill that kid. Qin Yanlong shouted at Long Qianchao and the Saint Realm cultivator from the House of Famed. His desire to kill Du Xiaofu had reached its peak, and he vowed to not give up. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he wanted Long Qianchao and Hui Wu to block Xiang Changsheng and the Yao realm cultivator from the Yao realm. He wanted to join forces with Shiyu and Yu Su to deal with Du Xiaofu together. Old man, do you still have the strength to jump around? Du Xiaofu stared at Qin Yanlong. The old man was already severely injured. Of all the people here, the first person Du Xiaofu wanted to kill was undoubtedly Qin Yanlong. Don't hold back anymore. Attack! Su Sanyan's expression was very gloomy. He looked at Qin Yanlong, the fire-red Demon Lion clan's Saint Realm cultivator, and Shiyu and Yu Su, who were about to attack. They exchanged glances, secretly. Roar! The dragon roared like thunder. Long Qianchao didn't say anything else. He directly activated his true form, and his dragon claws tore through the void to block Xiang Changsheng. At the same time, a terrifying gust of wind swept out like a storm around Hui Wu, the famous Saint Stage cultivator. Blazing runes intertwined and trapped the Saint Stage cultivator in the demon realm. Kill! At this moment, Shiyu from the Sky Serpent clan and Yu Su from the Demon Vulture clan were already prepared. Following Long Qianchao and Hui Wu's moves, they pounced on Du Xiaofu like lightning. Boom! As I said, no one can protect you today. Die, boy! Qi Nianlong sneered, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Su Sanyan and the fire-red Demon Lion clans, Saint Realm cultivators, aura, surged out again. Rumble! In an instant, 5 terrifying auras roared in the void, and pitch-black spatial cracks filled the sky. The 5 attacks of the Saint Plane did not hold back and rushed directly toward Du Xiaofu. Come on! Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with killing intent. The azure spirit armor blazed, and the golden rock wings rippled with scarlet-blue electric flames. He felt the power in his body, and he wasn't afraid of Qi Nianlong and the other 4. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. Rumble! Du Xiaofu pounced. The thunder martial vein in his body was activated, and the Nirvana divine ring above his head shone brightly. Chapter 2142. Kill! Du Xiaofu made his move. The 36 feathers of the rock were activated. The golden light was dazzling, and the rock's shadow struck the sky. The illusionary saber formation was activated. Countless saber lights broke through the sky. Mysterious and unpredictable, the purple gold heavenly fault was summoned. Dragons roared, tigers roared, birds and turtles cried, and sword light filled the sky. With the flame's park seed strength, Du Xiaofu was using his full strength. This kind of power was incomparable to the past. His aura was vast and mighty. Purple gold lightning and scarlet blue flame runes submerged half the sky. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's killing intent was intense. It was even more terrifying than Qi Nianlong and the other 4. Du Xiaofu's aura also alarmed the great demon. It seemed to have sensed something. Demonic qi rose from the depths of its eyes. Go all out. Yu Su, Shiyu, and the Red Fire Demonic Lion Clan Sage Realm experts all activated their true forms at the moment of collision. The huge demon eagle, heavenly snake, and Red Fire Demonic Lion's bodies lit up the sky, illuminating the void. The power of their attacks penetrated the space. Wang! Qi Nianlong and Su Sanyan held sacred weapons in their hands. Blazing light filled the sky, dazzling and resplendent. They tore through the void and collided with Du Xiaofu's 36 true rock feathers and the illusory saber formation. No matter the cost, kill! Qi Nianlong's voice was like thunder. It shook the void. His battered body shone again. He gathered his power and activated his martial meridians. The flowing light suppressed the void. Awu! Su Sanyan also went all out. He activated his martial meridians and turned them into 9 ferocious fire beasts. Each of them looked ferocious. Their scales were scorching hot. They looked like dragons and were extremely ancient. They emitted a terrifying aura. These 5 Saint Realm experts did not conceal their murderous intent at all. They went all out, and the might of the Saint Realm crushed the vast void. Fight! Du Xiaofu was fearless. The boundless Nirvana aura was like the sound of heaven. The golden wings of the rock were filled with golden light. The surrounding purple lightning poured down, killing in all directions. At this moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to have reached his strongest state. The sword light from the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand filled the sky. His body carried the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan, accompanied by the might of the heavens. He fought the 5 saints alone. Such a scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Even Taoist Qing Feng, Jialo Batian, Saint Fengqi, and other experts were fighting. At this moment, they had long felt that there was still a terrifying power hidden in Du Xiaofu's body, but they had never thought that the power would be so terrifying. Bam, 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 bam. Du Xiaofu was fighting against the 5 Saint Realm cultivators. He was like a paragon, sweeping through all 4 directions. Qi Nianlong, Shiyu, Su Sanyan, and Yu Su were all true Saint Realm cultivators. Any one of them had terrifying strength that could destroy mountains and rivers with a wave of their hands. But now Du Xiaofu was fighting 1 against 5. Come on, what's there to be afraid of in the Saint Realm? Du Xiaofu opened his mouth. His voice was cold and tyrannical. The power of the fire lightning seed surged through his meridians, making him feel like an invincible supreme being. Du Xiaofu felt as if he had become a true Saint Realm cultivator under the power of the fire thunder seed. He was very close to comprehending the power of the Saint Realm. The power of the fire lightning seed was vast and powerful. However, Du Xiaofu felt a sense of familiarity with it. This kind of familiarity and closeness seemed to have a great connection with the thunder martial vein in his body. Is this the Saint Realm? Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as he felt the power of the fire lightning seed. This was a great training for him. Just like the fire lightning seed, it could bring him many benefits. Du Xiaofu would not miss out on such benefits. He was secretly comprehending it, but he did not show any mercy in his attacks. Such a great battle had spread out in all directions. Even Daoist Qing Feng, Saint Feng Qi, and the others did not dare to get involved. He won't be able to hold on for long. Kill! Su Sanyan's face was gloomy and ruthless. He was in first place with 5 people, but he still could not take him down. However, Su Sanyan was sure that the kid would not be able to hold on for long. A power that did not belong to him could not be used without limit. Otherwise, why would the kid hide it from the beginning? Shiyu, Yu Su, and the others turned into their original forms. Their huge eyes were cold and sinister. They did not hide anything. The stronger Du Xiaofu was, the more they feared him. Such a terrifying power was in the kid's body. If they were to encounter it alone, they would be doomed. Hence, they could not let him go. If the kid did not die, it would bring disaster to their entire clan. Rumble! The attacks continued to collide. The sword light pierced through the air, and the sound was like thunder. The void shattered and recovered. The cycle was endless. A Saint Realm cultivator was invincible. A casual attack was enough to destroy mountains, rivers, and cities. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was fighting 1 against 5, shocking all the living beings present. This is too scary. How did the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, become so strong all of a sudden? Some people could not help but exclaim. They retreated far away to watch the battle. At this moment, they were secretly terrified. Qi La, Du Xiaofu's sword slashed at Shiyu's scales. It was blocked by the protective energy and shattered. However, Du Xiaofu's shoulder was scratched by Yu Su's sharp claws. Fortunately, the defense of the Azure Spirit Armor could be said to be heaven-defying. Coupled with the immortal Xian body, Du Xiaofu was fine. Qi Nianlong and the other Saint Realm cultivators of the Red Fire Demon Lion clan attacked again. They were ruthless and determined to kill Du Xiaofu. Their mighty power swept through, destroying the void and disrupting the space. Du Xiaofu was affected and could not ignore the two. The purple-gold heavenly palace broke through the air and blasted out a domineering fist to resist them. "Little bastard, kill!" Qi Nianlong shouted. His hair was disheveled as he activated his martial veins. Accompanied by the momentum, the void was compressed. The vision was endless, and the killing intent was monstrous. "Old man!" Du Xiaofu shouted. The words "old man" were shouted in a domineering manner. Suddenly, the sound was like a thunderstorm, exploding in the void and destroying the primordial spirit. "Kill!" Shiyu, Yu Su, Su Sanyan, and the others attacked again. They were incomparably crazy. Du Xiaofu resisted, but fighting 1 against 5 was not his own strength. He was already a little tired and was hit several times. "Qi La!" Su Sanyan attacked. Raging flames filled the sky and turned into a spear. It emitted a bright flame, like the sun in the sky. Du Xiaofu could not dodge all of them. He was entangled by Shiyu and the others. The rock wings on his back were also restrained by Qin Yanlong and Yu Su. He could only free his left hand and turn it into the rock's chaos-crushing claw to block. Ka! The flaming spear was shattered by Du Xiaofu, but the green spirit armor on Du Xiaofu's palm also began to crack. Pale, golden blood flowed out. It was a ghastly sight. That spear was Su Sanyan's all-out attack. Du Xiaofu destroyed it, but he also suffered a backlash. Bang, bang! In an instant, Du Xiaofu was once again pushed back by Yu Su, Jiyu, and the others. Du Xiaofu's green spirit armor began to crack in several places, and blood flowed out. The supreme blood did not disperse. It emitted a golden light around Du Xiaofu's body. It was incomparably eye-catching and frightening. Kid, it's about time. If you persist, it will be harmful to you. Hua Leizi's voice resounded in Du Xiaofu's mind. Chapter 2143. I can still hold on. Hold on for a while longer. Help me with all your strength. I need more training. Du Xiaofu replied to Hua Leizi. There was no way out, and he wanted to kill at least one of them. Moreover, this was a form of training for himself. Quick, this kid can't hold on any longer. Qin Yunlong said happily when he noticed that Du Xiaofu's aura had loosened. Su Sanyan, Shiyu, Yu Su, and the others were in a sorry state. They were also covered in blood. When they heard Qin Yunlong's words, they were overjoyed. That kid couldn't hold on any longer. That kind of external force couldn't hold on for long. Kill! Du Xiaofu was fearless. He took the lead and attacked. The golden wings on his back flapped. He was like a human-shaped rock striking the sky. Golden light shone brightly as he crossed the void. Rumble, the 36 true rock feathers, the lightning martial vein, the boundless nirvana force, the illusionary saber formation, the purple gold heavenly palace, and the azure spirit armor made Du Xiaofu seem invincible. He was incomparably ferocious, causing people to tremble in fear. Qin Yunlong, Su Sanyan, and the others were secretly shocked. This was just an external force. That kid was already so terrifying that he could fight against 5 alone. Once this brat truly stepped into the Saint Realm, how terrifying would that be? Kill at all costs. Qin Yunlong, Su Sanyan, and the others attacked violently. Their attacks swept across the vast void. The sky darkened as they fought until the void was constantly shattered. Ao! Du Xiaofu roared like a beast. His domineering aura reverberated. He activated the Thunder Profound and the supreme beast energy of the golden winged rock, forming a huge purple-gold thunder rock in the sky. This was the most intense and dangerous battle that Du Xiaofu had encountered since he walked out of the Stone City. It was also a battle with the strongest experts. Moreover, it was 1 against 5. 5 Saint Realm cultivators wanted to kill him. This was a bloody battle, a bloody one. Even with the help of Hua Leizi, Du Xiaofu was already covered in wounds and bleeding. 5 Saint Realm experts were not easy to deal with. Of course, under Du Xiaofu's crazy attacks, Su Sanyan, Shiyu Yu Su, and the others were not much better off. They were all covered in blood and severely injured. 5 Sage Realm experts, 5 old men who had cultivated for a long time, had besieged 1 Sage Realm expert at this moment. Moreover, the Sage Realm expert had been severely injured. This caused the 5 Sage Realm experts' faces to turn extremely gloomy and ugly. Pucci, Du Xiaofu suffered another attack. The purple-gold thunder rock around his body dimmed, and his main body coughed out blood. It was extremely terrifying. Brat, how much longer can you hold on? Qin Yanlong sneered complacently. That brat was becoming more and more unbearable. He was destined to be killed today. Boom! Qin Yanlong was doing his best. He was burning the life force in his body. He was willing to pay any price to get rid of this huge threat. With the 5 of them ganging up on 1 person, they had enough time to take a breather and gather their killing moves. This was the advantage of bullying with numbers. Old man, if we were fighting one-on-one. You would have turned into ashes by now." Du Xiaofu sneered. He was fearful and even immersed in it. The power of the flaming thunder seed surged in his body, bringing out the power of the sage realm. Du Xiaofu was enlightened and benefited a lot. Boom! Su Sanyan, Xiu, and the others' attacks swept over again. It was extremely terrifying and spread in all directions. It was enough to crack the void. Du Xiaofu was covered in blood. The azure spirit armor on his body was cracked. At this moment, he was still attacked from the back and had no way to retreat. Come on! Du Xiaofu was fearless. He roared to the sky like the real Demon King. Using his body as the carrier, he pushed the power of the flaming thunder seed to the extreme. With the infinite nirvana, the supreme beast energy of the golden winged rock, the thunder martial vein, and the profound of thunder, the huge purple-gold thunder rock around him shone again. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Its battle intent was overbearing and fierce, resisting the attacks of the 5 Sage Realm experts. However, Du Xiaofu had been using external forces. His body had been forcibly withstanding the vast power of the flaming thunder seed. This was a huge disadvantage. He could make up for it temporarily with his defense and speed, but in the long run, it was difficult to hold on. Although Du Xiaofu's eyes were red, he still suffered a few more heavy blows. The purple-gold thunder rock dimmed and was pushed back. Xiang Changsheng and the other Sage Realm experts of the Demon Realm were entangled by Long Qianchao and Hui Wu. They could not help. It was already not easy for them to help. It was difficult for them to risk their lives, like Jiao Batian. Du Xiaofu vomited blood again. It was getting harder and harder for him to hold on. Kiki, Qi Nianlong, Su Sanyan, Shiyu, and the others sneered. Their terrifying auras spread out and cooperated with each other to imprison Du Xiaofu. They were going to use their killing move again. The 5 of them surrounded and imprisoned the void. Du Xiaofu's speed was also affected. The terrifying crushing force caused Du Xiaofu's azure spirit armor to continuously bleed out of his physical body. Du Xiaofu had the immortal Xian body. At this moment, the cracks on his body were being suppressed and could not heal. Attack with all your might. Kill this little bastard. Qin Yanlong sneered. He cooperated with Su Sanyan and the others to form a siege. They attacked Du Xiaofu from all directions. Du Xiaofu had fought to the limit. He was fighting 1 against 5, but at this moment it was difficult for him to hold on. The golden blood emitted a mournful light. The purple-gold thunder rock dimmed. Du Xiaofu's figure staggered back. This old man has finally arrived. Why is he so slow? At this moment, Hualei Zi's voice spread in Du Xiaofu's mind. He is not someone you can touch. Hualei Zi's voice resounded in the vast void. His voice was long and full of vicissitudes. Boom! Boom! At the same time, a vast wave of energy came from nowhere and quietly covered the void. The mysterious runes of the green light bloomed and shone in all directions. It was as if a world was opening. It's the Divine Ancestor. The Divine Ancestor is here. Divine Ancestor. When this aura arrived, Dongli Ruashu and the 2 elders of the Fangji clan who were fighting a bloody battle were surprised. The mysterious runes of the green light covered the void. It was like a green sun in the sky. It was as if a god had descended. It blocked the attacks of Qin Yanlong, Su Sanyan, and the others. The attacks of the 5 Saint Stage experts were extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, they couldn't be shaken in the slightest in front of the light shield formed by the green light. In front of Du Xiaofu, a figure in a long robe quietly appeared. He was middle-aged and had long green hair. Who else could it be but the divine ancestor of the Fangji clan, the heavenly with divine tree? The divine ancestor has come out of seclusion. Yes. Dongli Qingqing's hair danced. A mysterious aura rose from her body. When she saw the heavenly with divine tree, Her beautiful eyes rippled. She held the Tai Ching demon-subduing bow and shot an arrow through the void. Senior. Seeing the sudden appearance of the heavenly wood divine tree, Du Xiaofu was surprised. The person Huo Lei had been talking about was the heavenly wood divine tree. Du Xiaofu was not surprised that Huo Lei and the heavenly wood divine tree knew each other. Back then, it was the heavenly wood divine tree who had asked him to find Huo Lei. Du Xiaofu felt that the figure of the heavenly wood divine tree in front of him was full of vicissitudes of life. It was like an ancient god. It seemed that the injuries and exhaustion on its body had almost recovered. It's good that you're fine. Looking at Du Xiaofu, the heavenly wood divine tree nodded. Then it looked at Qin Yanlong, Su Sanyan, and the others who were attacking it. Its face gradually darkened. Boom! From the inside of the heavenly wood divine tree, the void was filled with green runes and mysterious runes. They reflected the void and shone in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to be imprisoned. The space suddenly became barren. At this moment, Qin Yanlong, Su Sanyan, Shiyu, and the others' faces changed. They felt that their surroundings were strangely imprisoned. Their vision was blurry, and the vitality in their bodies was strangely flowing away. Bastard, scram! A low snort came from the heavenly wood divine tree. It shook its arm and waved its sleeve. A vast power swept out in all directions. Bang, 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 bang. PFFF, PFFF, low muffled sounds rang out. Qin Yanlong, Su Sanyan, Shiyu, and the others all vomited blood and were sent flying. Who is he? Everyone looked at the heavenly wood divine tree in shock. Such a mysterious powerhouse had easily sent Qin Yanlong and the other 4 sage realm powerhouses flying. What kind of strength was this? It was too powerful. It seems to be that expert. Back on the heavenly mountain, there were experts who had seen the battle and recognized the heavenly wood divine tree. After sending Qin Yanlong and the others flying, the heavenly wood divine tree did not have any intention of attacking again. It looked at the 5 demon emperors who were fusing. Its expression was extremely serious as it said in a low voice, Huo Lei, do you also want to stay out of this? You should know very well that I can't stop anything. You and I are not the same as before. Huo Lei's voice came from Du Xiaofu's body. His voice was very soft, and only the heavenly wood divine tree could hear it. Sigh, the heavenly wood divine tree sighed. Walala, in the void ahead, 5 huge devil clouds covered the void. Lightning flashed within them, and at this moment the tornado-like devil clouds finally began to dissipate. As the devil clouds dispersed and the lightning disappeared, 5 figures floated in the air. They were the bodies of the 5 demon emperors. However, at this moment, the aura of the 5 demon emperors was a huge step higher than before. They were filled with frightening demonic energy. The heavenly wood divine tree said to Du Xiaofu, it's already impossible to stop them. Quickly go and control the divine thunder cauldron. Don't let it fall into the hands of the devil religion. Those guys have just fused. I will delay them for a while. Du Xiaofu did not hesitate at all. The 5 demon emperors had completely fused. This was a big problem. The purple lightning profound cauldron absolutely could not fall into the hands of the devil religion. In an instant, his figure drifted like a god. The purple lightning rock around Du Xiaofu dissipated, and his figure directly pounced on Moksha. You're courting death. At this moment, the 5 demon emperors who had just fused stared at Du Xiaofu. They sensed Du Xiaofu's intention and coldly spoke. The 5 figures turned into 5 black streams of light and pounced on Du Xiaofu. Chapter 2144. Stay behind. As his voice fell, the heavenly wood divine tree flicked its leaves, and a vast expanse of green light shot out. Mysterious runes rapidly appeared in the void, and an ancient aura spread out, emitting a terrifying pressure. In an instant, the heavenly wood divine tree transformed into its true form. An incomparably massive tree towered into the skies, blocking out the sun. Countless branches and leaves pierced through the void like divine vines, carrying with them an ancient and surging pressure as they blocked the 5 demon sovereigns. A great battle erupted. "Old tree, you overestimate yourself." This voice came from the mouth of a demon sovereign. Demonic energy overflowed into the heavens, causing the void to tremble. Demonic clouds filled the skies, tearing apart pitch-black spatial cracks that swept towards the heavenly wood divine tree. The 5 demon sovereigns attacked at the same time. All the surrounding living beings felt their hearts tremble with unease. "You've just fused together, so you don't have the capital to be arrogant." The heavenly wood divine tree's roar was like thunder. Boundless vitality swept out from its body, as if it were a resplendent sun. The massive heavenly wood divine tree and the 5 demon sovereigns instantly engaged in a fierce battle. In the void, runes blazed and interweaved. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, piercing into the highest heavens. Such a great battle was incomparably fierce and terrifying, as if it would destroy the world. Du Xiaofu didn't stop at all. He directly threw himself at Moksha. "Awoo!" Several demonic beasts and evil spirits roared as they rushed to block Du Xiaofu's path. But with Du Xiaofu borrowing the strength of the Fire Thunder Seed, he completely disregarded those demonic monster beasts and evil spirits. With a flap of his golden rock wings, he suppressed the void. Those demonic monster beasts and evil spirits didn't even have a chance to approach before they were directly crushed to death. Chi! In the next moment, Du Xiaofu slashed out the purple-gold heavenly fault in his hand towards Moksha. The sword light broke through the air, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumbling of thunder, causing the void to explode. Moksha was already unable to turn the situation around when dealing with the 2 purple lightning profound cauldrons controlled by Du Xiaofu's scarlet demonic monkey soul. Now that he faced Du Xiaofu's sword, he was unable to dodge at all. A black and golden gauntlet appeared in his hand, covering him like spiritual armor. It produced the sound of wind and thunder as lightning and demonic chi intertwined, grabbing towards the sword light. Pucci! Upon contact, Moksha spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying. Sparks flew in all directions as the strange golden gauntlet on his hand caved in and cracked, breaking into 2. Moksha's palm was split into 2. Blood spurted out, and his bones were exposed. Amidst the intense pain, he let out a blood-curdling scream. "Return!" Du Xiaofu did not chase after him. The purple lightning profound cauldrons were the priority. The scarlet demonic monkey soul turned into a bright electric arc and returned to his forehead. It carried the power of the fire lightning seed, causing the soul's power to increase exponentially. It controlled the 2 purple lightning profound cauldrons and completely suppressed Moksha's 2 purple lightning profound cauldrons. Moksha was pushed back far away. The purple lightning profound cauldrons were suppressed, and his expression changed drastically. He used all his strength to try to break the purple lightning profound cauldrons out of Du Xiaofu's suppression. "You didn't really control them. They don't belong to you anymore." Du Xiaofu opened his mouth. The golden wings of the great Peng spread out like clouds in the sky, covering the void. Golden light spread out and covered all directions, isolating Moksha's 2 purple lightning profound cauldrons. Chi! In an instant, 2 silver gold arcs of electricity shot out from Du Xiaofu's forehead. They were accompanied by a scarlet blue flame. They directly entered Moksha's 2 purple lightning profound cauldrons. Du Xiaofu's 2 primordial spirits entered the purple lightning profound cauldrons and began to destroy Moksha's 2 primordial spirits. The heavenly would divine tree blocked the 5 demon sovereigns. The battle was the most intense. The 5 demon sovereigns' demonic aura overflowed the heavens. Ghostly cries rang out, and countless ghostly claws appeared along with black runes, tearing apart the void. Awoo! How terrifying were the 5 demon sovereigns! Their demonic auras were like evil spirits, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The pitch-black spatial cracks spread out in the vast void, as if they could grab the void. They swept towards the heavenly wood divine tree, wanting to destroy it. This scene was like the descent of the underworld. It caused the hearts of all living beings to palpitate with fear. Bang! Bang! Wind and thunder didn't stop. The heavenly wood divine tree was like a giant. Its branches and leaves that covered half the void erupted with a blazing green divine light. Countless branches and leaves rushed out, sparkling and translucent. They were able to resist the corrosion of demonic energy, making them incomparably brilliant. As the demonic energy scattered, the heavenly wood divine tree became resplendent. Wrapped in mist, the light it emitted was like a divine light. "Old tree, you are digging your own grave," a demon sovereign loudly shouted. Their auras strangely became increasingly strong, as if they were increasing with each passing second. Their mortal bodies and primordial spirits fused together, constantly climbing towards their strongest state. You were suppressed in the past, but now you think that no one can suppress you? You cannot change the outcome. The heavenly wood divine tree roared, blocking the 5 demon sovereigns with all its strength. The great battle continued without end. The cries of ghosts and the howls of gods were like the rumbling of thunder. It was as if the vast void was about to be shattered, causing the ancient void to rumble. Su Sanyan, Qin Yanlong, Hui Wu, and the others, who were heavily injured, retreated far away. Their faces were ugly and gloomy as they looked at the huge, heavenly wood divine tree and Du Xiaofu, who was displaying his might. Their hearts were unwilling, and their eyes were overflowing with killing intent. However, they didn't dare to rashly approach. Uft! In the outside world, Moksha continuously vomited blood. He was isolated outside. He clearly knew that the 2 purple lightning profound cauldrons were being controlled by Du Xiaofu, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he could only let Du Xiaofu take control of the 4 purple lightning profound cauldrons. Rumble, purple, thunderclouds covered the sky. Du Xiaofu completely controlled the 4 purple lightning profound cauldrons. The vast and mighty thunder might was impressive. The 4 purple lightning profound cauldrons circled around his body. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. 4 lightning profound cauldrons. Some creatures trembled, and their hearts skipped a beat. In the Buddhist sect, the old monk with cultivation of the Saint Plane looked at Du Xiaofu, who was surrounded by the 4 lightning profound cauldrons. His eyes glowed. "Get lost!" The great demon shouted. Demonic chi surged like pitch-black ink. Strange, mysterious runes floated and turned into a vision. The dark light was deep and bright, and Beilu and Bingchen and the Moon Saint were forced to retreat. "Fire Thunder Seed, why hide in this kid's body? He is going to die today. It's time to settle our accounts." The great devil stared at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu stood there like a dwarf. The eyes of the black shadow were still pitch black, like 2 black holes in the void. The scene of blood flowing and corpses strewn everywhere appeared in his mind. It was incomparably terrifying. Boom! At the same time, the great demon didn't hesitate. He waved his hand, and a dark beam of light swept out. Accompanied by endless howls, it rolled toward Du Xiaofu. "This great demon is coming for me. You be careful." Fire Thunder Seed's voice came from Du Xiaofu's mind. A cluster of bright red and blue lightning appeared in front of Du Xiaofu and turned into a human shape. "Great demon, what can you do to me?" "Ancient." Fire Thunder Seed shouted in a deep voice. Mysterious red and blue flames suddenly appeared around him. It was ancient and desolate. The flames were vast and mighty, and the red and blue lightning formed a stormy sea. It directly swept toward the dark beam of light. Chapter 2145. Crackle! The scarlet-blue electric arc contained a power that could destroy all living things, and it seemed to be accompanied by a faint sound of thunder. It directly shattered the jet-black light beam inch by inch, and the surrounding void was in chaos. It was as if time and space were in disorder. Is that the power in that kid's body? Staring at the flame splitter, Qin Yunlong, Su Sanyan, and the others trembled. It was not difficult for them to recognize that familiar aura. It was the terrifying power that had supported Du Xiaofu to fight against the 5 of them. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air. The 4 purple lightning profound cauldrons revolved around him. Without the support of the flame splitter, their power was greatly reduced. However, the 4 purple lightning profound cauldrons were still extremely terrifying. The power of thunder was enough to make the cultivators of the Saint Realm shudder and their hair stand on end. With Xiang Wushuang, the violet lightning profound cauldron, Rainbow Moon, Jiangqin, and the others helping out, Du Tingxian, the nether demon, Dongli Qingqing, and the others felt the pressure on them lessening. However, they were still struggling. The undying tree and the onyx hell river couldn't stop the horde of evil spirits and devilish beasts. Jialo Batian, Xiangu, and the other experts were still fighting fiercely with the 9 demon emperor and the others. They were at a disadvantage. However, Du Xiaofu knew that he could not intervene without the flame splitter's power. Rumble. Activating the 4 purple lightning profound cauldrons, Du Xiaofu charged towards the devil sex experts, demonic beasts, and evil spirits, bringing along a vast amount of lightning power. Without hesitation, he charged towards the devil sex experts, demonic beasts, and evil spirits. Bang, 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 wherever the purple gold profound lightning passed, demonic beasts, evil spirits, and devil religion experts were directly blown to pieces. Rumble. Awoo! Awoo! Suddenly, 5 terrifying auras swept towards Du Xiaofu. Qin Yanlong, Su Sanyan, Xiu, Hui Wu, and the others attacked again. Each of them was severely injured, but they did not hold back at all. In an instant, with Du Xiaofu as the center, the surrounding space was vast and mighty. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, stars appeared, ferocious beasts roared, ferocious birds appeared, and strange phenomena filled the sky. Seeing that the heavenly wood divine tree and Du Xiaofu's terrifying power had already been entangled by the devil religion, Qin Yanlong, Su Sanyan, and Huiwu knew that this was their last chance. A bunch of bastards. Although the heavenly wood divine tree and flames park were both entangled, the movements in the surroundings couldn't escape their eyes. They were aware of each and every move. The dense branches of the heavenly wood divine tree expanded, and scarlet blue flames burst out along with electric arcs. Bang, 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 bang. The void exploded one after another. Qin Yanlong, Xiu, Su Sanyan, Hui Wu, and the others were sent flying again. PFFF, PFFF, Qin Yanlong, Su Sanyan, Xiu, and the others' bodies cracked, and each of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were like birds with broken wings as they smashed into the ancient plaza below. Their bodies smashed into the ground, causing dust and debris to fly everywhere. PFFF. However, Du Xiaofu was still affected greatly. Although the 5 Saint Realm cultivators were all heavily injured, they still used their full strength to attack 5 Saint Realm cultivators. Moreover, Du Xiaofu was also heavily injured and had consumed a lot of energy. Under this kind of impact, Du Xiaofu had the 4 purple lightning, profound cauldrons to protect him, but the blue spirit armor on his body was still cracked. Blood flowed out, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. The blue spirit armor helmet was shattered, and he looked extremely miserable. Thump, thump, the heavenly wood divine tree and flames park both protected Du Xiaofu. The 5 demon emperors were getting stronger as they fought, and the great demon's aura didn't decrease, causing the heavenly with divine tree and flames park to retreat. Thunder, martial vein, awakened, die. You can no longer stop me. The heavenly with divine tree alone could no longer stop the 5 demon emperors, who were getting stronger as they fought. One of the demon emperors broke free, and his body was wrapped in demon chi. He swooped down, and a demon claw tore through the void, directly grabbing at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's body was still shaken, and he felt the terrifying attack. His expression changed greatly. This was an attack from a demon emperor. Even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to resist it, let alone now that he was heavily injured and exhausted. It was impossible for him to resist it. PFFF! The demon claw tore through the void, and demon chi roared as it swept out, forming a vast demon domain. The scene was terrifying. Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped, and the 4 purple lightning profound cauldrons were also affected in the void, as if they were about to be imprisoned. I don't care who you are, but you cannot touch my big brother. Just at this moment, a clear voice rang out, and a graceful figure quietly appeared beside Du Xiaofu, who was forced to retreat. Her clear voice contained a chilling intent, and her hair fluttered in the wind. From her graceful body, purple lightning arcs instantly covered her. On her beautiful face, a pair of clear purple eyes, a terrifying purple lightning radiance shot out. Strange hand seals had already condensed, transforming into a resplendent, illusory sword light. When the illusory sword of light appeared, a strange energy curled around it, causing the space around the illusory sword of light to distort in a peculiar manner. Faint spatial ripples surged out. PFFF. PFFF. Everything happened as fast as lightning. When this sword light condensed, the graceful woman's hand made a profound arc, and the sword light immediately cut towards the demon claw that tore through the void. PFFF. PFFF. The sword light exploded in the void and instantly cut the demon claw, bursting out a dazzling light. From the point of contact, pitch-black spatial cracks spread out like a spider web. This sword light was too strange and terrifying. A thick and terrifying aura of destruction was suddenly released, and it actually cut the demon claw directly. The surrounding void collapsed inch by inch, and the monstrous demon chi collapsed, making people's hair stand on end. PFFF! The graceful woman was also forced back, resisting the demon claw, but she did not gain any advantage. She retreated directly to Du Xiaofu's side, leaving behind a trail of purple lightning, with a murderous aura in all directions. Xiaojing! Du Xiaofu's eyes fluctuated. The one who had just attacked was his sister, Du Xiaojing. Looking sideways at her brother with disheveled hair, Du Xiaofu secretly took a deep breath to suppress the surging qi and blood in her body. A smile appeared on her charming face, and she opened her red lips slightly, saying, "Brother, I'm fine." It's the thunder martial vein again. What a strange sword technique. Above the void, the body of the devil emperor froze in the void. In the midst of the terrifying devil qi, a pair of intimidating eyes stared at Du Xiaojing with a look of astonishment. The power of the sword art wasn't that strong, but it made him feel uneasy. Step back. These demon emperors are not easy to deal with. Du Xiaofu looked at the demon emperor, took a deep breath, and forcibly summoned the last of the dark qi in the divine watchtower. He activated the 4 purple lightning profound cauldrons around him, and the golden rock wings on his back spread out, protecting Du Xiaojing behind him. Chapter 2146. Brother, I'll advance and retreat with you. Du Xiaojing smiled and stepped forward. Purple electric arcs wrapped around her, and her 3,000 strands of hair wrapped around the purple electric arcs. She looked like a celestial being who transcended the mortal world. Qin Yanlong, who was lying on the ground, crawled to his feet, covered in blood. He looked at Du Xiaojing, who was advancing and retreating together with Du Xiaofu. His face twitched, and his expression turned ugly. So they're siblings. Let's get rid of them together then. In the void, the demon emperor stared at Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaojing with cold, killing intent. His eyes were filled with monstrous demon qi, and his face could no longer be seen. Boom! Suddenly the entire void, which was filled with lightning, thunder, and vast energy, began to tremble. The trembling was very strange. It was not too violent, but it was able to affect the vast void. The trembling even affected the Saint Realm cultivators who were fighting fiercely. The demon emperor who was about to attack Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaojing seemed to have sensed something and immediately looked in the direction of the trembling. Swish, swish! At this moment, all the Saint Realm cultivators looked at the void. The trembling came from the 13 floating ancient altars. Boom, boom! As the void trembled, the 13 ancient altars, which looked like small stars, began to tremble one after another. Then, cracking sounds could be heard. Such a commotion caused everyone who was fiercely fighting to come to a tacit understanding and stop. The demon beasts and evil spirits seemed to be affected as well. They stopped attacking Du Tingxian and the others and gathered together, growling and roaring. The group of cruel and merciless evil spirits and demonic beasts stared intently at the sky. However, they were not staring at the 13 altars that had exploded. Instead, they were staring at the demonic chi vortex where the 5 demonic emperors had escaped from. There seemed to be some kind of aura emanating from that vortex, which affected them greatly. Boom, boom, boom! In the blink of an eye, the 13 ancient altars glowed and exploded like bombs. Gravel shot out in all directions like meteorites, creating a deep vacuum in the void. When the 13 ancient altars exploded, Jialo Batian, Moon Saint, Taoist Qingfeng, and even Qin Yanlong, Su Sanyan, Hui Wu, and the others were all covered in blood and on the verge of death. Their eyes trembled, and their expressions turned grave. In the time it took to take a breath, the vacuum above the 13 altars disappeared, and 13 figures could clearly be seen on the altars. The 13 figures were still sitting cross-legged like old monks in meditation. There was no aura fluctuation on their bodies. The 13 huge altars exploded, and the surrounding void collapsed, creating a vacuum. However, the 13 figures, who did not have any aura fluctuations, were safe and sound. Not even a strand of their hair was ruffled. Chi-chi, without any warning, the 13 figures suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. In their eyes, there was a dazzling light. There was a golden light shooting out. There was a raging flame. There was a deep sea. There was a strange phenomenon in the sky. There was also a dragon's shadow rising in the eyes, and there was a ferocious beast leaping out. Boom! When the 13 pairs of eyes opened, the 13 figures who had been sitting cross-legged slowly stood up. 13 vast waves of ripples swept through the vast void, shaking the vast space. It was as if the entire heavenly devil battlefield, or even the entire 3 continents and 9 provinces, were shaking. Rumble, 13 vast auras awakened from the 13 figures, and the void around them turned into a vacuum. It was as if the void was collapsing. What a terrifying aura! Du Xiaofu exclaimed in his heart. This aura was too powerful. None of the auras was weaker than the flame splitter and the heavenly with divine tree. Rumble! Aho! The 13 auras soared into the sky. Around the 13 figures, there were resplendent runes blooming in the void, illuminating the vast void. It was as if there were 13 suns in the sky. In an instant, a galaxy appeared around the 13 figures. Some were covered in raging flames. Some were like ancient gods in the sky. Some were covered in runes, forming a huge dragon shadow. Some were covered in golden light, forming a golden-winged rock. Some were covered in 5-colored flames, forming a 5-colored phoenix. 13 terrifying auras swept out, and strange phenomena appeared in the sky, surrounding the 13 figures. It was as if 13 gods had descended. Qin Yanlong, Su Sanyan, Hui Wu, and the others, who were originally extremely solemn, began to tremble. Then incomparable joy appeared on their faces. Ancestor is still alive. Long Qian Chao, Daoist Qing Feng, Saint Feng Qi, and the others trembled. They knew that the ancestors in the eternal tomb were still alive and had not died. Du Xiaofu looked up. The 4 purple lightning profound cauldrons surrounded him, and he took the opportunity to stuff a lot of elixirs and spiritual herbs into his mouth. His expression was incomparably serious as he stared at the void. The 13 auras were too powerful. What made Du Xiaofu even more serious was that in the originally calm, demonic qi vortex in the void, there was another aura fluctuating. The fluctuation was too faint, but it made Du Xiaofu's heart tremble for no reason. The 4 purple lightning profound cauldrons also seemed to feel something and began to tremble secretly, emitting the sound of wind and thunder. The 13 figures appeared in the void with strange phenomena. The surrounding void was distorted, and 13 pairs of eyes were as bright as the sun and stars, looking down on all living things. Who are those people? The hearts of those who didn't know what was going on trembled. The 13 figures had just awakened and filled the vast void, as if gods had descended. The entire void seemed to revolve around them, emitting a boundless and ancient aura. It was as if gods had crossed time and space and returned from ancient times. They all seemed to be very strong. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and Jiangqin retracted their true forms and stood together with Du Tingxian, Dongli Qingqing, Dongli Ruoshu, and the others. At this moment, little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others were all pale and their hair was disheveled. They trembled when they saw the 13 awakened figures, and they could all sense the terrifying power of the 13 auras. Greetings, ancestor. Qin Yanlong, Long Qianchao, Hui Wu, Su Sanyan, and the others stepped forward and respectfully bowed to one of the 13 figures in the void. Greetings, ancestor. Jialo Batian, Feng Qi Saint, Qing Feng Taoist, and the old monk from the Buddhist school all stepped forward and bowed as well. A group of saints, the strongest group of people in the world, was incomparably respectful in front of the 13 figures. As expected, there are still people alive and unharmed. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. He finally understood, and his heart trembled. Rumor had it that the 9 great families, the dragons, the phoenixes, and other ancestors from the ancient war were in the eternal tomb. Perhaps none of them had died. Now it seemed that those ancient powerhouses really did exist in the world. They hadn't truly died in the eternal tomb. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu felt his hair stand on end and his blood run cold. The 13 pairs of terrifying eyes on the 13 figures stared closely at him, and the 4 purple, lightning, profound cauldrons. 13 pairs of ancient eyes rippled, as if they wanted to see through him. All the living beings present followed the 13 gazes and fell on Du Xiaofu. Father, Rock Emperor, Little Star, Du Xiaoyao, Du Tingxian, Dongli Qingqing, Nether Demon, and the others immediately came to Du Xiaofu's side. Under the 13 pairs of bright eyes, their expressions were solemn. At this moment, Qin Yanlong, Hui Wu, Su Sanyan, Jialo Batian, Moon Saint, and Qing Feng Taoist remained silent and looked at one of the 13 figures. But all the cultivators present knew that at this moment, Qin Yanlong, Hui Wu, Su Sanyan, and the others were probably transmitting messages to tell him something. Sitting here for thousands of years in solitude, I didn't expect to see an old friend again. What a relief! Among the 13 figures, there was a figure wrapped in golden light. The mysterious runes of the golden light rippled and covered the sky. His aura was domineering and sharp. In his eyes, there seemed to be 2 golden suns rising. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile. Then he looked away from Du Xiaofu and looked at the heavenly wood divine tree. He was the first to speak, breaking the short silence. His voice resounded through the sky. But you've sat here for thousands of years, and yet you haven't been able to stop the catastrophe. The heavenly wood divine tree also put away its huge body. Its eyes looked at the demonic chi vortex with incomparable solemnity. Boom! As the heavenly would divine tree's voice fell, the calm demonic chi vortex suddenly rumbled. The pitch-black demonic chi jumped at the entrance of the cave and spread out. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel excited. Chapter 2147. What a terrifying demonic chi! Within the 30,000-meter devil chi vortex, the devil chi that filled the sky caused Du Xiaofu's heart to feel uneasy and cold. The demonic chi became denser and denser, accompanied by ancient, pitch-black talisman runes. It was much denser and more terrifying than the demonic chi of the other demon emperors. It was like the most ancient demonic chi. This demonic chi was pitch-black and deep, and its demonic might was vast and ancient. You can't trap me anymore. When such a voice came from the demonic chi vortex, it was as if someone from the 9 hells had spoken. When the voice echoed in the void, numerous pitch-black talisman runes gushed out from the demonic chi vortex. It was as if countless demon gods had appeared, and a huge demon shadow appeared outside the demonic chi vortex. Whoosh! Following the appearance of this enormous devil figure, the 100,000 feet large demonic chi whirlpool behind it began to strangely dissipate. It did not cause much of a stir, just like the ripples of a lake. The monstrous demonic chi surged into the enormous devil figure in an extremely strange manner. The devilish energy from the devilish vortex surged in, and as the vortex dissipated, it became dimmer and dimmer. However, the huge devilish figure became brighter and brighter. The surrounding devilish figures fluctuated, making it look like a devilish god. Greetings, demon god. When the huge demon shadow appeared, the great demon, 9 demon, 8 demon, and the others were pleasantly surprised and in awe. Then, respectful voices resounded in the vast void. Awoo! The demonic chi was released, and the faint cries of ghosts and gods resounded. Demon god, he is the demon god that was suppressed. All the living beings present suddenly felt their hair stand on end. That demon shadow was actually the demon god from back then. It was an ancient taboo that had created that terrifying calamity in the ancient times. Countless living beings and experts had turned into ashes because of it, and countless almighties had also fallen. Back then, the supreme expert and the dragon god had joined forces, but they didn't know about this demon emperor. They had only suppressed him in the heavenly devil battlefield. It was enough to show how terrifying he was. And now, such a demon god had appeared once again. When such a demonic god appeared, the 13 figures who stood up from the 13 ancient altars turned solemn instantly. Their auras fluctuated as they prepared for battle. The gigantic, demonic shadow stood in the air, and the air around it was calm. Only a blurry figure could be seen under the hazy demonic chi. It seemed to be stretching its back and letting out a demonic voice, saying, "It's still more comfortable to be unrestrained." Such a figure was faint and carried an indescribable charm and magnetism. His voice wasn't loud, but it resounded through the vast void. Such a voice reverberated throughout the void. When it landed in the ears of the living beings, it was extremely pleasing, giving them an incomparable sense of intimacy. The demon god has escaped. Moon Saint and Xian Gu said softly. Their expressions were grave, and their voices were trembling. Thunder, martial vein, born sacred lord, stretching his back, the demonic shadow's gaze swept across the 13 figures who had experienced the vicissitudes of life and finally landed on Du Xiaofu. He seemed to be moved, but in the end his gaze still landed on Du Xiaofu. There was clearly demonic chi fluctuating around the demonic shadow. A soft, magnetic voice sounded, saying, "So you're the one they chose. Not bad, but it's too late." When the last word was spoken, the voice was no longer gentle. The voice shook the entire vast void, and cracks appeared in the depths of the void. The demonic shadow fluctuated, and ghosts cried and gods howled. Boom! Just such a voice alone made Du Xiaofu feel his primordial spirit tremble. It was as if a demonic drum was rumbling in his head, and his mind was trembling. PSSSD, when the last word was spoken, there was a fluctuation within the demonic shadow that suppressed the void, causing the space to tremble. A terrifying wave of demonic qi swept towards Du Xiaofu. Such a wave of demonic qi spread out in all directions in an instant, shrouding the hearts of all living creatures, causing them to be horrified. Such an aura was clearly demonic qi, but it resonated with the heavens, making all living creatures want to kneel down. Such a wave of demonic qi spread towards Du Xiaofu. Before the demonic qi reached him, Du Xiaofu already felt his primordial spirit trembling. The entire space around him had been frozen, and he couldn't move at all. Even the 4 purple lightning profound cauldrons were imperceptibly bound. The Lord of the 3,000 great worlds and the Dragon God aren't here, but this world still won't allow you to run amok. Hualazi spoke. At this moment, his body had become no different from a real person. His entire body emitted red and blue lightning arcs, and wisps of red and blue flames rose into the void. In an instant, the entire void was densely covered. The power shook the vast void and thunder rumbled. The red and blue flame arcs turned into a raging tide, blocking the demonic qi fluctuation in front of Du Xiaofu. You're far inferior to your master. You're no match for me. The magnetic voice came from the demonic shadow. The wave of demonic qi suddenly gathered into a terrifying vortex, just like the huge demonic qi vortex that had been hanging in the vast void. When the demonic qi vortex appeared out of thin air, all living creatures trembled, and their hair stood on end. All of them were terrified. All living creatures felt a great demonic power sweep out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Rumble, the demonic qi vortex was like a ferocious beast that could devour the heavens. It directly swallowed the red and blue flames. Everyone gasped in disbelief. Some of the sage realm cultivators' expressions stiffened. Their chests heaved up and down as they swallowed their saliva. You've just escaped, and you want to run amok? If you want to run amok, it seems that the body of a primordial spirit isn't enough. These 2 voices resounded in the void soon after. Gee, boom! As the voices spread, a golden light shone in the void. A domineering aura and a vast aura that could devour the vitality of the void swept out at the same time. The cry of a pung resounded, causing the depths of one's primordial spirit to tremble. A gigantic pung tens of thousands of feet in size flapped its wings and took to the sky. It distorted the void and directly charged at the demonic qi vortex. At the same time, the branches and leaves of the heavenly wood divine tree that filled the sky were like dense chains of light. They emitted wisps of ancient aura that could devour vitality, distort time and space, and cut through the void. Everywhere they passed, time and space were thrown into chaos. It was one of the 13 awakened ancient figures. One of them was fighting against the skywood divine tree. The illusory golden-winged rock and the skywood divine tree's branches stretched out like divine chains, instantly slamming into the maelstrom of devilish energy. Rumble, visible to the naked eye. Huge pitch-black cracks began to appear around the demonic qi vortex. Energy tore through the void. This kind of energy collision was too terrifying. The pitch-black cracks appeared like ravines in the void, as if they were going to tear the void apart. With your help, I can save a lot of effort. Faint laughter resounded in the void. At the same time, a vast demonic qi permeated the void around Du Xiaofu. Buzz, buzz! The 4 purple thunder profound cauldrons rumbled. Demonic qi filled the sky above the cauldrons as a terrifying demonic claw stretched out. It was vast and huge, as if it could cover half the void. As the demonic claw swept out, 5 long, pitch-black cracks appeared in the void. They were like 5 pitch-black abysses hanging in the void. The demonic claw tore through the void and descended. Not good. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit trembled. A chill surged from the depths of his primordial spirit, as if he couldn't resist at all. Xiaofu, be careful! As the demonic claw descended, the faces of Jalobatian and the others turned extremely grave. But at this moment, even people as strong as Jalobatian and Xian Gu felt powerless against this demonic might. The void froze, and a chill surged from the bottom of their hearts. This wasn't something they could interfere with. Whoosh! At this critical moment, 5 resplendent bolts of energy descended from the depths of space. In the end, they gathered and intertwined, forming a resplendent sword of space. The sword bloomed with ancient runes and cut across the void, slashing at the demonic claw. Chapter 2148. Chi! The sword did not cut through the terrifying demonic claw, but it did crack it. Monstrous demonic chi spread through the air. The demonic claw seemed to be afraid of the sword ray and suddenly retracted. The demonic claw distorted space and imprisoned the 4 purple, lightning, profound cauldrons. Under Du Xiaofu's full control, the 4 purple, lightning, profound cauldrons were easily captured by the demonic claw. A terrifying wave of demonic chi was about to surge into Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit through the connection between the purple, lightning, profound cauldrons. It was silent and powerful enough to destroy everything. However, at this moment, the mysterious incomplete cultivation method in Du Xiaofu's body automatically activated. An ancient aura spread out, causing his primordial spirit to shiver. At the same time, in Du Xiaofu's mind's Naiwen Palace, the 9 revolutions divine thunder lotus exploded. The spiritual root and spiritual thunder in his primordial spirit immediately surged, blocking the aftershock of the demonic chi. Chi! Another terrifying sword ray appeared from the depths of the void and was about to slash at the demonic claw again. You 5 juniors are not enough. From the depths of the void, a lifeless voice seemed to be transmitted into the eternal tomb from the outside world. Rumble! As the sword ray appeared, a monstrous wave of demonic chi rolled along with it. Amidst the flashing lightning and rumbling thunder, a 12-leaf black lotus appeared from the depths of the void. Countless evil spirit phantoms surged out around the gigantic 12-leaf black lotus. Ghosts wailed and gods howled as they blocked the sword ray. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When the sword ray and the 12-leaf black lotus appeared, countless sword rays instantly erupted. They blazed and intertwined with countless ancient runes. Ka, 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 ka. It was also at this moment that the great golden-winged rock phantom, the heavenly wood divine tree's leaves, and the crimson-blue flames that filled the void collided. Finally, the huge demonic chi vortex that was tens of thousands of feet long could no longer withstand the huge impact. Dense black cracks continuously spread out in all directions. The entire void shook and swayed unsteadily, as if it would collapse at any time. Rumble! Finally, amidst a series of explosions, it was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. All kinds of energy soared to the heavens as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The vast void, with the bottomless abyss as the center, crumbled one after another. In the air, the black runes on the 12-leaf black lotus shone brightly. A destructive aura spread out and intensified the destruction of the void. The void in this area was turning upside down, as if the universe was turning upside down. This kind of pressure was too terrifying, shocking the world. Such might made Jialo Batian, Daoist Qingfeng, Saint Feng Qi, and the other Saint Realm cultivators tremble in fear. They protected their descendants and retreated successively. Even a Saint Realm cultivator would not dare to be easily affected by such a mighty force. Rumble! The entire vast expanse of space was completely torn apart, and it was like the heavens and the earth were collapsing. Devilish chi gushed out while ghosts wailed and gods howled without end, and it was terrifying to the extreme. The eternal tomb was sinking, and the entire heavenly devil battlefield was shaking. Huge rocks fell, the ground cracked, and mountains and rivers collapsed. In the vast plaza outside the entrance of the eternal tomb, all living beings gathered, trembling in fear. What happened? In the vast plaza outside the eternal tomb, Qi-Yi-Shi's eyes were solemn. Perhaps it has something to do with them. Something major must have happened in the eternal tomb. Huang Ling spoke with a solemn expression on her beautiful face. The Sanlu Kyushu, the weather was calm and sunny. Rumble, suddenly, without any warning, above the Sanlu Kyushu realm. Tides rose, the earth shook, the mountains moved, and the rivers flowed in reverse. Woo, woo! Devilish Qi suddenly raged in the depths of the sky. Suddenly, it was as if something in this world had been awakened. Ghosts wailed and gods howled, and the sound was terrifying. Rumble! The earth trembled and let out a low rumble. Dark clouds rolled, and devilish Qi filled the sky. It was as if countless ferocious beasts were roaring and howling, about to rush out from the dark underground. In the Sanlu Kyushu realm, countless living beings were affected at the same time. From somewhere in the sky, a terrifying aura seeped into the void, causing all living beings to tremble in fear and unease. The world is about to change. In the desolate country's stone city, behind the Du family's mountain, Elder Lei looked in the direction of the heavenly devil battlefield. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and he frowned slightly. Devilish Qi surged in the depths of the sky, and darkness swallowed everything. In the Great Will sect, on a mountain peak, an old woman stood unsteadily, her body trembling. The old woman's aged face was a little haggard. Devilish Qi surged in the depths of the sky, and the faint sunlight shone in, revealing a sense of twilight. Child, I'm about to reach the end. The day will come when the oil lamp will dry up. You'll have to rely on yourself for the future, the old woman muttered to herself. In the beast region, the golden-winged rocks, heaven and earth trembled, and the mountains and rivers swayed. Jalobatian looked in a certain direction in the sky with a solemn expression. He frowned and said, "Is the great calamity coming again?" The 9 aristocratic families, the 4 seas, Wudong Mountain, and the others all emitted powerful auras. An old figure appeared in the depths of the sky, looking in the opposite direction of the heavenly devil battlefield. Devilish Qi filled the sky there, covering everything. That terrifying aura seemed to hide a peerless demon. At this moment, a certain place in the world seemed to be the end of the world. It was a boundless plain as vast as the Milky Way. It was no longer cold and quiet, and no longer devoid of all living things. Devilish Qi surged here, and countless demonic figures appeared in the sky. Ghosts wailed and gods howled. There was a huge circle in the middle of the plain. The center of the circle was divided into 2, forming the 2 poles of yin and yang. It was faintly discernible, one black and one white. The cycle alternated, as if day and night were alternating. It emitted light, distorting the void and resisting the surging devilish Qi. Within the yin and yang pattern, a palace hovered in the air like a miracle. 3 figures stood in the void outside the palace with solemn expressions. The one in the middle was a middle-aged man in a plain robe. His temperament was ethereal, and he blended naturally with the surrounding heaven and earth. On the left was a youth who looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. There was no immaturity on his face. Instead, it was filled with vicissitudes and wisdom. His eyes, which were as deep as black holes, seemed to be able to see through space, looking at past and present lives. At this moment, they were also solemn. In the void in front of the youth was an old man with disheveled hair and an extremely sloppy appearance. His expression was as solemn as the middle-aged man and the youth. Boom! Not far away in the void, there were 2 more figures. One of them was graceful, but her body was hazy, and a vast aura distorted the void around her. The last one was a sloppy old man in ragged clothes, with a few strands of grass in his white hair. At this moment, his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would also be surprised. Who else could this guy be but Fu Yibai of the Du family? Chapter 2149. Eastern Immortal, Southern Ru, Western Yao, Northern Addict, Middle Tongshin. You juniors have already reached the end of the line. Do you still want to change anything? Hiss! A lifeless voice rang out from within the yin-yang diagram, echoing throughout the world. Bam! 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 Evil energy surged into the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A 12-leaf black lotus appeared in the air, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and the wails of gods. The space around the yin-yang diagram distorted and exploded. An enormous demonic cloud surged out, and an enormous demonic shadow appeared, spanning across the vast plains. Vast demonic energy surged from the shadow, sweeping through the heavens and earth, shaking the heavens. Rumble, the entire world trembled, and the vast expanse of space began to collapse. As the terrifying demonic chi surged, countless enormous phantoms of fiend gods appeared. Profound demonic energy and talismans bloomed, engulfing the world in darkness. It was as if the 9 hells were opening. Crack, 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 crack. The vast plains cracked as the yin-yang diagram shattered. The space around the yin-yang diagram crumbled, and the 12-leaf black lotus spun in the air. Rumble! In the shattered space, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. A vast world emerged from the distorted and exploded space. It was as if a whirlpool was surging in the water and an undercurrent was overflowing. A vast expanse of heaven and earth appeared as if it had broken through the void. However, it was completely natural and very natural. This vast expanse of heaven and earth was boundless, and an ancient, mottled aura filled the air. Kyushu trembled, and billions of creatures trembled. A vast expanse of land, no smaller than a province, appeared in the vast plains. This was the heavenly devil battlefield, mottled and ancient. The seal had completely shattered, and the heavenly devil battlefield had appeared. What's going on? Is the sky falling and the earth splitting? Is the end of the world? Someone save us! Awo! In Kyushu, the Beast region and the Yao realm, billions of creatures were terrified and thousands of beasts howled and roared. In the depths of the heavenly devil battlefield, Chieshi, Huanglinger, Zixian, Sumushin, Ilao, and the others looked up. The Tomb of Eternity had also appeared in the heavenly devil battlefield. Terrifying ancient auras surged into the heavens. Powerful figures appeared one after another, and strange sounds rang out. It's the sacred ancestor. It's them. The eternal tomb has been broken. It's the Rock Emperor. The Tomb of Eternity had been shattered, and the disciples who had retreated from the battle were all pleasantly surprised. However, with their cultivation and strength, they did not dare to get close to the aura that permeated the area. The vast expanse of space within the eternal tomb shattered. Demonic chi filled the air, and the vault of heaven appeared. Puchi! At this moment, Du Xiaofu continuously spat out pale golden blood from his mouth. The 4 purple lightning profound cauldrons were forcefully taken away by the devil claw, and their primordial spirit was cut off by the devil chi. Du Xiaofu was greatly affected, and he was powerless to stop it. If it wasn't for the mysterious, incomplete cultivation method in his body that was mainly resisting the devil chi that was surging into his mind, the consequences would have been severe. At this moment, Du Xiaofu truly felt that even though he was at the pinnacle of indestructibility and extremely close to the saint realm, he was still insignificant in front of the demon god. And that was just a wisp of the demon god's primordial spirit. If the demon god were to revive, he would only be an ant. It was also at this moment that the heavenly devil battlefield saw the light of day once more. Du Xiaofu looked up and saw the mystical floating palace and 5 figures in the air. Among them were Fu Yibai and Crazy Ol. You didn't succeed back then, and you still won't be able to let go of the divine lightning cauldrons as you wish. The white-robed, middle-aged man with an ethereal aura spoke. Fu Ibai, Crazy Ol, and the other 4 figures attacked together. The 5 of them instantly formed hand seals, and an ancient aura and runic fluctuations intertwined. 5 energy ribbons condensed and intertwined with each other. Instantly, countless ancient runic sword rays erupted and swept toward the primordial spirit that had grabbed the 4 divine lightning cauldrons. The terrifying 12-leaf black lotus rippled with light again. Black runes surged out with a destructive aura, and wind and thunder rumbled. It was as if the vault of heaven and the universe had been turned upside down. Fu Ibai, Crazy Ol, and the white-robed middle-aged man's terrifying attacks were blocked by the 12-leaf black lotus. Chila! At this moment, the demonic shadow that had grabbed the 4 purple lightning cauldrons fused with the gigantic demonic shadow that stood in the air. Woo, woo! The demonic aura wreaked havoc. Suddenly, something in the world seemed to have been awakened, as if it was summoning all the evil spirits in the world to submit to it. The gigantic demonic shadow stood tall, and its demonic aura overflowed into the sky. It was as if countless ferocious beasts were roaring and were about to rush out from the dark underground. Heaven and earth were covered by a deep darkness that covered the world. This demonic aura was too terrifying, and it made people tremble in fear. Even the 13 ancient experts that had awakened from the eternal tomb, as well as super existences like Jialo Batian, Xiangu, and Xiang Changxing were terrified. The entire sky was covered by the demonic aura, and from the depths of the void, there was billowing evil aura. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Black light overflowed and covered the sky. Woo, woo! Countless phantoms of gods and devils surged out from the darkness and appeared in a frenzy. Ghosts wailed and gods howled as demonic aura wreaked havoc in the sky. The fused demonic shadow became more and more profound, and it also became taller and taller. From the gigantic demonic shadow, there was a pair of huge eyes that slowly opened. It was as if there were 2 big holes in the demonic shadow. The pupils in the eyes were dark, golden, and lifeless. However, the moment the eyes opened, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Dark clouds gathered, and wherever the eyes looked, the void would instantly crack. The surrounding mountains would tremble, rivers would surge, and tides would rise and fall. In the surrounding void, demonic aura surged, and countless evil demonic shadows appeared. They were like peerless devils that had walked out from the depths of hell. Ghosts wailed and gods howled as the overflowing evil aura gathered and swept towards Fu Ibai, Crazy Ol, and the other 4. The evil demonic shadows tore through the void, and a large area of space collapsed inch by inch. Black spatial cracks spread out in all directions. Break! Break! The white-robed middle-aged man, Fu Ibai, Crazy Ol, and the other 4 shouted at the same time. Monstrous light surged out from their bodies, and their hands formed seals that turned into energy beams that surged into the floating palace. Boom! In an instant, the floating palace seemed to have come alive. It erupted with runes that were resplendent and dazzling, and the space suddenly shook. Then, the rather large palace rose up and rotated in the void. From the palace, dazzling light beams swept out in all directions like lightning. Rumble! Such a collision caused the world to tremble and rumble without end. Countless evil demonic phantoms were also collapsing. The runes shattered, and the demonic aura dispersed and swept out in all directions. However, the floating palace was also under the mighty impact of the evil demonic shadows. The runes dimmed and shattered, and it began to crack. Chapter 2150. Boom! Finally, the hovering palace shattered completely and exploded in the void. The void sank, and the universe was turned upside down. The surrounding shadows of the fierce devils were completely annihilated in the void. Roar! But at this moment, just as the floating palace was about to explode, a dragon shadow that was only a few hundred feet long appeared. It was shimmering with golden light, and there were ink-black runes on it. In an instant, it directly collided with the huge demonic shadow. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and resounded in the void. It was like the sound of the heavens. Under the dragon's roar, the eyes of Long Chen Chao and one of the 13 experts who had awakened after the 13 altars exploded suddenly lit up. Great shock surged in their eyes as their bodies trembled violently. Then they knelt on one knee on the ground. "That's my father's aura. It's my father's aura." At the front of the crowd, the aura of the dragon's shadow caused little Xingxing's eyes to tremble. That aura was too familiar. It was connected to her bloodline. It was the aura of her father that she had never seen before. Rumble! The dragon's shadow sank into the huge devil shadow. Monstrous devil qi trembled as it trembled. "Lu Xiaoyu, Long Xian, you tricked me again. Unfortunately, it's all in vain." At the same time, a lifeless voice rang out, causing those who heard it to shudder. The voice was low and deep, as if it came from the depths of the 9 hells. Boundless devil qi gathered in the surroundings. In an instant, a 12-leaf black lotus spun, releasing boundless black light. Countless evil spirits rushed out, wailing and howling as they enveloped Du Xiaofu, destroying everything in their path. Oh no! This sudden scene caused many people's expressions to change abruptly. However, it was too fast. The 12-leaf black lotus was too powerful. 5 people could stop it. Crack! Crack! Under such a vast destructive power, endless devil qi shot out. Everything sank into the devil domain. Crackle! Many people even saw with their own eyes that Du Xiaofu's golden rock wings, mysterious armor, and physical body were shattered one after another under the attack of the 12-leaf black lotus. Boundless black light exploded in the sky. The expressions of Fu Yibai, the old crazy man, the white-robed middle-aged man, and the others changed. The 12-leaf black lotus spun, releasing a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. Du Xiaofu felt like an ant, completely powerless to resist. He could clearly feel the great Peng golden wings, the azure spirit armor, and the immortal Xian body on his body cracking under the corrosion of the terrifying demonic aura. Am I going to die? This was the last thought in Du Xiaofu's mind. He was powerless to stop everything. He felt a dark aura, as if he was about to die. Only the mysterious, incomplete cultivation method and several kinds of spiritual thunders in his mind were protecting his primordial spirit. Even his master's 3,000 thunder soul seeds were protecting his primordial spirit. But it only lasted for an instant before the devilish qi was unstoppable. Du Xiaofu's soul core sank into oblivion as if it was about to fall into an expanse of boundless darkness. Before he regained his consciousness, Du Xiaofu seemed to have seen a strange divine light. Black and white alternated and rotated in the void. Rock Emperor, Father, Xiaofu, Brother. When Du Xiaofu heard these voices, he was heartbroken. Then he completely lost consciousness. The heavenly devil battlefield opened and appeared. Billions of creatures in the 3 continents, Kyushu, and the other realms were in a state of panic. It said that the fiend celestial has appeared. The world will turn into a devil domain. All living things will die. What about the major forces? The 9 great families, the dragons and the phoenixes? Will they stop the fiend celestial? I just wrote 1,000 words. I had to go out for an emergency, so I posted it first. Apologies. I didn't mean to post 1,000 words per chapter. Chapter 2151. It said that many experts from ancient times have walked out of the eternal tomb in the heavenly devil battlefield. The 9 great families, the golden-winged rock clan, the dragons, the phoenixes, etc. All of them have experts from ancient times. Back then, they suppressed a peerless demon god in the eternal tomb. I've heard absolutely reliable news that the devil god has already gathered 9 divine thunder cauldrons. No one can do anything to him anymore. The 9 great families, the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, the Golden-Winged Peng Clan, and the ancient experts who came out of the Golden Rock clan are also powerless. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, deserved to be called the #1 young supreme cultivator. He was invincible in the same cultivation level. He was able to fight against a saint martial artist even though he had just reached the saint martial artist layer. However, in the end, he died in the heavenly devil battlefield. Demon King Du Xiaofu died in the hands of that demon god. This time, there will be no more miracles. The 9 great clans, the dragons, and the phoenixes all have experts from ancient times. The demon king Du Xiaofu has been killed instead. This time, the desolate country will no longer be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 great clans. It will be difficult to surpass and replace those large sects that have been passed down since ancient times. Don't underestimate the desolate nation. It's true that the demon king, Du Xiaofu, has fallen. However, the desolate nation is still filled with supreme geniuses. Du Xiaoyao, Violet Dragon Emperor, Du Yunlong, the 18 celestial generals, Dai Xingyu, Dongfang Qingmu, Nether Demon, etc. Their group of supreme geniuses will be limitless in the future. That's true. The desolate country still has the golden-winged great rocks, Taoism, School of Agriculture, Confucianism, and other factions that have good relations with them. Their potential is still limitless. The Taoists, the School of Agriculture, and the Confucian school have thought highly of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu's potential. Now that the Demon King Du Xiaofu is dead, it is unknown if they will still take care of the desolate country. The only thing the desolate country can rely on now is probably the race of the golden-winged rocks. With the birth of the demon god, will the world really end? If the world turns into a demonic domain, will the 9 great families, the Phoenix clan, the dragons, and the other great sects really stand by and watch? Or will they be able to escape this calamity and stay out of it? Everyone in Kyushu was in a state of panic and unease as they discussed spiritedly. With the appearance of the heavenly devil battlefield, all sorts of news spread like a storm. In an extremely short amount of time, it had spread through the 3 continents and Kyushu domain. When the end of the world was about to arrive, the loss of the demon king, Du Xiaofu, did not cause the greatest shock. Desolate country, Stone City. The fall of the Rock Emperor on the heavenly devil battlefield caused the entire desolate country and Stone City to fall into grief. Stone City, which was already large enough to be one of the largest and most prosperous cities in the 3 continents in Kyushu, was in a state of grief. Heavens, please give us another miracle and revive the Rock Emperor. Originally, some of the elders in Stone City even burned incense and prayed. Their eyes were moist as they prayed for another miracle. These elders were the clearest about what the Rock Emperor had done for Stone City. He had protected Stone City many times, causing a small border city to become famous throughout the 3 continents and Kyushu. Because of this change, the bloodlines of the younger generation of Stone City had undergone earth-shattering changes. All of this was remembered by these elders in their hearts. The disciples of Stone City also remembered it in their hearts. Late at night, within Stone City, the sound of prayers would often be heard. They gathered together and echoed throughout the entire Stone City, adding to the sorrow. Stone City Imperial Palace. In the main hall, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Yi Lao, Yi Piaoling, Dongfang Qingmu, Mingyao, Lian Qingrong, Du Yunlong, the 18 celestial guards, and other core members of the desolate country had gathered. In the huge main hall, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone had a heavy expression and did not say a word. This atmosphere seemed to have frozen the space. The Rock Emperor is not dead. He will return. I will leave for a period of time and enter seclusion to break through to the Saint Realm. Du Xiaoyao said from the seat of honor in the main hall. Her golden eyes were filled with confidence and flashed with golden light. Her natural aura of a ruler made people's hearts tremble. I will also leave for a period of time and wait for my father to return. Little Xingxing said. His face was still young, but his eyes revealed a maturity that did not match his face. After saying that, Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing got up and left. Sister, where are you going? Uncle Xiaoyao, is my father really not dead? Du Xiaohuang looked at little Xingxing's back and asked little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao, Little guy, go back to Wudong Mountain and wait for me. Little girl, no one can take away your father's life. Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing did not turn back. They only left these words, which echoed in the main hall of the palace. In the main hall, Dongfang Qingmu, Ming Yao, Yi Piaoling Qingguyu, Li Shui, and the other core members of the Desolate Country's World Assembly looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with emotions. There was excitement, joy, doubt, and anticipation. The Desolate Country will depend on all of you. Du Tingxian got up and looked at everyone in the main hall. After nodding, his expression was calm and there was no change in it. He then left. Legalism. In the huge inner city, some of the talents had already withered away. Among the younger generation, it was difficult for anyone to stand out. Among the younger generation, there were some who stood out, but they were too young, unable to carry the banner of the School of Legalism. However, it was exactly because of this that the School of Legalism placed great importance on the current prodigies of the younger generation. They protected them much more than before, and the experts of the school would secretly interfere in the various dangerous tempering situations as well. In an ancient stone room, there were talisman engravings. On an ancient stone bed, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. His face was slightly curved. He must have been handsome when he was young. There was no aura on this middle-aged man, but just sitting cross-legged on the stone bed quietly gave off a kind of aura. Only the stronger one was, the more they would be able to sense this kind of general trend. In the stone room, the divine ancestor of legalism, Qin Tian, stood in front of the middle-aged man. His expression was one of reverence and respect. This is a big pity. If she could be used by legalism, her talent would be of great help to our lineage. You guys have gone too far. However, things have already come to this, and everything is in the past. The disaster has been eliminated. All that's left is a natural-born sovereign, which can be nurtured well. The middle-aged man spoke. His figure was as calm as water without any ripples. That little girl's heart doesn't seem to be stable. Qin Yunlong said with a complicated look in his eyes. I'll comfort her personally. The middle-aged man said these 5 words. Hearing this, Qin Yunlong's eyes were filled with astonishment. He was very clear that to them, any outstanding junior was just a reflection of the moon in the water until the final step. Since ancient times, Qin Yunlong had seen all kinds of geniuses among the younger generation of legalism. For example, the recent Qin Wudi. Wasn't he also outstanding in the beginning? However, he also withered in the end. Chapter 2152. Therefore, any junior that could catch his attention was definitely extraordinary. For this man to personally comfort her, it was enough to prove that the little girl had great fortune. There are some extraordinary juniors in the barren country now. In time, they might become a source of trouble. Qin Yanlong continued. Forget it. There's nothing to worry about. If the golden-winged Great Rock clan were to act, that guy is not to be trifled with. The demon god has appeared, and the 9 divine thunder cauldrons have fallen into the hands of the devil religion. No one can stop this. I think those people from the devil religion will not let the barren country go. The middle-aged man said indifferently. Suddenly he paused. His eyes, which had been calm all this time, rippled. He said, strictly speaking, those people from the devil religion will not let the Du family go. They will not let anyone with thunder martial veins go. What happened back then? The Du family's thunder martial veins are not simple. Why didn't they leave their name back then? Qin Yanlong was very curious. Thunder martial veins were not simple. A Du family with such a martial vein had suddenly appeared. During the ancient catastrophe, no one with thunder martial veins had left their name. However, Qin Yanlong was very sure that a Du family with such a thunder martial vein definitely had an extraordinary background. Thunder martial vein, the middle-aged man sighed softly. Then he said, The little girl has awakened the thunder martial vein. We can't make her unhappy. Don't touch the so-called barren country. I need to go into seclusion for a period of time. After that, I will try to contact the main clan. It has been so many years, but the main clan has never contacted us. Can we still contact them?" Qin Yanlong's face was filled with worry. He said, "If we can't contact the main clan, we may not be able to stay out of trouble. This world was sealed by the Dragon God and the others. Even if the main clan wants to contact them, they may not be able to." As the middle-aged man finished speaking, he waved his hand, indicating for Qin Yanlong to leave. School of Yinyang. On the mountain peak, the moonlight was like a ribbon. Moon Sage's long dress fluttered in the wind. Under the moonlight, she looked mysterious. Her face was pale, but her body was shrouded in a hazy glow. "I can't predict the future. It's a blur." The moon saint pinched his fingers. His eyes were like stars, shining with starlight. His expression was serious, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. "I believe that the master of the 3,000 great worlds has his own plans." A weathered figure stood before the moon saint and looked at the sky. He said with a drawn-out voice, "The catastrophe of the world is about to happen again. I need to train in isolation for a while, and then I will try to contact the main clan." Famous experts. Song Mountain was magnificent, lofty, and majestic. The pavilions and palaces shone brightly. That old tree is still alive. This is a big problem. The awakening of the thunder vein is extremely unusual. I will go into seclusion to recover and contact the main clan as soon as possible. In the blazing ancient cave, an old man spoke. "Yes." Su Sanyan left. "That mutated dragon has a mysterious origin. The appearance of the lightning martial vein seems to be part of that person's plan. I have to go into seclusion to recover for a while." Someone among the dragons spoke. "In the beast region, the golden-winged rocks. I have already searched the entire area and found nothing. If it's not time to die, then it won't. Let's just wait and see," said a domineering old man. His golden eyes were deep. The heavenly devil battlefield had appeared, and the demon god had returned. The tricontinent Kyushu was in an uproar, and everyone was in a state of panic. However, the 9 great families, the dragons, the phoenixes, and the other major forces were all quiet. There was no news and no disciples appeared. It was as if they had all disappeared. In Shangzhou Hahuan School, at dusk the palaces, courtyards, and mountains were dyed golden by the sunset. The clouds were faintly discernible, as if they were suffused with flames. Under the sunset, Su Muxin's hair flowed freely. Her face was enough to captivate all living things. She was so beautiful that it was soul-stirring. However, at the moment, her face was full of worry and her eyes were dim. "It seems that you have really fallen in love with him." The voice came from an extremely beautiful woman. However, she looked extremely young. She wore a thin layer of makeup, and the corners of her eyes were filled with spring. It was Tang Miling. "He's the supervisor of the Hahuan school. It's only natural for me to be worried," said Su Muxin. She bit her lip. "I didn't say who it was. You're just confessing without being pressed." Tang Miling smiled. She stood beside Su Muxin and looked at Su Muxin. Her eyes were filled with spring, and it was enough to move the hearts of all men. Then she frowned and said to Su Muxin, "That guy has survived several calamities. This time he might come out unscathed. Will a miracle really happen?" Su Muxin gazed into the distance. Her eyes drooped, and she slowly walked away. Her eyes flashed with unfathomable sadness. In an ancient space, the cliffs were steep and the trees were lush. There were winding rivers in the mountains. The 2 sides of the rivers were connected by mountains. Several old buildings were hidden in the middle. It wasn't a spectacular sight, but it was simple and deep. "Master, is he really dead? Think of a way to save him." In the stone room, Ouyang Shuang's peerless face was covered in tears and grief. "It's too late. It's all too late. Crazy Ole's hair was disheveled, and his eyes were as deep as the sea. He kept shaking his head, and his face was pale. Master, your cultivation is heaven-defying. You must have a way. Ouyang Shuang kept pleading and shaking Crazy Ole's arm. His primordial spirit has been reduced to ashes. How can he be saved? Even if the dragon god and the lord of the 3,000 worlds come, they won't be able to do anything. Crazy Ole said and shook his head. Phoenix Mountain, Wudong Mountain. On the ancient land, the flaming Wudong covered the sky. From afar, it looked like an endless sea of fire. Vast ancient buildings stood in the mountains, and ancient mottled traces were everywhere. I want revenge. I want to cultivate well. I want to kill that demon god to avenge my father. On Du Xiaohuang's small head, her eyes were glowing with green flames. Girl, don't be sad. Maybe there will be a miracle. The voice was like a fairy's voice. Zixian stood behind Du Xiaohuang. She was wearing a purple dress that outlined her seductive figure. Her eyes were fluctuating, and her red lips were slightly opened. She muttered to herself, back then he came back to life. His life is not something that can be taken away by anyone. The continuous mountain range was dense and steaming. This was a mysterious and secluded place. There were extraordinary spiritual herbs everywhere, and the energy of heaven and earth was amazing. At the top of the mountain, in a quaint courtyard. Master, is Brother Xiaofu really dead? Do you have a way to save Brother Xiaofu? Dai Xingyu cried, and her eyebrows were knitted. Her eyes, which were originally filled with smoke, were dim and sorrowful. A girl in green stood behind her. Her clear and bright eyes were glowing with a faint green light. Her long eyelashes were slightly curved, and her white and flawless skin was faintly pink. She stood behind her with a dignified expression. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted, and she did not speak. There is no way to reverse the situation. Those who were killed by that demon god, not to mention their bones and primordial spirits. Even if they're left, no one in the world can save them. In front of Dai Xingyu, a beautiful woman in plain clothes was sitting cross-legged. Her plain palace dress was simple and elegant, and she had a natural air of nobility. But at this moment her face was pale. No, Brother Xiaofu won't die. Brother Xiaofu is such a good man. God won't let him die. Dai Xingyu wept like a weeping beauty. Ding! Suddenly, the pleasant sound of a guzheng was heard. At first, it was fresh and smooth, and it was full of charm. If one listened carefully, it seemed to have a magical power, and it gradually made people intoxicated. In the vast, illusory world, this encounter is unforgettable. When we meet in the early summer, we leave a smile. Since we don't know each other, so what? That rainy day, the guzheng song stretched across the lotus pond. In the sound of the guzheng, the song was gentle and touching. Since we are not fated, why do we need to swear? Today, everything is like water without a trace. In the sound of the lantern, the sky is still cold and the water is still cold. In the dream, the guzheng sang softly. Outside the building, outside the mountain, outside the mountain, the outsider of the building has not returned. Looking back, I have long passed the river of forgetfulness, and the person playing the guzheng is full of tears. What day is Mingxi? You are already strangers, and we are separated. Today is not yesterday. Autumn is as old as before, and I am empty and thin. The guzheng song was like the sound of nature. At first, it was charming and moving. Then it was gentle and resentful. In the end, it made people mourn for no reason. Even the beautiful woman in plain clothes, Dai Xingyu and Xiao Qing on the mountain peak were intoxicated. They could not recover for a long time. Ant is playing the guzheng. After a while, Dai Xingyu opened his mouth. There were fluctuations in his eyes. The great calamity of heaven and earth is coming. The world is going to be in chaos. You all should cultivate well. I need to go into seclusion for a while. The beautiful woman came back to her senses and looked at Dai Xingyu. After her voice was recorded, Her body that was sitting cross-legged in the void fluctuated and disappeared strangely. In a quiet, deep valley in a quaint courtyard, the surroundings were hazy with clouds and mist. In the pavilion, someone was sitting upright. The guzheng in front of her had already stopped playing. In the hazy mist, looking from afar, one could feel that it was a graceful woman. After a while, the woman stood up. Her delicate body was like a jade willow, light and tender. Her temperament carried an ancient aura. She was so beautiful that she was like a fairy that walked out of a painting. Awu, no one knew where this place was. The terrifying aura made people feel desolation and destruction from the depths of their souls. There were faint sounds of ghosts crying and gods howling. The mountains were vast, but the devil Chi was drifting. Congratulations, demon god. Congratulations, demon god. In the future, no one in this world can stop us. The voice echoed, and the devil Chi was monstrous. In the depths of the huge dark hall, dozens of figures stood respectfully. The 9 demon emperors, the 5 great lightning emissaries, Moksha, Jalo Jueliao, Amolingzi, and the others were among them. Inside the hall, devil shadows were engraved. There was no one on the big chair with a back. Instead, there was a black devil Chi that was slowly spreading. There was no vitality. Chapter 2153. That kid isn't dead yet. Someone has interfered, but it won't be the same as before. After a slight pause, the indifferent voice continued to be heard from the black, demonic aura. Everyone go into seclusion. The day you recover completely will be the day I achieve my great cause. The voice spread across the barren land. Cracks spread across the land, lakes surged, and tides rose on the broken land, broken walls and mottled walls. A middle-aged man in plain robes stood with his hands behind his back. His face was pale, but it couldn't hide his ethereal temperament. His eyes were lowered, and his expression was solemn, as if he was thinking about something. That kid is also dead. Is there really no way to reverse the calamity this time? A youth who looked to be only 12 or 13 years old had a solemn expression. There was no immaturity on his pale face, but instead it was filled with vicissitudes and wisdom. The middle-aged man's eyes were still lowered, as if he had naturally merged with the space of the land. His expression was very calm. Well, if there's really no way to reverse the calamity, the seal of this world has been broken, and we can go back. There are billions of lives here, and we can also do nothing. At most, we can bring some good seedlings with us, and leave some seeds for this world. The youth continued to speak. His eyes were as deep as black holes, as if they could see through space and see past and present lives. Everything is not set in stone yet. Suddenly, the middle-aged man raised his head slightly and looked at the sky. There were faint runes flashing in his eyes. Do you think that we can stop the demon god? Or do you think that the 9 great families, the dragons and the phoenixes, can stop the demon god? The youth spoke. How could he not know that even if the 5 of them were at their peak, they wouldn't be able to do anything to the demon god? Back then, the dragon god and the lords of the 3,000 sectors had only sealed the demon god and didn't kill him. It's not a matter of strength to kill the demon god. Otherwise, Du Xiaofu wouldn't have been recognized by the divine thunder cauldron. The fact that the thunder martial vein is in his body proves that this was arranged by the lords of the 3,000 sectors, the middle-aged man said. But that brat is already dead, his corpse and primordial spirit turned into ashes, not leaving behind a single trace. The youth's eyes narrowed. They had already searched carefully. There was nothing in this world that could escape their prying and searching. Even if there was a trace of an undying primordial spirit, it could not escape their prying eyes. Is Du Xiaofu really dead? The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with doubt. You're saying that kid isn't dead? The weathered youth asked in surprise. That kid has several types of spirit lightning on him. Even if that kid is dead, what about those spirit lightning? The middle-aged man asked. It's impossible for the spirit thunder soul seed to be destroyed. It's possible that it has dissipated between heaven and earth. One day it will reappear in this world, said the weathered youth. Even if the spirit Thunder Soul seed has dissipated, there will definitely be traces left behind. However, we haven't found any traces. The middle-aged man shook his head and looked at the weathered youth. The fiend celestial was once again injured by the dragon god. I believe that the Lord of the 3,000 sectors must have other plans. After a slight pause, the middle-aged man continued. Moreover, there are many variables in this world. What will happen in the end is still unknown. But the 9 great families, the dragons, the phoenixes, and the others, those people may not necessarily take action. They will most likely stay out of harm's way and seek protection, said the youth. The great calamity has arrived once again. This is the final calm. As for what will happen in the end, it will depend on the will of the heavens. The middle-aged man sighed softly. The aura on his body fluctuated silently, causing the space to tremble quietly. The ancient heaven sect, a boundless mountain range. The mountain peaks stood tall and verdant. Above the mountain peaks, clouds curled up. My disciple, you won't die. You definitely won't die. On the mountain peak, an old man in a green and white robe with an ancient sword on his back was standing. At this moment, half of his fluttering white hair was disheveled. His originally elegant white hair and white beard were stained with tears, saliva, and snot. It was unknown whether it was because of his tears, saliva, or snot, but it made him look like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. In particular, his 2 front teeth protruded out of his mouth. At this moment, he was crying softly and spitting saliva, which made people look at him in a new light. However, at this moment, everyone could see the grief in the old man's eyes. At this age, he was still crying like a child. It was clear how deep the pain in his heart was. It had been half a month since the heavenly devil battlefield appeared. In the 3 continents, Kyushu, billions of creatures were still immersed in fear and panic. In the empty space, it was dark all around. This place seemed to exist in a crack in space. Only the occasional sound of air currents could be heard. In this dark space, if one looked carefully, one would see a strand of white light flickering in the distance. Black and white alternated, but the cycle would never be extinguished. An invisible and mysterious ancient energy rippled, enveloping a mass of blood-red mist. Hiss! Strangely, golden light flickered in the blood-red mist, and arcs of electricity pulsed, after who knew how long. When Du Xiaofu regained consciousness, he felt pain from the depths of his soul. However, apart from consciousness and pain, he could not sense any light. Du Xiaofu tried his best to open his eyes, but he found that everything was out of his control. This strand of consciousness that he had recovered was too weak. It was like floating duckweed. Du Xiaofu recalled everything. He had suffered a final blow from the demon god. Both his body and soul had collapsed under the impact. He had been unable to block it at all. I don't seem to have died. However, at this moment, this strand of consciousness that he had recovered allowed Du Xiaofu to know that he was not dead. Trying hard to recall, Du Xiaofu remembered that when he was completely powerless, there was a mysterious black and white circle of light that enveloped him. In this silent and dark space, time did not seem to exist. He did not know how much time had passed. The strand of consciousness that Du Xiaofu had recovered was getting stronger and stronger. His soul was also gradually awakening. Du Xiaofu could even feel the power of the spiritual thunder that had fused with his soul. Everything collapsed. I have survived a great disaster. After probing with his soul, Du Xiaofu realized why his vision was pitch black. It turned out that his body had been shattered into pieces long ago. Even his soul had been greatly affected. This kind of influence was fatal to the body and soul of any expert. It was impossible to come out unscathed. However, Du Xiaofu knew that he was not dead. His body had been shattered, and he had the immortal Xian body. This was the perverse part of the immortal Xian body. After probing, Du Xiaofu discovered that the black and white circle of light around his shattered body had a mysterious and ancient aura. It was separated by an arc in the middle. The black and white circles cycled endlessly, like the alternation of day and night. Chapter 2155. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. After some thought. Du Xiaofu also knew that he did not have the strength to beat up the people of the 9 great families, not to mention the strongest demon god. The green-robed man looked at Du Xiaofu, the long black hair behind his head moving. He smiled and said, "Are you afraid, or are you afraid of death?" "No, I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid that I'm not strong enough to take on big responsibilities," Du Xiaofu said. He had not even been able to break through to the Saint Martial realm. So how could he compete with the 9 great families and the demon god of the devil religion? Everything depends on man. Everything depends on man. The rest depends on the will of the heavens. You and I are powerless. The green-robed man looked at Du Xiaofu, smiled, and said, "Everything has its own plan, but in the end, it still depends on you. Now that things have reached this point, I am powerless. I can no longer interfere. What you need to do is to continue to strengthen yourself. You are the last chance. If even you fail, then this world can only truly become a demon domain. The millions of lives in this world will depend on your success or failure." Sigh. The green-robed man looked at Du Xiaofu, waved his illusory sleeve, and said, "This is the last trace of the power of my primordial spirit left in this world. It will not appear again. The last thing I left for you is some leftover scraps of refining materials, imitating a treasure in my sister's hands. It has many wonderful uses." Sigh. When his voice fell, the green-robed man's figure slowly disappeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Boom! But at this moment, in front of the mountain, there was a fluctuation of aura, releasing a monstrous light and an ancient aura. A simple long sword appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's eyes, floating in the air. The monstrous light was like a sun blooming, the sword light overflowing, mysterious runes lingering around. The fierce aura rushed to the sky. Buzz. Sigh. Around the sword, wind and thunder resounded, filling the air with a pressure. The whole mountain was trembling. "It's that treasure sword from before." Du Xiaofu's eyes glowed with a golden light as he recognized the origin of this sword. Back then, outside the eternal tomb, the 13 illusory figures each held a simple sword. In the end, they gathered together and attracted all the cultivators of the Saint Realm to chase after them. It was this sword in front of them. What a strange pressure! Du Xiaofu was surprised. The pressure of the aura emanating from the sword was more effective on the primordial spirit. It was enough to make the primordial spirit of a Saint Realm cultivator tremble. The terrifying pressure seemed to be able to shatter the primordial spirit. "This treasure is actually here. No one has obtained it yet." Du Xiaofu revealed a look of joy. This treasure sword was definitely not ordinary. Its pressure was too strong, and it was definitely not something an ordinary saint weapon could compare to. Otherwise, the purple gold heavenly tower in his divine watchtower would not be rumbling, as if it wanted to come out of his body, but there was an instinctive fear, as if it was afraid of something. Other than the purple thunder profound cauldron, the purple gold heavenly tower had never shown fear in front of any other weapon. How could Du Xiaofu not guess the value of this treasure sword? Du Xiaofu stared intently at the treasured sword in front of him. This treasured sword was completely white, like a beautiful piece of jade. When he looked directly at it from afar, he felt as if there was a monstrous sword light that wanted to rush into his brain, causing his primordial spirit to tremble in pain. Originally, Du Xiaofu had thought that since so many sage realm cultivators had chased after it, someone must have obtained this treasured sword. It turned out that this treasured sword was hidden here, and no one had obtained it. Master recognition. On Du Xiaofu's pale face, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He began to try to recognize this treasure sword as its master. However, Du Xiaofu was worried. Although his physical body had recovered, he had suffered a fatal injury. So, he didn't have any fighting strength at all. It would be difficult for him to forcefully subdue such a treasure that even a sage expert couldn't subdue. Du Xiaofu was worried for nothing. The treasure sword that was suspended in midair let out a roar. Amidst the clanging of wind and thunder, the sword light was dazzling. It turned into a streak of bright flowing light, like lightning, and directly rushed towards the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. The sword light was dazzling and the pressure was impressive. The wind and thunder were sonorous, and the space was penetrated. However, Du Xiaofu did not feel any killing intent. This sword light seemed to have good intentions as it rushed towards the space between his eyebrows, as if it wanted to enter his body. Come on. This was left behind by the master of the 3,000 sectors. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and did not block it. He directly let the sword light enter the space between his eyebrows. Boom! When the sword light entered the body, it expanded in Du Xiaofu's mind like a sun. Countless sword lights spread in his mind and rushed into the Mudpill Palace. A huge wave of pressure fluctuated, and the sword light intertwined in the Mudpill Palace. It was dazzling. Master recognition. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit also directly condensed and rushed into the sword light to recognize this quaint treasure sword as its master. Suddenly, as the primordial spirit and the treasure sword were connected, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit also seemed to appear in a world of sword light. A huge amount of information also rushed into Du Xiaofu's mind. This huge amount of information was everything about this treasure sword, including the method to activate it and its magical effects. At this moment, it was poured into Du Xiaofu's mind. Chapter 2156. Walala! Time passed slowly. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. After the information about the treasured sword faded from his mind, Du Xiaofu's eyes were still tightly closed. A golden light slowly gushed out from his body, forming a golden halo. The mysterious runes on the talisman flickered, and his aura was overbearing as it enveloped his entire body. Du Xiaofu was adjusting his breathing. His injuries were too severe. Du Xiaofu had fought fiercely with Moksha and used the 4 purple lightning profound cauldrons. In the final battle against several Saint Martial Realm experts, although he had borrowed the power of the fire lightning seed, Du Xiaofu was already at his limit. Since he started cultivating, he had fought countless battles. However, this battle in the Eternal Tomb was definitely the most exhausting battle Du Xiaofu had ever experienced. He had been severely injured and exhausted. In the end, Du Xiaofu had almost turned into ashes. Du Xiaofu was recovering, adjusting his breathing. At the same time, starlight seeped out of Du Xiaofu's body. There were fluctuations of green light and flashes of lightning. This was the Yin-Yang School's star profound, the Feng School's profound, and Du Xiaofu's thunder profound from the thunder martial vein. These profound intertwined, emitting brilliant light. From afar, the mountain where Du Xiaofu resided was enveloped by a resplendent light. It was like a rising sun, radiating resplendent light. Du Xiaofu was comprehending the various profound in his body. Last time he was only half a step away from the Saint Martial Realm, but he didn't succeed in the end. In the battle in the Eternal Tomb, Du Xiaofu was powerless in the end. However, he couldn't deny that he had benefited greatly, especially with the help of the fire lightning seed. He could truly feel the power of the Saint Martial Realm. The benefits he had gained could only be understood and not described. Du Xiaofu was well aware of the enormous benefits of this technique. So he wanted to comprehend it as soon as possible so that he could break through to the sage realm. The devil god's primordial spirit and corporeal body had already gathered, and the 9 powerful devil emperors had also fused completely. Once they recovered to their true peak, they would begin to sweep through the 3 continents Kyushu. Legalism, the school of famers, the school of vertical and horizontal, the dragons, and so on all had powerful ancestors who had walked out of the tomb of eternity. Any one of them was not something an ordinary saint could compare to. This time, Du Xiaofu had escaped from the hands of the demon god. He knew that he would not be so lucky the next time. However, this did not discourage Du Xiaofu. Back when he was in the Stone City, facing the legalism was like an ant facing an elephant. The situation was even worse than now. However, along the way, it was getting closer and closer. As long as I break through to the Saint Martial realm and reach a higher level, my ability to protect myself will increase. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. No matter how strong the devil god was, no matter how powerful the ancestors of legalism were, he would never become a fish on the chopping board. As long as he broke through to the Saint Martial realm, he would be able to protect himself. As the Lord of the 3,000 boundless worlds had said, he would do his best and leave the rest to fate. The most important thing was to work hard to improve his cultivation. The outside world should think that I'm dead. Du Xiaofu was a little distracted. He thought of his family, Qi Yeshi, Su Muxin, Ouyang Shuang, Sima Muhan, and the others. The outside world probably thought that his soul had been destroyed. His family, Qi Yeshi, Ouyang Shuang, and his master must be immersed in grief now. I must break through to the Saint Martial realm as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu was determined. If the great calamity engulfed the 3 continents and Kyushu, he would not be able to protect his family if he was not strong enough. If he was not strong enough, he could only watch as they were engulfed in the calamity. Du Xiaofu did not want any of this to happen, and it could not happen. The outside world thought that he had been destroyed. Legalism, dragons, and the famed masters would no longer target the desolate country. He was the real master. Du Xiaofu estimated that the devil god and the devil emperor of the devil religion would need time to recover. Legalism, the famed masters, the dragons, and the other ancient mighty experts from the eternal tomb would also need time to recover. Even if they wanted to deal with the desolate country, they would not have the time to act immediately. Taking a step back, even if legalism and the others wanted to act immediately, Du Xiaofu was not sure about the attitudes of the Taoists, the School of Agriculture, the Confucians, and other forces. However, there were also ancient mighty experts from the Golden-Winged Rock Clan and the Phoenix Clan. With his relationship with Little Xingxing, the Golden-Winged Rock Clan would not stand idly by. Even if the Phoenix Clan did not help, they would at least give face to Little Xingxing. As long as the people of the desolate country entered Mount Wudong to seek protection, it would not be a big problem. It's not enough. It's far from enough. I have to step into the holy martial arts realm as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu was no longer distracted. He immersed himself in meditation and entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. The Saint Plane is transcendence. It is flawless. There was no longer any emotion on his resolute and pale face. Du Xiaofu was no stranger to this path of enlightenment. He had almost succeeded the last time. Tonight, the stars were bright and the moon was dim. The valley was dark and gloomy. It was so dark that even the moonlight could not dilute it. Between the continuous peaks and the overlapping rocks, there was a courtyard shrouded in darkness. It fluctuated with a terrifying aura. In front of the courtyard, a figure with a hood covering his head and a cloak was sitting cross-legged. He breathed in and out, and from the surface of his body, there was a thick blood aura fluctuating. In front of the courtyard, there were dozens of corpses. They were all shriveled up, as if their blood essence and souls had been sucked out, leaving only shriveled corpses. From the looks of the corpses, they seemed to have been of high cultivation when they were alive. There were also a lot of white bones scattered around. In this dark night, there was a gloomy aura. Whoosh! As the mysterious person in the hood breathed in and out, there was a moonlight falling from the sky, breaking through the night clouds that the moonlight could not dilute. The moonlight was connected to the figure in the hood, as if it was tempering his body. Under the influence of the blood aura in his body, the moonlight had a tinge of red. Whoosh! There was a fluctuation in the space, and a figure quietly landed. The person who came was also dressed in a hood. His figure was slender, and under the moonlight there was a long shadow. The face covered by the hood revealed a pair of gray eyes that glowed with a terrifying light. Whoosh! With the arrival of this person, the figure sitting cross-legged stopped his breathing and inhaled a mouthful of moonlight into his mouth. The aura on his body was withdrawn, and his eyes opened, shining with a terrifying light. These two mysterious figures caused the surrounding space to freeze for no reason, and it was immersed in a strange silence. If there were experts here at this moment, it would not be difficult for them to recognize that these two mysterious figures had appeared in the space of the divine domain and recently in the heavenly devil battlefield. These two mysterious people had even appeared in the eternal tomb, back in the space of the divine domain. These two people had also entered the supreme tomb. These two people were very mysterious. It seemed that no one had seen them fight, but the aura on their bodies made ordinary experts tremble for no reason, and they were not willing to provoke them at all. "Have they come?" The figure sitting cross-legged slowly got up, and the terrifying light in his eyes did not disappear. Instead, it became more and more terrifying. "I've heard some news. Those ancient experts have not appeared. They must be recovering." "Yes." As the person spoke, he took off his hood, revealing a rather young face. He looked to be about 30 years old, and his bearing was extraordinary, but it was already very sinister. At this moment, if Zhu, Shui, Guoming, and the others were here, they would definitely be shocked to the extreme. This person was none other than Shen Yan, who had disappeared for a long time from the profound talisman sect. It was rumored that he had died, but they did not expect him to appear here. What about Du Xiaofu? Is he really dead? Yes. Xin Yan's voice was faint when he heard this. He took off his hood, and his golden hair fluttered in the wind. When he raised his head slightly, his handsome face was slightly pale, but it still revealed a valiant aura. There was still a strange and gorgeous charm in the depths of his terrifying eyes. If Du Xiaofu was here at this moment, he would definitely be stunned. This person was none other than Dongli Qihuang from the Great Luan sect. Dongli Qihuang was dead, and no one doubted it. However, Dongli Qihuang was still alive, and he had been hiding. He had appeared in the Supreme Tomb and Eternal Tomb, and no one had recognized him. This time his soul has been destroyed. We saw it with our own eyes. Yes. Shen Yan laughed coldly and gloomily, and his sinister voice echoed in the valley. What a pity, what a pity. He should have died at my hands. Dongli Qihuang looked at Shen Yan, and his eyes shone with a frightening light in the night sky. His fingers curled slightly, forming a claw that distorted space and caused cracks to appear. Du Xiaofu isn't easy to deal with. It's good that he's dead. Shen Yan raised his head to look at the night sky, and a cold light shone in his eyes. The great calamity is coming, and this is our chance. The 3 continents, Kyushu, the 9 great clans, the phoenixes, and the dragons will be powerless to protect themselves. Once we emerge, we will definitely shock the world. All of this won't take too long. We've endured for so long, and finally, the best opportunity has arrived. I want to kill that bastard Du Xiaofu with my own hands, and I want him to know that I, Dongli Qihuang, am still alive. Dongli Qihuang's face was gloomy, and a cold light shone in his eyes. Baleful aura rippled from his body, causing winds and clouds to surge in the valley. Dark clouds covered the moon, as if a peerless demon had emerged. The 3 continents, Kyushu, the Beast region, and the Yao realm. Time passed slowly. Everyone was still in a state of panic. The great calamity loomed over all of them. All sorts of disputes began to erupt in Kyushu. Everyone was fighting over resources, wanting to have more power to protect themselves before the great calamity arrived. The large sects and clans held back their troops, as if they had sunk into silence. This caused the disputes to become even more intense. In the blink of an eye, the 3 continents, Kyushu, were already embroiled in endless battles before the great calamity had even arrived. Their disputes were endless, and they gradually descended into chaos. Chapter 2157. Within the barren country, there was the World Society. There were no other forces in the surroundings that could compete with the barren country. Hence, it was rather peaceful. Far away from the stone city, there were millions of mountains. That was where the desolate country's demonic beast army was stationed. With the ghost chariot, the silver-winged demonic condor, the stone turtle king, the space-rending demonic blade falcon, the violent bear king, and the phantom tiger king as their leaders. Apart from the 9 great clans, the desolate country's demonic beast army already possessed the strength to sweep through the 3 continents and Kyushu. Their ferocious reputation spread far and wide, and few people dared to provoke them. Beside the million great mountains, there was a huge boulder on the tallest mountain peak. On it, the word execution was emitting a golden light, flickering brilliantly. This huge rock was originally a huge rock in front of the mysterious underworld sect. After Du Xiaofu wreaked havoc in the mysterious underworld sect, he removed it and placed it here. Every time someone crossed the 8,000 miles long Central Province River, they would be able to see the towering boulder from afar. There was no one who would not be able to sense the meaning of the word punish on the boulder. That was a warning from the demon king Du Xiaofu. Those who offend the desolate nation's world meeting will be killed, no matter how far away they are. And now, the demon king Du Xiaofu had really fallen at the hands of the demon god. His soul had been destroyed. Countless Saint Realm experts had witnessed this with their own eyes. They couldn't help but sigh inwardly when they saw this huge rock. However, no one dared to provoke the desolate country. The demon king Du Xiaofu had died, not to mention the golden-winged rock clan behind the desolate country, the purple-starred demonic dragon emperor, the red-bone horse monkey Du Xiaoyao, the thunderbolt war king Du Tingxian, Dongfang Qingmu, the nether demon, and other terrifying sovereigns were enough to make the 9 great clans, dragons, and phoenixes not dare to provoke them. 8,000 miles of the central prefecture long river. The water surface was vast and boundless, and the smell of blood and saltiness floated in the air. Just like in the past, this vast expanse of water lay across the land, and it was extremely vast. It was like a line between the sea and the sky, and it caused others to feel tiny for no reason. As the desolate country grew stronger, the 8,000 miles of central province long river became exceptionally prosperous. The ferry port had already expanded to the size of a small city. There was an endless stream of people and the hustle and bustle of the city. Something's not right in the middle, back off. It's very dangerous. All the demonic beasts are abnormal. Something big might happen. However, for some unknown reason, all the merchant ships were docked at the docks of the water ferries, not daring to set sail. Walala, awoo! From afar, there were waves of water surging over. The waves were linked together, and it was extremely abnormal. Accompanied by the continuous cries of demonic beasts, it spread out from the center of the water, causing people's hearts to tremble for no reason. Something big is going to happen. Nothing like this has ever happened before. On a huge reef, a middle-aged man was looking at the center of the water. His eyes were deep and smiling, and his yellow face had a serious expression. He was Zhou Tianyang of the Long River Escort Agency. At this moment, the Long River Escort Agency was already a huge force. Everyone knew that there were many forces of various sizes on the 8,000 miles of Central Province Long River, but the one that truly controlled the vast Central Province Long River was definitely the Long River Escort Agency. The reason was that Zhou Tianyang of the Long River Escort Agency had an extraordinary relationship with the Rock Emperor. Now, the desolate country's Stone Turtle King, Mysterious Dragon King, and a few other terrifying experts could be said to have a say in this matter. The Mysterious Dragon King and a few others have already given the order to seal off the river. No one is allowed to come close. Surround and kill without mercy. Zhou Tianyang said. Over the years, with the provision of many cultivation resources, his cultivation had improved by quite a bit. Awo! Walala! The demonic beasts roared. On the vast water body, waves rose and fell. Some demonic beasts surfaced from the water, their bodies trembling for no reason, and they were terrified. In the depths of the water body, the demonic beasts gathered densely. They were all crawling on the water surface with fear in their eyes. Uneasiness surged from the depths of their bloodlines and beast souls. In the air, auras surged, and many figures stood horizontally. These figures were Guei-che, the silver-winged demonic condor, the mysterious dragon king, the stone turtle king, the flame carp king, the subduing tiger, tyrant mastiff, the golden python, and others. A man in a crimson battle robe stared at the water in front of him. His crimson hair was like fire and blood, and he had an extraordinary temperament. On his handsome face, his crimson eyes were sharp and deep, giving people a sense of endless pressure. However, at this moment, there was a serious look on his face. In the depths of the water body, there was a huge whirlpool that was slowly fluctuating. It was as gentle as the wind blowing the clouds away, but it continued to sweep out endless waves. Accompanied by an invisible and terrifying aura, the beast souls of the desolate country's demonic beasts in the 8,000 miles of central province-long river, and even the millions of mountains, were trembling in fear. Something is wrong. I can't see it. Something big must have happened, the man in the crimson battle robe said. He was Guei-che, who had dared to fight with the descendant of the dragons, Dragon 9. He had improved tremendously over the years. However, at this moment, under the aura that spread out from the whirlpool, Guei-che had to resist it with all his might. He was secretly trembling. There was a pressure that came from the depths of his bloodline and beast soul, making him want to crawl down. Behind Guei-che, Phantom Tiger King, Little Inging, Wild Bear King, and the others were also solemn. Their bodies were trembling. The pressure was too strong, and they could not resist it. Should we inform the Deputy Lord and the few country guardians? The silver-winged demonic condor said. His white robe was like silver, and he was extraordinarily handsome. His aura was the closest to Guei-che. The blood of an ancient supreme beast flowed in his body, and his eyes were awe-inspiring. However, at this moment he could not get rid of the terrifying and invisible pressure. The Deputy Lord and the few country guardians in Stone City are all in seclusion. If we disturb them, it will be very serious. Don't alert them. This aura is somewhat familiar. Let's wait and see. Seal off all information, Guei-che said. The Deputy Lord and the others were in seclusion. It might be a critical moment. If they were disturbed, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Walala! A huge whirlpool rippled in the water. It was deep and boundless, and no one could approach it. No one could approach the depths of the whirlpool. There were faint runes flickering all the way to the depths of the water. Under the whirlpool, the runes that flickered constantly emitted light. In the depths was a vast underwater world. The reefs were continuous, like the luxuriant forests in the mountains outside. The corals flickered dreamily. Under the mysterious light, it was dazzling. As it went deeper, the light became more and more dazzling. It was like the sun rising from the east, and divine splendor rippled. At this moment, if there were any creatures that could enter, they would definitely be dumbfounded. In the depths of this underwater world, there was a cluster of light the size of a small mountain. It shone brightly and erupted with divine splendor. It was suffused with a fragrance that made people drool. The cluster of light spread out, accompanied by a kind of auspicious, multicolored light. It was wrapped in mysterious runes. Walala! This underwater world seemed to have formed a space of its own. Above the cluster of light, within the flickering light, if one looked closely, there were purple flames, lightning, and starlight. There were also ink-black, mysterious runes and 7-colored flames burning in an unknown location. In a mysterious space, golden light rippled and ripples spread out. A golden, 5-fingered mountain stood in the middle of this space. It was formed by 5 mountain peaks of different heights, each of which was the size of a palm. Walala! Around the mysterious mountain, mysterious runes manifested, morphed, and condensed. At times, they would turn into a mountain peak, and at other times, they would turn into a redbone horse monkey. Dense spiritual energy emanated from it, and it looked extremely profound. Tianwu Academy stood tall once more. After all these years of development, Tianwu Academy had regained its vitality. Even though Vice School head Juga and the others couldn't be revived, and the countless elders and teachers who had sacrificed themselves couldn't return, Tianwu Academy had regained its vitality and was growing stronger and stronger.